Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Luo Di took Huang Quan back, and with a squeak sound, the door was slowly pushed open. Under the influence, he heard the conversation between the two. The devil fruit is on the two people in front of them. Oh, I actually want to take advantage of others. When he saw two men in black robes wearing black masks, Unta subconsciously mistook them for people from the auction house. Who gave you the courage? As a strong wind passed by, Unta's fist was covered with a layer of armed color and rushed straight to the door. Luo Di seemed to have expected it. His fists were also covered with military colors, and he went forward. The two fists collided in midair, squeezing the air and crackling. Luo Di took advantage of his strength and took a step back. After exchanging a look with Lafayette, he started fighting with Untu again. You are armed with hockey and possess two devil fruits. It seems you're not from West Blue. As he spoke, Luo Di's feet were like wind, and he instantly came to the side of Untu and kicked out his right leg heavily with the blessing of Shinigami's power and armed color. How was that possible? Unta reacted immediately, but his body couldn't keep up with his brain, and his hands and feet couldn't keep up with the reaction. Before he could stop him, there was a sharp pain in his waist and abdomen, and at the same time, there was a slight sound of bones breaking, and the huge force directly lifted his whole body away. Bang! The wall made of special material made a dull sound, and then Unta's body hit the ground heavily along the wall. Behind Luo Di, after the exchange of glances just now, Lafayette had already closed the door again. This is a completely enclosed room, and due to the special construction materials, the sound insulation effect of the room is excellent. The closing of the door caused the sound of the fight to barely spread. Even Untu was defeated. Who are they? Sham hid behind the sofa, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Untu is a cadre of the Black Sword Pirates, with a bounty of up to 7,000 Baileys. Even the Lieutenant General of the Marine Headquarters may not be able to defeat him, but now look, he was defeated by the guys from West Blue. It is simply unbelievable. Confidence. So what to do now? Escape? This damn room is sealed. The only door was also blocked by another man in black robe. Damn it. It seems we can only rely on Untu. If Untu can hold these two people back, he still has a chance to escape. Having an idea, Sham immediately came to Untu in 3 steps and 2 steps to help him up, his voice full of worry. Untu, are you okay? But his right hand pinched Untu's waist hard, as if he was afraid that he wouldn't wake up. Hiss! Untu twitched the corner of his mouth, glared at him fiercely, and then stood up with force. Several ribs are broken. Feeling his physical condition, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. How long has it been since you were so embarrassed? He couldn't even remember it. Speaking of which, he still couldn't cultivate enough. If his armed color could cover his whole body, he wouldn't be so miserable. And just when he was about to take action again, a strong wind blew in his face. It's Luo Di. As a last resort, Unta could only raise his arms to try to block the attack. As soon as the armed color covered half of it, a huge force surged along the arms and to the whole body. Unta's body flew away again and hit the wall hard. Luo Di used 80% of his force in this kick, almost shattering Unta's arm bones. How terrible! On the side, Sham saw that Untu was beaten so miserably, and when he saw that the situation was not good, he was ready to run away. But as soon as he took a step with his front foot, his back foot stopped. Don't move! At this time, there was a cane sword against Sham's neck, and his owner was Lafayette. Duh, if you all have something to say, please don't expose such a dangerous thing. Sham raised his hands above his head, apparently giving up resistance. But at this time, Lafayette stared closely into his eyes and silently muttered 3, 2, 1. When the last number fell, Shamu felt that his brain was dizzy, his consciousness gradually became blurred, and he lost control of his body. Take out the devil fruit. Under Lafayette's order, Sham showed no resistance and took out 2 dark boxes from behind like a robot. Captain, do you want to open it and take a look? When I took the box from Lafayette, I felt it was slightly cold and rough, but the texture of the box was very good. Need not. Luo Di did not open it. He can tell whether it is a devil fruit, and he relies on the devil's power that remains in his soul. Under the black robe was a bag he had prepared in advance. He casually put 2 boxes into it, and then took out 2 other boxes from it. What's inside is, well, apples, but the apples have a little bit of seasoning added to them, and they look weird. At that time, just let them hand this over to the people at the auction. Lafayette took the box, nodded, and then walked towards Shamu, who had been affected by hypnosis, and Untu, who was in a coma. The only thing missing now is the Adam's tree. I wonder where it is. But even if he didn't know clearly, Luo Di probably knew that the Adam's wood was probably still in the hands of the holder. After all, isn't the devil fruit also in the holder? 5 minutes later, Luo Di was sitting on the sofa, and there was a slight sound of footsteps in his ears. He raised his head and looked at Lafayette. Done. Lafayette pressed the brim of his hat and smiled. It's already hypnosis, but if the people at the auction find out there are apples inside, haha, even if we don't kill them, they won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. Luo Di nodded. Let's go, we still need Adam's wood. Just after the 2 of them had walked forward, the door was pushed open again through a tiny gap. Both of them are alive. After understanding the situation inside, Robin closed the door again. Since the soundproofing effect of this room was so good, she didn't hear anything just now. However, one of them seemed to have had a fight with someone. His arm was somewhat deformed and his face was injured. It should have happened not long ago. Could it be that they did it? Robin knew so little information. If it was a case of killing and stealing, why did the 2 men in black robes spare their lives just now? Or are the men in black robes allies with them? What were they planning? Robin didn't know, but she knew that only by following up could she get the information she wanted. Are the men in black robes Shinigami Rodi? And what is their purpose? In fact, Robin has been following them for a long time, ever since they arrived at the port 2 days ago. Harper is a pirate. Generally speaking, pirates like to burn, kill, and loot, and most of them have strong limbs and simple minds, and act without thinking. But Haber is different. He has a very high IQ, is cunning, and is good at hiding and disguising himself. Therefore, even though he is a pirate, Marine has never issued a reward for him. However, just because there is no reward does not mean that he is not a pirate, because his identities with bounties on his head are already dead, just like the identity he had 2 days ago, a cadre of the Crow Pirates. Now he died under Marine gunfire, along with the lives of all the pirates in the Crow Pirates. But Harper is still alive because he was the one who caused Marine, and he was also responsible for the destruction of the Crow Pirates. And his goal is this Adam's tree. He is a very crazy person. For him, this kind of thing is as simple as eating and drinking water, but he feels that he is really hot in tight pants. Because he really likes the feeling of controlling other people's lives in his own hands. Phew, it's boring. I don't want to stay in this West Blue for a moment. Haber looked at the huge tree at his feet that almost spanned the entire room, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. He decided, after selling this Adam's wood, we set off for the Grand Line, because nothing about West Blue interests him anymore. Bang! The door opened without any warning. A mysterious man in gray robes walked towards him. How did he get in? Haber's heart skipped a beat, and he was really frightened. For safety reasons, he locked the door after entering the room, and the key could not be opened from the outside. It seems that the person who came here is just evil. Harper thought about many things in an instant, but he knew clearly that no matter whether the gray-robed man in front of him was from the auction house or from some other force, his goal must be Adam's wood. However, do these people look down on him a little? In fact, the moment the door opened, his hand subconsciously reached into the small bag on his back. And what's inside is numbing powder. This is Haber's special powder. Just a little bit of it will make your whole body paralyzed. Without any hesitation, Haber took out his right hand, waved it fiercely, and sprinkled a handful of white powder towards a man in gray robe. Almost at the same time, his left hand had taken out a piece of white cloth and covered his mouth and nose. Attack and defense go hand in hand. However, things were not as simple as he imagined. Several strips of gray cloth floated out from behind the man in gray robe, and all the loose powder was separated by a gentle pat. And one of them struck directly at Haber. "What is this?" Haber was startled and was restrained before he could escape. "Wait a minute. I know you want this Adam's wood. I can give it to you unconditionally." Haber felt the gray cloth wrapped around him getting tighter and tighter, and finally a trace of panic appeared on his face. However, his right hand had already taken out a sharp dagger, and as long as he was given a little time, he could cut the damn gray cloth. "Oh, even if you die, this Adam's wood still belongs to me." The man in gray robe sneered, holding his left hand in the air, and the cloth quickly shrunk. "Damn! Stab!" Finally, just when Haber was about to suffocate, the gray cloth was cut open. He managed to break free. "You really think that I, Habo, are easy to mess with? Next, I'll give you a big one." Haber rolled around on the ground and then scattered all the powder. In an instant, the white powder was almost all over the room. Click! At this time, he took out a fire starter from his hand. "Go to hell." The dazzling firelight ignited the white powder scattered in the air, and the fire spread instantly throughout the room, and then caused a violent explosion. Boom! In the corridor. The ear-piercing explosion made Lafayette pause for a moment, then turned his head to look at Luo D. "Captain ahead." Luo D nodded. "The place where the explosion occurred should be where the Adam's wood is, but I didn't expect someone to be faster than us. And that person seems to be a person with abilities too. Besides, it seems that there are others coming, but before that, we have to deal with the little mouse that has been following us." As he said that, Luo D paused slightly, and when he turned around, he had already used his shaving. The next moment, he appeared behind a mysterious man also wearing a black robe, and clasped his neck with one hand. However, he was a little embarrassed because the man in black robes in front of him was a head taller than him. "You seem to have been following us since you entered here. If you don't tell us the reason, I don't mind getting rid of you here." However, as soon as he finished speaking, several pink petals flew out of the air. Milwaukee. Suddenly, 3 arms grew on Luo D, one wrapped around his neck, and the other 2 bound his right hand at the same time. Escape. Feeling that the strength of the hand holding him became weaker for a moment, the man in black robe broke free from the restraints, turned around, and ran away without any pause. In fact, with Luo D's strength, these arms are not enough for him. But this ability made him a little stunned. Isn't this exactly what Wawagugwo is capable of? And its owner is Nico Robin, known as the son of the devil. I didn't expect it was her who was following me. This world is really small. Looking at the empty aisle, Luo D shook his head and did not chase. Instead, he turned back to Lafayette. Luo D didn't hate Robin as a person, but her situation made people sympathize with her. Moreover, as one of the few people in the world who can analyze ancient texts, Robin should also live. In fact, Luo D was also quite interested in the blank history 800 years ago. One day in the future, he may be able to unravel that unknown history. And that requires Robin. "Captain, is that person special?" Lafayette looked at Luo D with a hint of curiosity in his words, because he saw the running figure of the man in black robe, but he did not chase him. He knew that Luo D let him go deliberately. Luo D nodded. "It's quite special. Maybe we will meet again in the future." Lounge number 10. When everything is calm, a man wearing a black mink coat came to the door. He is the owner of this auction house, Nel Jia, nicknamed Yuan Boren. "Hey, trash. I originally wanted to cooperate with you, but now it seems there is no need for it." Inside the house, a man who had been blown to pieces and was lying on the ground was dying, with only some rags left in his gray robe. "But, Haber, I never expected that you are not dead yet. There is a very abrupt black cloth on the edge of Adam's wood." Harper hid underneath, and the black cloth covering him is also very special. It can prevent fire and can withstand a certain degree of explosion. This is why Harper is still alive. Knowing that he had been discovered, Haber crawled out from under the black cloth, scratched his head, and smiled bitterly. "No, I almost died. If, as the owner of this auction house, you are here because of the Adams wood, I can give it to you unconditionally. I just ask you to let me go. His methods have been exhausted. Facing the owner of this auction house, he can only temporarily beg for mercy. But is that really the case? But just then, da-la-da-la, a sound of footsteps approaching from far away came from outside the corridor. Is it already here? Is it already here? The sudden sound of footsteps made Nell Yao's heart skip a beat, and then his face darkened, and he turned and walked towards the door. He might know who it is. In fact, he installed monitoring equipment in all rooms, even these special lounges, so he knew what was happening in every room. As for privacy, this is an island of sin? Who cares about that? Not long ago, Luo Di took away the devil fruit, and Nell Jia also knew about it. Considering that he might also seize the Adams wood, Nelly first asked one of his collaborators, Jetty, to come and deal with Haber and then take away the Adams wood. As a result, unexpectedly, Jetty, a waste, was solved instead. As a last resort, Nair Jia had no choice but to come in person. Now that you're here, let's keep the devil fruit. When he came to the door, Nair Jia saw the two familiar men in black robes, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. But just when he was about to take action, there was a gunshot from behind. Nell, who was unprepared from behind, took the shot. Damn it, Harper! How dare you? Facing Nell's eyes that almost killed him, Haber just smiled disdainfully. Ha! Nell Jia, don't you think about who Lousy is? Lousy worked hard to get this Adam wood, and he will give it to you for free? Don't be kidding, and the bullet left in your body is not an ordinary bullet, but a Hailu stone bullet. Now you feel like you can't use your strength and your abilities can't be activated. This is what happens if you mess with Lousy. Don't worry. This company, I will help you run the auction house. Bang, bang. The sudden applause made Haber frown and subconsciously pointed his gun at the door. He knew there was someone outside, but he didn't know who it was yet. But it shouldn't be a big deal. After all, Nell Jia, the strongest man, has fallen. What should the remaining people have to fear? Wonderful, wonderful. Luo Di kicked the defenseless Nell into the room, then pulled out the underworld and raised his hand to block an incoming bullet. I didn't expect it. It seems I don't need to do anything. Under the influence of his knowledge, the conversation between Nell Jia and Habo didn't escape his ears, which also allowed him to witness this wonderful drama. I have to admit that this Haber does have some tricks up his sleeve, but alas, he was not the protagonist in the end. Luo Di was the one who reaped the benefits. Bang, bang, bang. Before Luo Di could take action, Haber fired several more shots, but without any surprise, Luo Di blocked them all. Habo, it doesn't matter if you trick me, you can't kill that guy. In the end, you can't escape the word death. Besides, Nell Yao was lying on the ground, laughing crazily. And this laughter made Haber a little angry. However, when the last sea-stone bullet in the gun was blocked, he knew that he could not and had no way to get angry. Because his last resort has been exhausted, and I'm afraid he will really have to rely on Nell Shackles next. Nell Jia, I know you hate me, but for now, let's think about how to survive. I'll help you take out the sea tower stone bullet, and we'll talk about the rest later. While he was talking, Haber had already drawn out his dagger and stabbed Nell Yao hard on the shoulder. Damn. Hush, MD. Don't you know how to be gentle? Accompanied by Nell's screams, in just the blink of an eye, Haber had already taken out the bullet, along with a large amount of flesh and blood. How cruel. Luo Di shook his head after seeing this scene. But then he looked at the Hailu stone bullets on the ground, raised the tip of the knife, and shot 2 bullets into Nell's thighs respectively. More screams echoed in the house. Nell Jia's whole body was numb, which made him die immediately. Now, even if all the Hailu stone bullets were taken out, he might not be able to fight. But Haber didn't care about him. He raised his hand and stabbed his left and right legs, and he took out 2 more sea stone bullets. Hurry up and use your abilities. Under Haber's scolding, Nell Yao finally suppressed the pain and directly transformed into a half-animal. The devil fruit he eats is an animal type, a cow fruit, and an antelope form, so he can become an antelope man. It's a pity that his legs are now disabled, and his combat strength is directly reduced by half. But fortunately, he still has a pair of hard and strong horns. Quick, throw me out. Upon hearing this, Haber grabbed Nell's legs without any hesitation, first gathered strength and spun them 3 times, and then violently threw them out. Nell, who was tortured by pain, really hated Habbo. If he could, he really wanted to kill him now, but the current target could only be Luo D. In midair, he found the right direction and stabbed straight towards Luo D with a pair of horns. But Luo D didn't panic at all. The underworld was covered with armor, his hands were filled with the power of Shinigami, and with 2 blessings, he jumped up and slashed down from top to bottom. Huang Quan fell steadily against Nell's scalp, and the pair of horns were cut off. Harper's eyes widened. Nell, Jia didn't know what happened. He just felt a chill on his scalp. When he rushed forward, he seemed to see a pair of sheep corners, and then he hit a wall, and this time he was directly hit. Passed out. Hubber, right? I have to say, you are really ruthless, and it is often people like you who are the most dangerous. Luo Di's cold voice filled Habbo's mind, and before he could say anything more, a huge slash flew towards him. Flying slash. Strong swordsman. Haber left this world with the last trace of shock and unwillingness. Almost at the same moment, the feedback force also poured into Luo Di's body. It's okay, not too strong. Next comes the finishing touches. Luo Di raised his feet and walked to the aisle. Seeing that Huang Quan was about to take away Nell Yao's life, his expression suddenly changed. So strong, who is it? After seeing and hearing this, he felt an unconcealable majestic momentum approaching the auction house quickly. Although the strength of the opponent cannot be clearly determined by seeing and hearing, the aura emerging from the opponent can be easily distinguished. He has never seen that momentum before. In other words, it shouldn't be in West Blue. Is it red hair? Luo Di didn't know, but one thing was certain. He couldn't beat that man. Lafayette, go and bring Adam over here. Lafayette nodded, turned, and walked towards the lounge. Then a cold light flashed across, and with the knife in his hand, Luo Di solved the unconscious Nell Xiao. However, the power was not fed back into his body, but was absorbed by Huang Quan. Under the baptism of that power, Huang Quan's momentum became more and more terrifying. Okay, now it's time to break open this place. Immediately, Huang Quan was covered with a layer of armed color, and Luo Di looked up at the ceiling. Floating life and annihilation slash. Just cut it off with one knife. The 5-meter-long black slash seemed to be able to destroy everything. It penetrated layers of walls continuously, and the gravel followed and rushed to the sky. When it reaches a height of more than 200 meters, it quickly diverges and falls in all directions, showing perfect parabolas. Lafayette, give me the atom tree. We have to leave here quickly. If it's a little later, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave. Another layer of black robe was added to the black robe, and dark smoke clouds surrounded him. Luo Di directly entered the semi-Shinigami transformation, and then he waved his hand to Lafayette. Lafayette didn't hesitate, used his arm strength, and Adam threw it out. Let's go. Luo Di took it and put it on his shoulders, and then used the smoke as a push, and the whole person rushed toward the broken hole above his head. Lafayette followed. Not good. As soon as Luo Di rushed out, a stone the size of a fist suddenly hit him. It was so powerful and so fast that Luo Di didn't catch it at all. Fortunately, there was Adam blocking him, otherwise everyone would have been injured. But he still doesn't feel good. Although the stone was blocked, the remaining force caused him to loosen his hands and fall to the roof. Adamu was first stuck at the entrance of the hole, and then began to fall downward due to inertia. Fortunately, Lafayette came from below and stopped in time, otherwise he would have fallen down again. Something happened up there. Lafayette seemed to feel something, and then used all his strength to push Adam out of the cave. Fortunately this time, no rocks came, and he successfully flew out with Adamu. Captain, what's wrong? Seeing that Luo Di had just climbed up from the roof, Lafayette was surprised. Did something really happen? Since he was always below, he did not see the situation above. Besides, he can't see or hear the color. Get out of the way. Luo Di ignored him and suddenly shouted, "Shave!" With wind at his feet, he almost teleported behind Lafayette. The underworld in his hand was covered with armor, and he quickly slashed out. The next moment, a stone that came quickly was split into two by the sharp sword body, but perhaps because the power attached to it was too strong, the separated stones did not disperse to both sides with Luo Di's subtle strength, but ran straight towards his chest. Armed color hardening. Luo Di reacted naturally very quickly and covered his chest with a weapon color. However, perhaps because the covering was too slow, one stone was blocked, but another one hit his chest. The huge force forced him to fly backwards. When he was about to fall off the roof, his arm-colored left hand just grabbed the eaves. He used the force to reverse in the air and land firmly on the ground. Lafayette, take Adam and leave quickly. Don't hesitate. Looking at Luo Di's firm eyes, Lafitte nodded, flapped his wings, and flew into the sky. At this time, two more stones came quickly in the direction that Lafayette flew away. Damn it! As a last resort, Luo Di could only endure the heartbreaking pain in his chest and kicked his feet, surrounded by smoke. Dang dang. This time Luo Di learned the lesson and did not chop the stone into pieces. Instead, he crossed the underworld and blocked it with his sword. But the force was enough to send him flying backwards 4 to 5 meters. Fortunately, Lafayette had already flown far away, otherwise he might have hit him. Who is it? Luo Di shook his limp hands, expanded his knowledge, fully concentrated his attention, and enhanced his vision. Following the trajectory of the flying stone, Luo Di saw a purple-haired man wearing a purple suit and a marine coat. He is about 3 meters tall and has a burly build. Tom has left some wrinkles on his slightly vicissitudes of face. General, Black Arm Zifa? The moment he saw the attacker clearly, Luo Di was stunned. Why does the general appear here? Came here specifically to catch him? Impossible. Luo Di didn't think he could alarm the general with his current size. Just passing by? No. At this time, Luo Di noticed that Zifa was followed by 2 other Marine generals and nearly 10,000 Marines. Could it be that their purpose is to exterminate? No, Zifa claims not to kill generals. It seems that they want to catch all the pirates here and prepare to destroy this sinful island in one go. I have to say that it is a very bold idea, but if a general is dispatched, it should still be possible. At this time, Zifa's right arm was not injured. Although he was already over 60 years old, his strength might not be as good as other generals. But as the saying goes, even if a tiger is defeated, he still has power. Although his strength has declined, it is not something that ordinary pirates can touch. In short, Luo Di believed that he could not defeat the opponent with his current strength. Moreover, just those 2 stones can hurt him, which shows how big the strength gap between them is. It's better to retreat quickly. Luo Di let out a long sigh, and then the smoke and clouds surrounding him danced, and he flew away into the distance. Want to run? Zifa frowned, took out a sea stone bullet from his pistol, and then threw the bullet out with a whoosh sound. The shooting range of the pistol is about 50 meters, and it is obviously out of reach for shooting from such a long distance. He still ran away. However, Zifa's control of bullets is obviously not as good as that of rocks. In the end, the bullet just missed the corner of Luo Di's black robe and missed the target. It's a pity that I can't catch up. Zifa hates pirates very much, but he can't do anything to prevent Luo Di and Lafayette from escaping. After all, he can't fly. Surround this auction house and don't let any pirates go. However, now is not the time to waste time. Instead of struggling with Luo Di and Lafayette, it is better to catch all the pirates in the auction house before they react. Yes, under the leadership of 2 lieutenant generals, the Marines gradually dispersed outwards and stood around the auction house for 3 full circles. The pitch-black muzzles were all pointed forward. As long as there were pirates coming out, countless rounds of bullets would be waiting for them. However, due to Zifa's request, the bullets were coated with anesthetic, so as long as the pirate was shot once and fell to the ground, there was no need to continue shooting. But for those Marines who hate pirates, will they really listen? Sometimes, even orders from superiors are not worth mentioning in the face of hatred. What's more, there are also many extremists in Marine. Behind a house outside the auction site, Robin leaned against the wall tightly, staring at the circle of Marines and the Marine general, Black Arm Zifa. In fact, she was lucky. After Luo D discovered her, she did not return to the auction house, but ran out directly. This run allowed her to avoid disaster. Gotta get out of here quickly. Robin felt that if she didn't leave the island quickly, she might not be able to escape. Immediately, she turned around and ran quickly towards the coast. Inside the auction house, a man in black suddenly ran up from the background. Costa, who was explaining the auction items passionately, was startled. He frowned and was about to get angry, but the man in black leaned over and whispered a few words. "What Marine?" Costa trembled all over, then swallowed, obviously nervous. "How many? What are here?" "Nearly 10,000. Costa was really scared to death now. "Have you informed the boss?" The man in black paused, looked around, and got closer this time. "Death to him." Costa was really stunned now. He didn't care about the pirates and underground forces waiting to bid outside the venue. He turned around and ran backstage immediately. In fact, this auction house has an underground escape tunnel. After all, this is an island of sin, and no one knows whether it will be attacked by other powerful forces at the next moment. So, as the owner of the auction house, Nair Jiao had a lot of thoughts and had people build underground passages. But it's a pity that Nell never used the shackles even once until his death, and instead gave them to others at a cheap price. For example, as a core member, Costa knew the underground passage, but the key was always carried by Nell. What he has to do now is to quickly find the key. Fortunately, there was a monitoring room, and he also knew where Nell Yao died. Something must have happened. As the leader of the underground intelligence organization, Lesia had a very keen sense of smell. She immediately sensed something was wrong and chased Costa with Princess Mahana, who had just taken the photo. Her movement made the other leaders sitting around her unable to sit still. Follow up. The host of the auction ran away. It's funny to say that he must be hiding something. I'm afraid something big happened, and you didn't even tell us, huh? As the leaders of all forces, they're very sensitive and also very smart. They can understand something fishy with a simple thought. As nearly 20 leaders left the table, the front row suddenly became empty. Chaos and riots broke out at this moment. Some pirates were ready to rush out and take a look. As a result, as soon as he walked to the door, he saw that the hard and heavy alloy door was suddenly punched with an obvious punch mark. Then, punch after punch, until the door was completely blown open. What came into view was a muscular, purple-haired Marine who was more than 3 meters tall. The Marine coat behind him showed that his identity was not simple. Black Arm Zifa. These 4 words appeared in the minds of the leading pirates at the same time. As a pirate, I still know something about Marines' top brass. The general is the existence they fear the most. MD, get out quickly, or Lousy will kill you with a few shots. The pirates in front stopped and did not dare to move forward, blocking the door. The pirates who just followed behind were not aware of the situation in front and insisted on squeezing out. This information gap leads to congestion at the gate. What's worse, someone actually fired a gun. Even if one pirate dies, chaos breaks out again. You guys in the back, if you don't want to die, don't push out. There's a general blocking the door, and there are all Marines outside. The pirate who faced the general couldn't bear it anymore, and his screams of survival resounded throughout the auction house. Some people believed it, others were dubious. Of course, most of them laughed like a taunt. Haha, if you dare make such a joke, don't worry. Lousy will be the first to kill you later. How could a general come here? Many people don't believe it. Pirates are really disgusting existences. Zifa clenched his fists, his face unusually calm, but the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. The group of crazy pirates inside reminded him of his lost family again. What a painful past. Zifa slowly approached, his right hand covered with a layer of armed, domineering energy. What nasty pirate! The pirate who was facing Zifa couldn't stand it all. He jumped on the head of the pirate behind him and fled inward on the head of a famous pirate. Damn it, you dare to step on Lousy's head. I think you are tired of living. With a bang, the pirate was killed instantly. How crazy! Zifa covered his eyes with his left hand, as if he couldn't stand it anymore, and the huge fist in his right hand had already hit a pirate. The huge force caused all the pirates along the way to fall to the ground, and a path was torn open. However, the floor was replaced by a pirate holding down another. Say, Zifa, General, and it was on that road that suddenly appeared that more pirates saw Zifa. Run. This is almost the common thought of those pirates at this time. The auction house has 4 gates: front door, back door, and 2 side doors. Now that the front door was blocked by Zifa, most of the pirates ran towards the side door. When they rushed out of the door, they found that what was waiting for them outside was countless dark muzzles. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous gunshots and the screams of pirates echoed continuously. The pirates behind immediately noticed something was wrong and prepared to run backstage. As a result, upon arrival, they were horrified to find that the heavy door connected to the backstage had been locked. With their current firepower, they can't be open at all. Gee, because of Zifa's presence, they did not dare to stay too long. They could only turn around and rush out from the side door to fight with the group of Marines outside. Only by fighting a bloody road can we escape. However, Zifa's arrival has explained everything. They can't escape. Backstage, rest area. According to the surveillance, Skada finally found Nell's body. Fortunately, the key is still there. After groping for a while, I found a black key. This is also the only key that can open the underground passage. Ooh! Suddenly, there were heavy footsteps behind him. Costa was startled and hurriedly hid the key. This person is TSK. I didn't expect that the owner of this auction is actually dead. One of the mafia, the leader of Griezmer, Yelayan smacked his lips. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. You did it. He took aim at Costa. But Costa shook his head with a sad look on his face. It was 2 men in black robes who appeared out of nowhere. Not only that, they also took away the devil fruit and Adam's wood. If you don't believe it, you can go to the monitoring room to check. There are images there. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent. The thing they want to buy has been taken away, but they're still sitting stupidly in the auction house waiting. Costa seemed to be afraid that they wouldn't believe it and pointed to the big hole in his head. This was also caused by the 2 men in black robes trying to escape. Let me tell you something more. There are nearly 10,000 Marines outside, and they are led by Marine General Black Arm Zifa. The only way we can escape is through the underground passage, which leads directly to the port. Costa had little fighting power, so in order to escape safely, he told everything he knew. The next day, the island of Sin, Zay-Sifferland. What happened on the island was announced one by one. The general of Marine headquarters, Black Arm Zifa, personally took action, and the Marine led by him arrested tens of thousands of pirates. On this day, the number of pirates in the entire West Blue was almost halved, and the Sin Island was no longer sinful. The only pity is that several underground leaders and the notorious pirates were not caught. But even this is enough to make the sea shake. Black Arm Zifa's name is heard everywhere again. Especially for people in West Blue, this is undoubtedly a big earthquake. Ordinary civilians rushed to leave, and a festive atmosphere lingered in various small towns. In contrast, pirates are all in danger of being targeted by Marine. Some unknown sea area. Aboard the Bloody Rose, Lesia looked at Mayhanna respectfully. Your Highness, I'm very sorry that I have to rescue you now. Mayhanna held her hand, her words full of gratitude. It's okay. If it weren't for you, I would have been persecuted by others now. Lesia shook her head slightly, and then her expression turned solemn. Your Highness, do you know who captured you? In fact, Mayhanna was kidnapped a month ago, and Lesia was almost anxious at that time. Mayhanna is not only a princess, but also Lesia's best childhood playmate. No, I was in a coma at the time. When I woke up, I was locked up. The same person brought me food every day. Other than that, I never saw anyone else. Mahana lowered her head, her face full of confusion. At this moment, the inspector on the observation deck suddenly exclaimed, "Lady Lesia, there is a medium-sized pirate ship ahead. Do you want to sink it?" Lesia paused, then looked at Mahana and Kaido. "Need not. Mahana is a very gentle and pure person, and Lesia tries her best not to cause killing in front of her." The sea breeze blows. When the two ships passed each other, Lesia's pupils shrank sharply. "That's Adamu on the boat, and those people are members of the Shinigami pirates." Fortunately, everything was fine and no one started a fight. Lesia leaned against the side of the ship and looked at the medium-sized pirate ship that was gradually moving away, her accelerated heartbeat still not weakening. Shinigami Luo D is indeed not dead. The Atoms would know. I'm afraid even the two demons may be in their hands, but on a medium-sized pirate ship going in the opposite direction. Luo D crossed his legs and played with the devil fruit in his hand. The sea breeze blowing in my face flipped through the devil fruit illustrations on the table, making a rustling sound. This one should be the paramecia fruit. It was originally obtained by Capone Becky, but now it seems that it was intercepted by me. As for the other one, Luo D didn't know either. There was no record of it in the devil fruit illustrated book. Now, Winnie and Aiko are the only ones on the ship who have not eaten devil fruits. However, only those with strong physiques can exert its maximum effect on the fortified fruit, and it is not suitable for girls to eat. As for the other one, let alone mention it. I don't even know my abilities. Therefore, Luo D planned to store it for the time being. Maybe it could be used someday. As for the ship, just now. Luo D also didn't expect that he would meet the woman who had traded information on this vast sea, and it seemed that her name was Lisha. The purpose of her going to Cipherland Island seemed to be to rescue the princess named Mayahana. But this has nothing to do with Luo D. Next, he may stay silent in West Blue for a long time, and he may have contact with some important underground intelligence organizations. Just like the Bloody Rose. Time flies by like a white horse. 6 years have passed in a blink of an eye, and many major events have happened during this period. In the year 1513 of the Hainan calendar, the marine training ship led by Zifa was attacked by pirates. All the students except Ein and Binz were killed, and his right arm was also severely injured. In the year 1514 of the Apostolic calendar, a world conference was held in the Holy Land of Mariajoya, and the world government recognized Monkey D. Dragon as the most vicious criminal in the world. In the year 1516 of the Hainan calendar, Shanks shocked the world by becoming one of the 4 emperors. At this point, a delicate balance was reached between the 4 emperors, Shichibukai and Marine. In the year 1517 of the Hainan calendar, a young man named Ace was born and made headlines many times. The year 1518 of the Haiyuan calendar is now. Since West Blue began 6 years ago, a large number of pirates have died almost every year. No one knows who did it, so this incident has been widely circulated in the West Blue pirate community. It also gave rise to many taboos and strange stories. For example, don't sail on the sea at night, otherwise you will be robbed by ghosts. For another example, after landing on the island, be sure not to rob in public, otherwise the ghost will follow you in the dark. Weird stories like this abound. Some people have tried to explore the reasons, but no one can come up with the answer, because they are all dead. Is it so scary? Luo D looked at the 2 or 3 taboos on the West Blue pirates compiled by someone unknown and felt a little dumbfounded. Isn't it just killing some pirates? It's not that scary, right? It seems that the captain has no self-awareness at all. Nowadays, any pirate with a bounty of tens of millions is not in danger. I am afraid that you will go to find them. There are even pirates who are so scared that they run away to the Grand Line. There it's 100 times more dangerous than here. Lafayette, who had just finished training, wiped the sweat from his forehead. After 6 years of training, he had mastered the skills of using armed colors. As for seeing, hearing, and color, not everyone could do it. Speaking of which, Captain, it's time for us to set off for the Grand Line, right? Luo D nodded and murmured to himself. Yes, soon. 6 years, time flies really fast. 4 years plus 6 years. It has been 10 years since Luo Di came to this world. 6 years ago, he was able to defeat Marine Lieutenant General, but after a brief battle with Marine General Zifa, he knew that there was an absolute strength gap between him and the general. But now, after 6 years of training, his weapon color has improved greatly from being simply attached and hardened to being wrapped around the weapon. In the end, it is like invisible armor, which allows the domineering energy that cannot be used in other parts to flow and gather in one part, thus increasing the thickness of the armament. From the performance point of view, it is like putting an invisible glove on the fist. This is the high-end weapon color. Of course, Ryu Sakura is the Wano country's name for armed colors, and what Luo Di knows now is high-level Ryu Sakura. In addition, there is also the top weapon color, which is to make the domineering energy surrounding you reach the inside of the enemy, destroy from the inside, and exert more powerful power. However, Luo Di has not yet reached this level. It's actually very simple to learn, as long as you can resist Kaido-sensei's stick. In addition to the weapon color, Luo Di's knowledge color has also been enhanced a lot. From originally covering half of the country to now covering an entire island. The only pity is that he still has no understanding of high-level vision, foreseeing the future. Maybe he needs to find tutor ka air for tutoring, otherwise it will be difficult to make progress. As for Conqueror's Haki, he had been unable to control it before, and it would even affect his own people. After 6 years of hard training, he is now able to accurately control the range and power of Conqueror's Haki. It can also be released individually for a specific person. However, he doesn't have much understanding of Conqueror's entanglement after Conqueror's domineering materialization. I'm afraid he will have to trouble Mr. Kaido about this. It is worth mentioning that his Conqueror's is very powerful, which may be related to the fact that he comes from another world. Moreover, there is still a part of the devil fruit's power in his soul. When that part of power interacts with the soul in some way, it will release a kind of soul pressure. This power can also strengthen his conquerors. It is impossible to estimate where it will reach in the future. In addition to the 3 types of domineering power, Luo Di's physique has also been improved to an extremely terrifying level. If there is any reference, he may have reached the level of a general. In fact, this was all thanks to the group of Poseidons in Windless Belt. Otherwise, he might not have been able to improve so quickly. As for pirates, he might kill some at first, but later on, he found that killing Poseidons improved his physique faster, so he naturally had no interest in pirates. To talk about this Poseidon category, we have to mention the Windless Zone. There are 4 sea areas in this world, which are separated by the Red Earth continent and the Great Sea route perpendicular to the Red Earth continent. And between the 4 seas and the Great Sea route, there are 2 extremely wide windless belts. For years ago, Luo Di happened to drift into the windless zone on the Shinigami Maid of Adamswood. What follows is a period of happy practice. In the first 2 years, Luo Di has been using the underworld to kill Poseidons, absorbing the power fed back to him, and improving his physical fitness. Later, his body became stronger and stronger. Even if the demon clone was released and his strength was reduced by half, he could kill a Poseidon with 1 punch. As for swordsmanship, not to mention, with knowledge and armament, even without the power of the devil fruit, he is still a veritable swordsman and can be said to be a top swordsman. However, there is still a long way to go before becoming a great swordsman. If he didn't fight against those real great swordsmen, such as Hawkeye and Red Hair, Luo Di might not be able to take that step. In the past 6 years, if there is anything that Luo Di has improved the most, it is the development of devil fruits. Because the power of a Shinigami fruit is divided into 2, most of it exists in the body, and the other part resides in the soul. As for that part of the soul that is completely integrated with Luo Di, he can achieve twice the result with half the effort if he develops it. Just half a year ago, that part of the fruit power successfully awakened. This also caused a chain reaction. Because the origin is one, the fruit power in Luo Di's body is also slowly awakening. I believe that in less than a year, the entire fruit will be fully awakened. At that time, his strength will reach an extremely terrifying level. The most terrifying thing about the awakening of the fruit is the qualitative change. If Luo Di hadn't awakened before, he could only cut off the vitality of his body. Then after awakening, he can cut off the soul. When the whole fruit awakens, he can even control those souls. Except for Luo Di itself. The other crew members of the Shinigami Pirates have also improved greatly. Lafayette is able to skillfully use armament haki, and hypnosis can even affect the perception of others, making it difficult for people to detect his existence. He is also a swordsman himself, and his swordsmanship has been further improved under Luo Di's training. The only pity is that although Lafayette has amazing perception, he cannot see and hear. Simonton, who knew how to use armed colors 6 years ago, is now able to wrap the armed colors around his feathers, which is extremely powerful. Aiko, under the guidance of Smanton, has become proficient in using armed colors, but due to physical reasons, he is not good at it and can only harden the armed colors of his hands. However, after a near-death fight 2 years ago, she successfully awakened the color of perception. This may be her talent. A year ago, possessing 2 types of domineering power, she successfully cut through steel with her own strength, and now she is even able to unleash flying slashes. Although it's small, it's cute. Well, it's pretty powerful. As for Winnie, how can I put it this way? Luo Di always felt that she could sense things because her perception of other people was extremely sensitive, even worse than Luo Di's. But every time Winnie shook her head and denied it without saying why. Putting this aside for the moment, Luo Di discovered that Winnie was really a vase. She couldn't learn armed colors at all. Her physical strength was not even comparable to that of Aiko. When it came to fighting, she had barely learned some fighting skills in 6 years, but she was still a 5 fighter. Scum. The only advantage is probably her good cooking skills. It seems that she can only be a cook and maid on the ship in the future. But should I give this devil fruit to her? Luo Di took out an extremely strange devil fruit from a box. It was made of multiple colors intertwined, and the lines on its surface formed faces that were either smiling, crying, angry, or crazy. Weird and strange, a very strange fruit. Forget it, just give it to Winnie. There's no use keeping it anyway. Thinking of this, Luo Di slowly stood up while holding the fruit. Winnie, come here, give it to you. Winnie, who was cleaning the room, stopped. At the age of 21, she is already slim and tall, with a height of 1.77 meters, a gentle and beautiful face with a hint of charm, and pink hair grown to her waist. Even wearing a long white dress could not hide her exquisite figure. Isn't this a devil fruit? Why should you give it to me? Winnie looked at the strange fruit, and then looked at Luo Di strangely. Have eaten. Although Luo Di is only 16 years old, he is already 1.8 meters tall and can almost be at level with Winnie when they look at each other. Do you really want to eat it? Okay. Winnie's expression changed slightly, but seeing Luo Di's unyielding look, she had no choice but to grit her teeth, close her eyes, and bite into it. Well, it was terrible. Winnie couldn't describe the taste. She just felt that she might not be able to eat for 3 days. After eating, don't leave a bite behind. Luo Di stared at her closely, his face expressionless, but he was already smiling in his heart. In response, Winnie could only show a bitter look on her face and eat it 1 bite at a time. 5 minutes later, seeing her expression softening slightly, Luo Di asked curiously, "How does it feel?" Winnie closed her eyes slightly, and after a long while, she spoke slowly. I seem to be able to change other people's emotions, and I seem to be able to absorb other people's emotions. Luo Di's pupils shrank, a little unbelievable. What kind of fruit is this? Change mood? Emotional fruit? Never heard of it either. In short, Winnie got a pretty good fruit. However, because the fruit has just been obtained, the impact on emotions is not great. Luo Di asked Winnie to give him an exciting emotion, but he only felt his heart beat slightly faster. Although there was a little excitement, it was really not much. Maybe he is too strong. Of course, this is also related to the development of Winnie's fruit. But with Winnie's physical strength, can she develop the fruit thoroughly? Luo Di was a little skeptical, because the development of fruits requires a lot of physical effort. For example, to develop a skill, you not only have to conceive it in your mind, but you also have to perform it. The construction is a structuring process. This process can be compared to building a house, which requires a lot of physical strength. But with Winnie's physical strength, hey, let's talk about it. As for the fortified city fruit, Luo Di gave it to Audrey, the strongest warrior of Elbaf, a few years ago. Elbaf is a giant nation in West Blue. Although it is not as good as the world's most powerful country in the New World, Elbaf, its overall strength is pretty good. For example, the San Juan wolf, who is imprisoned in the 6th floor of the deep-sea Great Prison, is from Elbaf. Elbaf is very famous in West Blue and is one of the most powerful countries. Basically, no force dares to provoke them. What a coincidence! One day about 3 years ago, Luo Di accidentally wandered to Elbafu. After that, there was a big war. There is no doubt that Luo Di finally defeated several powerful giants recognized by this country, because the giants all worship the strong. So after being defeated by Luo Di, 10 powerful giant warriors headed by the first warrior Audrey joined Luo Di's Shinigami pirates. Luo Di also gave the fortress fruit to Audrey. To be honest, Luo Di thought that the combination of giants and city fruits was outrageous. The physical fitness of the giants is frighteningly high, and they can maximize the power of the fortified city. Moreover, people who eat the fortress fruit can also deploy everything, including themselves and their bodies. Just like a castle, all objects entering the body will become smaller, and they will return to their original state after leaving the scope of their abilities. During the battle, the giant instantly summoned dozens of giants. Don't let the scene be too scary. However, the giant city pirates led by Audrey set out to sea a month ago, and they also have their goals. But one thing cannot be changed: they still belong to Luo Di. Moreover, they also have the pirate flag of the Shinigami pirates on their ship. Every time they fight with other pirate groups or marines, they will say, "We are the Megacity Pirates under the Shinigami Pirates." In the past month, Luo Di has also seen them in newspapers many times. Of course, the Shinigami Pirates have also begun to return to people's attention. As for whether Shinigami Rodi is dead or not, no one has verified this. But Audrey, the captain of the Megacity Pirates, once left these words to a great pirate who spoke rudely to Luo Di. Captain Luo Di will eventually arrive at the Great Route. We will take the lead and fight for him in all directions. Anyone who dares to insult Captain Luo Di will die. After that, the big pirate who was still famous in the first half of the Grand Line was killed instantly. Audrey is really... Luo Di walked out of the room, holding the newspaper Winnie had just given him, with a look of helplessness on his face. This is the newspaper that flew in yesterday. It says about the great deeds Audrey has done, and his bounty has soared to 50 million Baileys. Aiko, who had just finished exercising, rushed to Luo Di with a swish and raised her hand to take the newspaper. Well, sure enough, Uncle Audrey did something big again, and he also exposed Brother Luo Di. I will definitely give him a good beating next time I see him. 15-year-old Aiko is already 1.7 meters tall. Her slightly curly blonde hair is tied into a pair of ponytails that can speed up her attack. Her legs are round and slender. They have a healthy wheat color and are strong and resilient due to long-term exercise. The only flaw might be the pair of A's on her chest. At this time, Aiko Xiaoqiong, who was reading the newspaper, had a slightly wrinkled nose and slightly bulging cheeks. It could be seen that she was a little angry. In 6 years, Aiko has gone out of the shadow of her childhood, becoming more lively and playful, but also more and more clingy. Brother Luo Di, when are we going to set off? Let me tell you, I'm so powerful now. I'll definitely be able to beat Uncle Audrey away. He always bullied me before, Luo Di glanced at her. She was very cute, even though she was small. We can set off after Leisha's record pointer is sent over. The record pointer is a must-have item to enter the Grand Route, otherwise it will be difficult to move forward. Entering New World will use the record pointer of 3 pointers, but Luo D will not use it yet. As for Lesia, the reason why Luo D interacted with her was mainly because of intelligence. Later, because the pirate groups that Luo D accidentally destroyed were the main culprits in destroying the kingdom of Tahisha, Lesia merged the Blood Rose into the Shinigami pirate group. Luo D also helped her unify the underground intelligence organization. As for the Mafia, Luo D did not touch them. Sometimes, healthy competition is necessary. Not to mention that the Mafia will provide Bloody Rose with a large amount of intelligence funds, and Luo D is also a beneficiary of the change of direction. Record pointer? It seems that Sister Lesia said yesterday that she would send it over today. Aiko patted her head and suddenly thought of what Lesia told her last night. That'll do. Luo D nodded. He couldn't wait for the Grand Route. But there was one thing he had to do before leaving. He had to go to the Kingdom of Flowers first. He has never forgotten that slap 6 years ago. Holden, are you ready? Lafayette set sail for the Kingdom of Flowers. Luo D's voice shocked Lafayette, and then he lowered his hat and raised a strange smile on his face. Yes, the captain finally took action. It's time for him to seek revenge from Katz, the leader of Debeo Navy, and Kanaji, the leader of Sambo Navy. At this time, Smanton came over playing with the dice, pushed up his glasses, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. Lafayette, don't think that I don't know what you are thinking, but don't forget that I also have a share, one for each of you when the time comes. Lafayette turned his cane and shrugged helplessly. Okay, let's take one each. Simonton nodded, then turned and left. Set the ship quickly. The captain may not be able to wait any longer. The moment the Shinigami set sail, Luo D took out the phone bug. Hey, Lisha, we're going to the Kingdom of Flowers now. If we record the pointer, the coastal waters of the Kingdom of Flowers. A medium-sized pirate ship nearly 50 meters long was approaching quickly. The flag intertwined with sickles and black swords swayed in the wind. And at the main gate port of the Kingdom of Flowers. Today is something special. It is the day when the Kingdom of Flowers surrenders its heavenly gold. There is only one huge government marine escort ship and 5 escort warships docked on the coast. Other merchant ships and civilian ships were dispersed to other coasts. On the harbor, a marine was carrying huge boxes. What these boxes contain is the heavenly gold that the Kingdom of Flowers paid tribute to the celestial dragons. The officer in charge of the escort was named Mikey, a lieutenant general from the Marine headquarters. 6 years ago, he followed Zifa to capture the pirates on the Sinful Island. Lieutenant General Mikey, what's inside is the devil fruit. The current king of the Kingdom of Flowers, Marasti I. Gill, handed a locked black box to Mikey. Well, Colonel Rappa, put it in that special box. Mikey glanced at the black box and threw it to the young general following him. Yes, Lieutenant General Mackey. Lapa took it and without stopping at all, turned around and walked towards the boat. King Gill, let's go then. When all the boxes were escorted onto the ship, Mikey knew it was time to set off. But when he got on the boat, he took another look at the tall young man standing next to Jill. He has a thick-build brown skin, messy dark brown short hair, a tattoo of the number 13 on his left abdomen, and holds a guan dao with a ring in his hand. Very strong, this was the intuitive feeling he gave Mikey. It seems that this flower country also has hidden dragons and crouching tigers. When the frigate and 5 warships left the port, Mikey couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, Colonel Rappa suddenly ran over in a hurry. My Lieutenant General Maichi, no, there's a pirate ship coming ahead. Mikey frowned slightly, put his hands behind his back, and scolded. Isn't it just a pirate ship? Why are you so panicked? Give the order immediately to sink it. Lapa did not act, but took out a newspaper and handed it to him. Lieutenant General Mackey, you should have read this newspaper, right? Well, the giant city pirates are quite famous. Sooner or later, I will arrest them. Look at the pirate flag above. It is said to be the pirate flag of the Shinigami pirates, and the pirate flag of the pirate ship in front of us is this. TSK. Mikey threw the newspaper aside, his face full of disdain. The Shinigami pirates died 6 years ago. The remnants of the Shinigami pirates also perished with the sacrifice of Vice Admiral Vika. The Shinigami pirates above are just a group of fanatical followers. Go and kill them. Sink. In fact, 6 years ago, the headquarters sent Lieutenant General Vikar to destroy the Shinigami pirates, but later Lieutenant General Vikar disappeared. Only West Blue's 109th branch reported Vice Admiral Vika's last message to pursue the remaining crew members of the Shinigami pirates. But since then, the Shinigami pirates have also disappeared along with Vice Admiral Vika. The Marine headquarters speculated that Vice Admiral Vika sacrificed himself and perished with the entire Shinigami pirates. At this point, the matter is over. The Shinigami pirates gradually faded out of people's sight because they did not appear again. Until a month ago, the Megaho pirates said that they were a pirate group under the Shinigami pirates. A few days ago, he even said that Shinigami Luo D was still alive. How is this possible? 6 years. Can a pirate group be silent for 6 years? It's as ridiculous as a dog not eating shit anymore. Therefore, Mikey does not believe that the Shinigami pirates still exist. What you see in front of you is just the remnants of the Shinigami pirates 6 years ago. Just a bunch of damn fakes. Fire. On the bow of the ship, Mikey commanded his Marines. The 5 warships surrounding the convoy opened fire. In an instant, dozens of shells flew out of the dark muzzle and shot straight towards the Shinigami. Jue Yuen Feiyu. On the bow of the Shinigami, Smanton's right hand turned into a huge wing. The moment it flapped, dozens of brown feathers entwined with armed domineering energy penetrated the cannonballs like meteors. But everything was not over yet. The feathers did not stop there, but rushed straight to the forts along the path of the cannonballs. Bang! Dozens of forts were destroyed instantly. Smanton, is it true that you won't go bald if you use your feathers like this? On the side, Lafayette pressed his hat, with a hint of ridicule in his words. Simonton snorted coldly, but his words could not conceal his pride. Captain Luo D said that they're the higher level of development of devil fruit. So, I have never stopped developing the fruit in the past 6 years. Although it has not reached the so-called awakening level, it can achieve the high-speed regeneration of feathers. What you call baldness is impossible. Lafayette smiled softly. It's just a joke, let's go. It's time to go over and kill them. Smanton nodded, and then the two of them entered the human-animal form, flapped their wings, and rushed towards Marine. Luo D sat on a chair and stared at the fluttering flag on the escort ship. Those are the hooves of the Tianxiang dragon, the symbol of the Tianlong people. It seems that this ship should be an escort ship escorting the heavenly gold. Heavenly gold? Maybe there is a devil fruit. It seems I have to go there too. Originally, Luo D didn't plan to do it himself. But if that is heavenly gold, that's not a bad idea. Other side, seeing that his subordinate Marine only fired one shot and then made no more noise, Mikey suddenly said angrily, "Hurry up and fire. Don't you hear me?" At this moment, Colonel Rappa suddenly took out his pistol and shot Mikey on the other side. Mikey, who was unprepared, was frightened, and when he came to his senses, his eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at Lappa with fear and anger. "Lappa, if you don't give me a reason—" Before he finished speaking, a strange voice came to his ears. "Stop screaming. Your cannons can no longer fire. And then, like those cannons, you will no longer be able to make a sound." Mikey turned his head stiffly, and what he saw was a tall, thin man wearing a black hat and pale skin. In his hand was a black cane. Shave. Knowing that the person coming was evil, Mikey reacted instantly, and he flashed behind Lafayette, then pulled out the toothed knife from his waist and slashed out quickly. Clang! A gust of air flew over at just the right moment, shaking the toothed knife away from its original trajectory, and Mikey cut the whole thing in the air. "Captain Luo D?" Lafayette was slightly startled. That attack was indeed sent by Luo D, but his purpose was not to prevent Mikey from hurting Lafayette, but to prevent Lafayette from accidentally clicking Mikey. Luo D, jumped up to Lafayette's side, asked him if he has a devil fruit. Lafayette nodded. Yes. And this brief conversation was all heard by Mikey, who had just stabilized his body. Hey, let me tell you, are you really okay chatting like this in front of me? Lapa, shoot them. However, Lafayette shook his head. He had other ideas. In the first half of the Grand Line, Paradise, there are all kinds of new pirates wreaking havoc, and in the second half, New World, the four emperors stand in unison. It's not easy for the Marine headquarters to be caught in the middle. Although the Shichibukai has brought all forces to a certain delicate balance now, the Shichibukai are not restless. Marine does not have any extra generals to send us to take care of us. What's more, we are still in West Blue. After saying this, he paused slightly and then added another sentence. Of course, if the world government wants to take care of it, Marine headquarters will have to send a general to deal with it, but the probability is very small. I have to say, Lafayette is really smart. The analysis is also very good. Luo D clapped his hands, agreeing with Lafayette's statement. Okay, no matter what the Marine headquarters and the world's government think, we should first resolve the matter in the Kingdom of Flowers. After all, that is our original goal. Then he came to the stern deck and looked back from a distance. There seemed to be a row of people standing at the port. One of them seemed to have noticed something was wrong here and was observing with a telescope. Like to peek, Luo D pulled out Huang Quan and hit a flata casually. Immediately afterwards, a flying slash more than 10 meters wide moved forward at high speed against the sea level. In the sight of the group of people at the port, they only saw a long black light that was getting closer, until the momentum gets louder and the momentum becomes more terrifying. Get down quickly. Kai-E was the first to notice the terrifying, murderous intention contained in the light, and he made a prompt decision and immediately threw King Gil to the ground. On the other side, Deputy Pillar Liang Buwu also reacted very quickly. While lying down, he also pulled down several people who were closer. Of course, not everyone can respond in time. Several ministers were penetrated by the light. Until the moment of death, they don't know that their upper and lower bodies have branched out. Gil, who was lying on the ground, suddenly felt a stream of heat splashing on his face. He subconsciously reached out and touched it. When he saw what it was, his pupils shrank sharply and his hands trembled slightly. Blood. Turning his head again, he saw a familiar minister again. However, at this time, only the upper body of the minister was left. His eyes were wide open, and he could not rest in peace. And that blood came from this minister. In an instant, screams resounded throughout the sea. Kai-E frowned and used his right foot to lift the frightened Gil onto Buwu's shoulder. Abu, please take His Majesty Gil out of here first, and notify the other pillars to come over quickly. That flying slash just now was a flying slash that only a swordsman could perform, and the size and power of that slash meant that the attacker must be a top swordsman. Kai knew that before he awakened the power in the blood that the old man Qingjiao said, he would not be able to defeat the swordsman. However, this battle cannot be avoided. Yes, Leader Kai-E, be careful too. Now, Kai-E is no longer Buwu's eldest brother, but the leader. As a subordinate, General Bu carried out Kai-Yi's orders unconditionally. TSK, the captain really gave him a blow as soon as he came up. I wonder if they will run away because of fear. Simonton played with the dice in his hand, with a hint of ridicule in his words. We've basically finished running, and there's only one person left at the port. He has a 13 tattoo on his body, so he should be a pillar. Lafayette put down his telescope and talked about the situation in the port. Don't worry, all the pillars will come later. Let's go, it's time for us to set off. Under the circumstances, the conversation between Kai-E and Abu did not escape Luo D's ears. He knows everything. 10 minutes later, Kai-E looked at the approaching Shinigami, and the strength of his hand holding the sword gradually increased. Veins popped out on his forehead, and his face was stained with anger. That flag, the Shinigami pirates, the culprit that kills green peppers. Qingjiao once said that as a leader, one cannot be emotional, but he couldn't do that. Bang! The excessive anger made Kai burst out with a strange power. The ground seemed unable to withstand the power, cracking rapidly in all directions like a spiderweb. Martial heel. Suddenly, Kai's body rose into the air, reversed in the air, and his right foot that fell heavily was covered with a thick layer of military color. His target was Luo Di at the bow of the ship. Even after 6 years, that face has changed a lot, but Kai, who has read the newspaper countless times, will never forget that he is Shinigami Luo Di. Armed colors also have strengths and weaknesses. Today I will show you what the absolute gap is. Luo Di's face was calm, and he concentrated all his domineering energy on his right fist, forming an invisible armor, but the power was difficult to conceal. High-end armed color domineering. Luo Di raised his right hand and lightly punched the front. Buzz! Before Kai came into contact with Luo Di, he was knocked away by an extremely arrogant and powerful force. How is that possible? What kind of power is that? Kai's face was full of disbelief as his body continued to retreat. His right leg, which was wrapped in military colors, was actually experiencing bursts of heartbreaking pain. Weapon colors disabled? Or is the gap too big? As his body passed through the houses, there was confusion in his mind. Simonton pushed up his glasses, his eyes full of shock. Is that what the captain said? A high-level armed color? It can actually knock people away from the air. Lafayette turned his cane unconsciously and muttered to himself. It's not that it's in the air, it's that the armed colors are superimposed to a certain thickness, but we can't see it. However, ordinary people can't understand it at all, and the requirements for their own domineering reserves are also very high. At this time, Luo Di pointed to the main gate of the Kingdom of Flowers that was connected to the port, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Don't you still want to take revenge? Just wait at that gate. They should be coming out soon. Lafayette and Smanton looked at each other, not doubting what Luo Di said, and spread their wings and flew over. As soon as the two of them walked away with their front legs, Aiko came over from nowhere. Brother Luo Di, I have to participate this time. Don't even think about leaving me behind. In the past, Luo Di rarely let her participate in battles because she was not strong enough. But now, with two kinds of domineering power, her strength is far better than before. What's more, when she came out, Winnie gave her an excitement buff, and she almost couldn't help but fight. Well, Luo Di nodded helplessly. Just when Aiko was about to rush out, Luo Di's voice came over again. Wait, do you want to try that? Aiko paused, turned her smart eyes twice, and finally shook her head. It's better not to use it. I don't want to destroy this country. After saying that, Chuefeng and Fei Xue were all unsheathed, and her figure quickly passed by, using the shaver in the Marine 6 style. Bang bang. Guns fired but missed. Just when Colonel Rappa was about to fire again, he was horrified to find that a dark cane suddenly appeared in his field of vision. The next moment, the tightly held pistol was lifted away by a huge force. Then, in another blink of an eye, Lafayette was already in front of him, and he seemed to be silently reciting a countdown. 1, 2, 3. When 3 fell, Lapa felt his consciousness gradually blur. His eyes gradually lost their luster, and he stood there blankly like a robot. Waste! Mikey cursed secretly and quickly retreated with shaver while taking out the phone bug. Baloo baloo. Almost as soon as he typed, he was connected. Hey, get all the Marines to come to the escort ship. However, the other party burst out laughing. Haha, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't get through without Marine beep. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone was hung up. But it was this short sentence that made Mikey understand everything. Damn it. Have other warships been captured? How is this possible? Maichi did not believe in evil and tried to contact the generals of other warships. But without exception, the voices that came from inside were those familiar to him. What made his hair stand on end was that Lafayette had already followed. Where are you going? Damn it. Mikey had never felt so embarrassed. Are these people really the Shinigami pirates? At this time, even he had to start to doubt. It's useless to think about anything. You can't escape, just like Marines on other warships. Lafayette pulled out his cane sword, and the armor color was instantly covered. He stabbed it lightly, but it missed the target. "Hey, is this the moonwalk that the captain said? It can indeed fly, but unfortunately, it's only temporary, and I can fly forever." Seeing Mikey stepping on the moonwalk and preparing to escape, Lafayette quickly chased after him with wings on his back. As expected, he is a devil fruit user, so troublesome. Mikey frowned, then suddenly turned around and kicked out with his right foot. Lan Jiao! The air was swept away by huge force, and the vacuum slash burst out and struck towards Lafayette. Quickly cut with one word. Lafayette's body flashed, and even in the air, the sudden burst of speed was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Pooh! When he sheathed his sword again, Mikey's right leg had fallen into the sea. Blood spurted out in an instant, and his body fell rapidly because he could not use moonwalk. At this time, Lafayette flapped his wings and flew across quickly, kicking him onto the escort ship. "TSK, I passed out." Luo Di looked at Mikey, who was parked at his feet, and shook his head slightly. Then he looked at Lafayette, who had just fallen. "This is the case. Can it be hypnosis?" Lafayette shook his head. "Severe pain will make him extremely emotionally unstable." Luo Di spread his hands. "Okay, then ask the Marine colonel who is hypnosis. This guy doesn't need to live anymore." With that said, Luo Di kicked him into the sea. Mikey, who was almost losing consciousness, felt that his body was sinking. There are indeed devil fruits. Luo Di took out the black box from the special password box. Fortunately, the colonel named Lop knew the password of the box. Otherwise, he might not have been able to open it so easily. This box is very special. It not only has a layer of sea stone, but also a layer of extremely special metal. In short, it is very hard. Feel the special atmosphere coming from the black box. Luo Di was sure that the devil fruit was inside. Putting it away, he looked at the large treasure chests filling the warehouse. There are some special collections in gold and silver jewelry inside. Of course, Bailey also has them, but they are relatively small. After all, the Tianlong people have no other passion for Bailey. As a world noble, they don't lack Pelé at all, and devil fruit may be what they are most interested in. Of course, they will not eat it themselves. First of all, the flaws of devil fruit are very obvious. Secondly, they always think that they are extremely noble and devil fruit will stain their blood. Finally, devil fruit is really unpalatable. They usually reward slaves with the devil fruit they obtain. If the fruit has interesting abilities, then those slaves may live longer, but in the end they still cannot escape death. Needless to say, they may have contributed to the Devil Fruit Illustrated book. After all, without their bad taste, where would they be able to find so many devil fruits to observe and study? TSK, these celestial dragons really know how to enjoy it. Lafayette moved heavy treasure boxes one by one and secretly smacked his lips. At this time, Smanton also came over. He has already eliminated all the Marines on the 5 warships. "Captain Luo Di, I found these things on those warships." Smanton handed the fainted small telephone bugs to Luo Di. It's very small and has a strange device on its back. "This is a surveillance phone bug." Luo Di frowned slightly, then looked up at the wall and ceiling. Sure enough, there are also surveillance bugs here, and there are more of them, one in each of the 4 corners. It seems that escorting the escort ship of Tianshangjian is not that simple. Whoever robs Tianshangjian will be recorded, unless the person who plundered has special knowledge of these escort ships and has the means to interfere with the monitoring of phone bugs. "Oh," Luo Di sneered. It seemed that the Marine headquarters might already know about his robbery of heavenly gold. No matter what, sooner or later we have to confront the world government. It's just that it's a little earlier. "Captain, what's wrong?" "No, that's a surveillance phone bug." After sending the last box of heavenly gold back to the Shinigami, Lafayette came back again. Seeing Luo Di looking at the ceiling, he suddenly felt a little confused. However, when he saw the phone bugs in the corner, he understood instantly. Yes, as you can see, the image of us seizing the gold in the sky has probably been fed back to the Marine headquarters. Luo Di casually dropped the phone bug on the ground, flicked his fingers, and the phone bug in the corner was instantly destroyed. It turns out it's used for surveillance. Simonton didn't know much about phone bugs, so he realized it at this time. Then he looked at Luo D again. Captain, looting gold from the sky is a big deal. It's better not to expose it. If it is exposed, I'm afraid it will directly attract the attention of the Marine headquarters and even the world's government. What's worse, I'm afraid a general will be dispatched. In fact, his analysis is not unreasonable. Looting the heavenly gold prepared by a country in advance may not do much, and only that country will suffer. However, for someone like Luo D to directly plunder the Marine escort ship sent by the world government to escort the heavenly gold, that is no longer a concept. This is simply a slap in the face of Marine and the world government. What's more, these Marines were all killed. If it is reported in the news again, it will really be a battle between weapons, because there is so much at stake in heavenly gold. It is also rare for the pillars of the pirate force under the flower flag to gather together. Of course, some of the pillars of the pirate force did not arrive due to some special tasks. But even so, there are now 5 pillars gathered together. First of all, Kai E, the pillar of the 3rd generation of Babao Navy 10, is being pushed to the ground and rubbed by Luo D at the port. The remaining 4 pillars gathered at a bar at the main gate of the Kingdom of Flowers, drinking. They are Katz, the pillar of the Dabao Navy, Holden, the pillar of the Urbao Navy, Kanergi, the pillar of the Sambo Navy, and Glad, the pillar of the Lubao Navy. Look at the arrogance of those Marines. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have killed them long ago. Also, the amount of heavenly gold we hand over every year is of no use. It should be given to those trash Tianlong people. The irritable Katz drank wine, his face already red from the alcohol, expressing his dissatisfaction with the matter of collecting heavenly gold. The kind-faced Connor nodded, but what he said was terrifying. Jijia, if I have the chance, I will definitely kill 2 of them to see how their structure is different from ours. Descendants of gods are extremely ridiculous. Seeing that the discussion was getting louder and louder, Holden slammed the wine glass on the table. Please restrain yourself. You can just talk in private. This is not a place under your jurisdiction, and no one will listen to you. If word spreads, who will be responsible for what happens to the Kingdom of Flowers? The atmosphere instantly became depressing. Glade, who had been drinking silently, raised his glass and acted as peacemaker. Okay, a drink will relieve 1,000 worries. Let's all have a drink. Just pretend that what just happened never happened. The big deal. Speaking of this, his voice suddenly dropped. Just get rid of all those people. Among all the heroes, Glide is the most cruel. It is said that he once slaughtered a small town by himself, and silence is a common occurrence for him. Bang! The door was suddenly kicked open. The 4 pillars, including the other people drinking in the bar, looked over at almost the same time. However, the strange thing is, they should have been angry, but they were silent at the same time. Soon someone came to his senses. That's the deputy leader of the Babao Navy, Bowu, and what he's carrying on his back is actually King Gil. Is there blood on King Gil's face? Could it be that someone assassinated him? Think about what day it is today. My guess is that someone probably robbed the gold from the sky, and His Majesty Gil was injured because of it. Suspicions abound. Holden took a sip of wine and then looked at Glade. Get rid of those people and shut them up. Glade laughed ferociously, drew out the sword from his waist, and licked the sword's body with his scarlet tongue. Happy to oblige. 2 minutes later, everything went quiet. The 4 pillars also learned about the situation outside from Bua's description. The little Luo D kid is not dead. Holden was very angry. He even destroyed the palace at that time, but he still didn't kill Luo D. Moreover, he was deceived for 6 years. Unforgivable. Bua, please send His Majesty Gil back to the palace. I'm going to find that brat to settle the score. Katz, the leader of Dabao Navy, and Kanergi, the leader of Sambao Navy, clenched their fists, looked at each other, and said at the same time, "We are one of us. We let those little mice escape in the first place. This time we will make sure they never come back." Glade, who was wiping the blood off his sword, suddenly interrupted. Hey, I'm telling you, count me in. I also want to meet the so-called Shinigami pirates. At the gate of the Kingdom of Flowers. Uncle Smanton, Uncle Lafayette. A familiar voice came from behind. Lafayette and Smanton turned around at the same time. Sure enough, I saw Aiko's figure. Miss Aiko, how can the captain be so confident in letting you come over? Ever since that incident 2 years ago, he's been worried about you. Yes, the captain almost cried at that time. Simonton even laughed without any image. Snort. Aiko snorted coldly and blew the wind and Feishua out of their sheaths at the same time. If you dare to speak ill of Brother Luo D, I will settle the score with you when I get back. Look behind you first, they are coming soon. Under the impression of seeing and hearing, Aiko could clearly sense the powerful auras that were gradually approaching. Seeing Aiko's serious expression, Smanton and Lafayette also suppressed their smiles, turned around and looked deeper into the street. Pedestrians were coming and going there, but I didn't see anyone suspicious. Until a minute later. Both of them looked surprised at the same time. It seems that Miss Aiko is becoming more and more proficient in seeing, hearing, and coloring. A familiar person finally appeared. The people who came running wildly were none other than the foursome. Because the position where the three Aiko stood was really conspicuous, the 4 pillars naturally discovered them immediately. I'll leave these 3 people to you. I'll go find Luo D. Holden's target is only Luo D. Since Luo D is not here, there is no need for him to waste time on the crew of the Shinigami pirates. Of course, Aiko and the other 3 did not stop him. Holden can only hand it over to Luo D. This is a silent, tacit understanding among several people. Wait until Holden goes away. Lafayette asked first. How to say? Smanton pointed at Katz. Leave that bald head to me. Lafayette nodded. Okay, I don't care. Then I'll beat the remaining 2 people. However, before he finished speaking, Aiko slapped him hard on the back with the blade of the knife. Hey, Lafayette, uncle. Where's mine? What? Lafayette sighed helplessly. Okay, leave the fat old man to me, and leave the last one to you. Let's keep it this way. However, don't show off if you really can't beat him. I don't want to be beaten by the captain. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed out and went straight to Kanagi. Simonton followed closely behind, transforming into a giant golden eagle, and flew several feathers towards Katz. Glade, the last remaining pillar of the Lubao Navy, walked slowly towards Aiko. Hey, little girl, we're the only 2 left now. What do you think I should do to kill you? Aiko ignored him, and the blowing wind and flying snow were instantly covered with a layer of armed color. Snowstorm. As he raised his hand, the sword energy was vertical and horizontal, cold air overflowed, and 2 slashes mixed with ice-cold air flew out. Swordsman. Glad's pupils shrank sharply. Port. Kai, he lay dying among the ruins. Rubble covered nearly half of his body. With severe internal injuries and multiple fractures, he could barely move. Luo D squatted half-crouched, holding Huang Quan in his hand, watching him quietly. Kai, I can only say that you have no regrets about your grandfather passing away. Rest in peace. After saying that, under Kai's godless eyes, Luo D ended his life. Luadi brat, you deserve to die, because there is so much at stake in heavenly gold. It is also rare for the pillars of the pirate force under the flower flag to gather together. Of course, some of the pillars of the pirate force did not arrive due to some special tasks. But even so, there are now 5 pillars gathered together. First of all, Kai E, the pillar of the 3rd generation of Babao Navy 10, is being pushed to the ground and rubbed by Luo D at the port. The remaining 4 pillars gathered at a bar at the main gate of the Kingdom of Flowers, drinking. They are Katz, the pillar of the Dabao Navy, Holden, the pillar of the Urbao Navy, Kanergi, the pillar of the Sambo Navy, and Glad, the pillar of the Lubao Navy. Look at the arrogance of those Marines. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have killed them long ago. Also, the amount of heavenly gold we hand over every year is of no use. It should be given to those trash Tian Long people. The irritable Katz drank wine, his face already red from the alcohol, expressing his dissatisfaction with the matter of collecting heavenly gold. The kind-faced Connor nodded, but what he said was terrifying. Jeji, if I have the chance, I will definitely kill 2 of them to see how their structure is different from ours. Descendants of gods are extremely ridiculous. Seeing that the discussion was getting louder and louder, Holden slammed the wine glass on the table. Please restrain yourself. You can just talk in private. This is not a place under your jurisdiction, and no one will listen to you. If word spreads, who will be responsible for what happens to the Kingdom of Flowers? The atmosphere instantly became depressing. Glade, who had been drinking silently, raised his glass and acted as peacemaker. Okay, a drink will relieve 1,000 worries. Let's all have a drink. Just pretend that what just happened never happened. The big deal. Speaking of this, his voice suddenly dropped. Just get rid of all those people. Among all the heroes, Glide is the most cruel. It is said that he once slaughtered a small town by himself, and silence is a common occurrence for him. Bang! The door was suddenly kicked open. The 4 pillars, including the other people drinking in the bar, looked over at almost the same time. However, the strange thing is, they should have been angry, but they were silent at the same time. Soon someone came to his senses. That's the deputy leader of the Babao Navy, Bowu, and what he's carrying on his back is actually King Gil. Is there blood on King Gil's face? Could it be that someone assassinated him? Think about what day it is today. My guess is that someone probably robbed the gold from the sky, and His Majesty Gil was injured because of it. Suspicions abound. Holden took a sip of wine and then looked at Glade. Get rid of those people and shut them up. Glade laughed ferociously, drew out the sword from his waist, and licked the sword's body with his scarlet tongue. Happy to oblige. 2 minutes later, everything went quiet. The 4 pillars also learned about the situation outside from Bowu's description. The little Luo D kid is not dead. Holden was very angry. He even destroyed the palace at that time, but he still didn't kill Luo D. Moreover, he was deceived for 6 years. Unforgivable. Bowu, please send His Majesty Gil back to the palace. I'm going to find that brat to settle the score. Katz, the leader of Dabao Navy, and Kanerji, the leader of Sambao Navy, clenched their fists, looked at each other, and said at the same time, "We are one of us. We let those little mice escape in the first place. This time we will make sure they never come back." Glade, who was wiping the blood off his sword, suddenly interrupted. Hey, I'm telling you, count me in. I also want to meet the so-called Shinigami pirates. At the gate of the Kingdom of Flowers, Uncle Smant and Uncle Lafayette, a familiar voice came from behind. Lafayette and Smanton turned around at the same time. Sure enough, I saw Aiko's figure. Miss Aiko, how can the captain be so confident in letting you come over? Ever since that incident 2 years ago, he has been worried about you. Yes, the captain almost cried at that time. Simonton even laughed without any image. Snort. Aiko snorted coldly and blew the wind and Feishua out of their sheaths at the same time. If you dare to speak ill of Brother Luo D, I will settle the score with you when I get back. Look behind you first. They are coming soon. Under the impression of seeing and hearing, Aiko could clearly sense the powerful auras that were gradually approaching. Seeing Aiko's serious expression, Smanton and Lafayette also suppressed their smiles, turned around, and looked deeper into the street. Pedestrians were coming and going there, but I didn't see anyone suspicious. Until a minute later. Both of them looked surprised at the same time. It seems that Miss Aiko is becoming more and more proficient in seeing, hearing, and coloring. A familiar person finally appeared. The people who came running wildly were none other than the foursome, because the position where the 3 Aiko stood was really conspicuous. The 4 pillars naturally discovered them immediately. I'll leave these 3 people to you. I'll go find Luo D. Holden's target is only Luo D. Since Luo D is not here, there is no need for him to waste time on the crew of the Shinigami pirates. Of course, Aiko and the other 3 did not stop him. Holden can only hand it over to Luo D. This is a silent, tacit understanding among several people. Wait until Holden goes away. Lafayette asked first. How to say? Smanton pointed at Katz. Leave that bald head to me. Lafayette nodded. Okay, I don't care, then I'll beat the remaining 2 people. However, before he finished speaking, Aiko slapped him hard on the back with the blade of the knife. Hey, Lafayette, uncle? Where's mine? What? Lafayette sighed helplessly. Okay, leave the fat old man to me, and leave the last one to you. Let's keep it this way. However, don't show off if you really can't beat him. I don't want to be beaten by the captain. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed out and went straight to Kanagi. Simonton followed closely behind, transforming into a giant golden eagle, and flew several feathers towards Katz. Glade, the last remaining pillar of the Lubao Navy, walked slowly towards Aiko. Hey, little girl, we're the only 2 left now. What do you think I should do to kill you? Aiko ignored him, and the blowing wind and flying snow were instantly covered with a layer of armed color. Snowstorm. As he raised his hand, the sword energy was vertical and horizontal, cold air overflowed, and 2 slashes mixed with ice-cold air flew out. Swordsman. Glad's pupils shrank sharply. Port. Kai, he lay dying among the ruins. Rubble covered nearly half of his body. With severe internal injuries and multiple fractures, he could barely move. Luo Di squatted half-crouched, holding Huang Quan in his hand, watching him quietly. Kai, I can only say that you have no regrets about your grandfather passing away. Rest in peace. After saying that, under Kai Yi's godless eyes, Luo Di ended his life. Luodi brat, you deserve to die. Luodi brat, you deserve to die. Holden, who was running wildly, could only roar in anger as he watched Luo Di kill Kai Yi. Faster. If only he could be faster. Unfortunately, there is no if. Luo Di's right hand trembled slightly, and the bloodstains on Huang Quan's blade instantly dissipated. Then he turned to look at Holden and said calmly, The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. That's the case. You don't have to be so angry. After all, isn't death a common occurrence among pirates? Don't worry. I will send you to accompany your old friend later. He may not be able to wait. I really want to see you. Luo Di slowly stood up and slowly approached Holden. The distance between the 2 people is getting closer and closer, from the original 100 meters to 50 meters, and then, little Luo Di, I will definitely make you die here today. Holden finally couldn't help it anymore. He raised his hands and stepped hard with his feet. The ground began to crack. The stones and dust around his feet seemed to be frightened and fled in all directions. Mysterious meaning, wandering dragon palm. The powerful force stirs the air, and the violent wind shadow of a giant dragon seems to be able to swallow everything. An overwhelming pressure pours out. The sound of the strong wind seems to form a dragon's roar, which is ear-piercing and captivating. Little Luo Di, you were lucky last time. This time, let me see how you hide. Holden roared angrily, and the wind dragon circled and entangled, and as he clapped his palms, it instantly gathered together, opened its bloody mouth, and pounced towards Luo Di. 6 years ago, this move could hurt me, but now it's 6 years later. Your strength has remained unchanged or even declined, but I am constantly getting stronger. Luo Di walked forward slowly. Even though he was swallowed by the wind dragon, he was still not affected in any way. And this is the application of high-level armed color domineering. The domineering energy all over his body was concentrated in front of him, and the thick, invisible armor blocked all the powerful airflow. Luo Di didn't suffer even a trace of damage. 1 minute later, the dragon dissipated, and Holden, who had spent most of his energy, panted heavily and his hands trembled unconsciously, but the scene in front of him made his eyes widen and he almost forgot to breathe. How is it possible, Dash? All the houses within nearly 200 meters collapsed, rubble piled up, and the remaining breeze blew up countless dust. Under such a powerful attack, it stands to reason that Luo Di should have been seriously injured, even if he was not dead. The reality is that he is still intact, and there are no signs of damage even on his clothes. At this time, he was no longer moving forward, but stood quietly on the pile of ruins, his deep eyes reflecting Holden's embarrassed figure. The yellow spring in his hand was at shoulder level, The tip of the knife was facing Holden, and the index and middle fingers of his left hand stood side by side and pressed tightly against the blade. At the edge of Huang Chuan's knife, the blood flowing from the index finger soaked its whole body. In an instant, the red and black halos reflected each other, and the strange aura that burst out made people feel fearful. Yang Chuan has its own will, and 6 years of quenching has given it extremely powerful power. Next, I will Shurkai and let it use its own power to cut this sword, and let you see what it means. Yellow Spring. After saying that, Luo Di slowly let go of his hand, and Huang Quan still remained in the same position as before letting go, hovering in the air. However, the tyrannical momentum seemed to be able to reach the sky, and the space was gradually affected by it. It seemed that light could not be transmitted, and the entire port began to slowly darken until it was completely engulfed in darkness. The name of this sword, Sunset Huang Quan. Boom! A huge sound came from the darkness that shrouded the port, and the entire island trembled. The sea surface was affected by it, and in an instant the waves splashed, and the huge waves swept away from the island. When it swayed back again, it set off a higher and bigger wave. After a while, when the darkness dispersed again, Huang Quan flew back into Luo Di's hands. The entire port no longer existed, leaving only a huge pit nearly 10 meters deep, which spread all the way to the main gate of the Kingdom of Flowers before stopping. And Holden has long disappeared. What's going on? Connor, who was fighting Lafayette, felt the ground shake violently, and a huge sound came from the port. The captain should have taken action, but the movement was so loud. It seems I have to end this battle quickly. Lafayette had already guessed it. Immediately, his eyes condensed, and the cane sword was slowly drawn out, and the sword body was instantly wrapped with a circle of armed domineering energy. Shadow slash. Immediately after the sword flashed, Connor quickly reacted, but the direction of his defense deviated, and it was completely opposite to the direction of Lafayette's attack. It seems to be working well. The short-term hypnosis causes the enemy to have a perception error, and the duel between masters often happens in this moment. Connor covered his neck and didn't even understand why he didn't block it just now. Damn it, Kannagi was killed. You can fight me and still have time to worry about others. Ha! Skyclaw. Simonton spread his wings and suddenly flew into the sky. When he dived down again, a pair of sharp claws were already covered in armed colors. This combined with his own strength and the huge inertial force generated by high-speed movement is enough to easily tear the enemy into pieces. Clang! Kannagi held up the knife with both hands to resist with difficulty, but the next moment, 2 feathers wrapped with armed domineering came towards his face. A soldier never tires of deceit. Do you understand? The feather instantly penetrated his head, and the pillar of the 3 treasures navy was defeated. Other side, clang. Aiko and Glade are inseparable from each other. Their strength can basically be said to be about the same, and it has always been difficult to tell the winner. The advantages and disadvantages of each are also obvious. Aiko's physical strength is not that of Glade, but because of her ability to see and hear, she can sense the opponent's attack trajectory very well and dodge easily. On the contrary, Glade was hit by Aiko many times, but because of the presence of the armed color, he was not injured. In short, they have different styles. One is more flexible and the other is more fierce. And often people who are aggressive are more likely to have weaknesses. Like now, Aiko discovered the opponent's weakness. That is the position of the left waist, which seems to have been seriously injured, which also caused Glade to be somewhat unable to exert force on the left side. Immediately afterwards, she flashed and came to the left side of Glade, slashing down heavily with flying snow from her right hand. Clang! Glade blocked, but Aiko didn't stop there. She quickly spun her body and stabbed out the air with her left hand. Penetrate. The momentum of the whole body is condensed, and the invisible power burst out stirs the air and entangles the wind. The powerful attack penetrated Glade's left waist and penetrated him. Kill with one move. At this point, all the pillars stationed in the Kingdom of Flowers were killed. At this time, Luo Di had already rushed over from the port at some point. He had a panoramic view of the battles of several people. They have grown a lot in 6 years. It's time to end everything in the Kingdom of Flowers and go to the Grand Route. Malinvando, Marine Headquarters. A colonel from the headquarters hurriedly knocked on the door of the Sengoku office. Enter. Warring States, who was flipping through documents, stopped and rubbed his tired eyes. This ace is really troublesome. Not only did he refuse to become a Shichibukai, he actually joined Whitebeard. Is the balance of New World about to be broken again? Ace has great potential, and with a bounty of hundreds of millions at a young age, it's hard to imagine where he can go in the future. What's more, there's the strongest man in the world standing behind him to protect him. It was difficult for Warring States not to have a headache. At this time, the colonel walked in with a rare look of panic on his face. While handing a stack of photos and information to Warring States, he was still describing some things. Sengoku Fleet Admiral, something big happened. The heavenly gold in the Kingdom of Flowers was robbed. The Intelligence Department just conducted an investigation based on the images that were fed back and found that the one who robbed the heavenly gold turned out to be the Shinigami Pirates. People from the group? Shinigami Pirates? Hearing this familiar name, Warring States took the information and paused, then nodded. After the colonel left, he began to read it carefully. The information compiled by the Intelligence Department is very detailed. Above are some screenshots of the battle scenes of various members of the Shinigami Pirates plundering the Sky Gold, and compared it with photos from 6 years ago. A total of 3 members appear in the information. First, there is Raptor Smanton and Devil Sheriff Lafayette. They have no obvious changes compared to 6 years ago, except that their bodies are bigger, but they can still be recognized at a glance. From these 2 people alone, it can be determined that it is undoubtedly the Shinigami Pirates who robbed the Sky Gold. And the last one, the captain of the Shinigami Pirates, Shinigami Rodi. Zung would drag the 2 photos tightly. Judging from his appearance, he can vaguely capture the familiar shadow of 6 years ago. The face is as sharp as a knife, the eyebrows are set into the temples, the nose is like a bridge, and the eyes are as deep as the abyss. Compared with 6 years ago, he is more handsome and straight, but his aura is also becoming more and more intimidating, especially those black eyes, which are like abyss. After looking at them for a long time, Sengoku had the illusion of seeing Shinigami. If Luo Di 6 years ago was a sword that needed polishing, then now the sword has been polished in a shape with a sharpness that is ready to go. Is he laughing? Suddenly, Warring States noticed that in the photo, the corners of Luo Di's mouth were slightly raised, apparently smiling. This made him feel as if he was being watched, which was very absurd. And that smile seemed more like a mockery and provocation. Oh, interesting. Soon, Warring States turned to the end of the information. It was a picture of the outside of a warship. It seemed that due to some kind of malfunction, only half of it was shown. It showed half of the ship and a pirate flag that was familiar to Sengoku. Could it be? Warring States frowned slightly and found a newspaper among the information stacked on the table. Is it really the same? The Megaho Pirates, who have gained huge fame not long after their appearance, are actually affiliated with the Shinigami Pirates. He still didn't believe it before, but now it seems that everything is true. Supernova Ace was just released on the front foot, and the Shinigami Pirates were also born on the back foot. It was really more troublesome than the last. How to deal with it? Looting the heavenly gold is a big deal. Is it going to be like Heavenly Yiksha? Looting gold from the sky is a big deal. It is related to the interests and face of the Tianlong people. Although the Warring States period is Marine Fleet Admiral, he cannot make the decision when it comes to this kind of thing. The one who can really make the decision is the top leader of the world's government, the 5 elders. However, it's time to use their bounty. Warring States quietly stared at a photo on the table, and the room fell into silence for a while. The Land of Flowers. Oyama looked at the photos in his hands and the dense writing in the notebook. The excitement in his eyes could not be concealed. Appeared. The Shinigami Pirates appear again. He has been lurking in the Kingdom of Flowers. This is the place where Luo Di disappeared 6 years ago and where he was defeated. But Oyamo believes that Luodi will return here one day. And it turns out that his intuition was right. Not only did Luodi come back, he also eliminated two powerful pillars of the Flower Country pirate force in one fell swoop. The great pirate Holden, who had a bounty of 200 million belly, and Kai E, the grandson of Qingjiao, who had a bounty of 150 million. As for how Oyamo determined it, it mainly came from the photo he named the Lost Port. In addition to Shinigami Luodi, the other crew members of the Shinigami Pirates also showed great strength in this battle. Devil Sheriff Lafayette killed Kanagi, who had a reward of 80 million. Raptor Smith and killed Katz, who had a bounty of 75 million on his head. Even Luodi's sister, the 15-year-old girl Aiko, killed Glade, who had a reward of 65 million. Appearing for the first time in 6 years, the Shinigami Pirates showed such impressive strength that if reported, it would shock the entire world. And Oyamo did exactly that. He passed the photo and the notes he wrote to Morgans on the Grand Route almost immediately. The Shinigami Pirates have reappeared after 6 years of absence. All the pillars of the Flower Country have been defeated. Although it is big news, it is only West Blue after all. Shinigami Luodi, is your future just a little west? Blue. Morgans put down the photo in his hand and let out a long sigh, seeming to feel sorry for Luodi. As time goes by, in the afternoon, people in the Kingdom of Flowers fell into endless panic. Someone saw what was left of the port was only a huge depression. Some people also saw the bodies of several pillars of the Kingdom of Flowers. And these things spread quickly as people spread the word. And in just half a day, the entire country knew about it. They are full of worries about the future of the Flower Country and their own future. Flower King's Palace. Luodi handed the record pointer and the map of the first half of the Grand Route to Lafayette, and then turned to look at Lesia, who had just arrived not long ago. Lesia, how about I leave the follow-up affairs of this country to you? Lesia tucked a strand of purple hair hanging down on her face behind her ears, looked at Luodi without blinking, and after a long time sighed. Captain Luodi, you can really find something to do for me. However, you should know that the power of the Blood Rose alone is not enough to deal with the remaining pirate troops. However, if there are powerful warriors from Elbafu to assist, that will be very easy. There are 2 words revealed in the words, borrowing people. Of course, Luodi did not refuse. The next day, the Shinigami sails on the endless sea. Luodi did not stay in the Kingdom of Flowers for long. As he said, the follow-up matters are entirely left to Lesia. And he also helped contact Elbaf, the giant country of West Blue. Those giant warriors were very enthusiastic. After learning of Luodi's request, they sent a warship to assist Lesia. Of course, their enthusiasm did not arise out of thin air. Giant warriors all worshipped the strong, and they were impressed by Luodi's strength. In addition, Luodi also brought transformation to their country's #1 warrior, and now he is frequently in newspapers and famous all over the world. There is even a chance to catch up with the giant pirates from 100 years ago. This is undoubtedly a huge honor. Captain Newspaper, Luodi, who was slashing at the bow of the ship, slowly stopped, sheathed Huang Quan, and took the newspaper handed by Lafayette. The Shinigami Pirates have reappeared, and all the pillars of the Flower Country have been defeated. Which of the 2 strongest supernovas, Shinigami Rodi and Fire Fist Ace, is stronger? Does this connect me to Ace? Luodi looked at the bold characters and felt speechless. In fact, this was done deliberately by Morgans. His purpose was to stimulate Luodi to go to the Grand Line. This way Luodi can create bigger news for him. Of course, Ace is a super newcomer who has dominated the news headlines this year. With his appearance, this newspaper will get more attention and more people will buy it. Make money, don't be shabby. Luodi quickly finished browsing the newspaper, but he discovered that there was no information about him robbing the heavenly gold. Maybe it wasn't photographed. Luodi didn't believe that Morgans would hide such a big thing. After all, he was a madman who was obsessed with pursuing big news, and he could even defy the world government for this. And this is also true, because the gold in the sky is so important. Gil, the king of the Kingdom of Flowers, blocked the port and the surrounding sea areas, and no one was allowed to enter. Those journalists can only stay in the country of flowers, looking away and sighing. In addition, after Luo Di stole the gold from the sky and sunk all the warships and escort ships, the Marine headquarters also sent people from the branch to finish it off. So no one except the Marine headquarters and the Shinigami pirates knew about this matter. TSK, I wonder what the world's government will do with us. Luo Di shook his head slightly and put the newspaper on the table nearby. At this time, Lafayette came over again, holding 5 reward orders in his hand. Captain, with the bounty order just issued, our bounty has increased a lot. Luo Di glanced briefly. It has indeed increased a lot. His bounty was raised from the original 40 million to 200 million. It is basically impossible to be able to improve so much at once when you're living all over the world. This was mainly because he robbed the heavenly gold. Of course, it was also inseparable from his deeds of killing Qingjiao, Holden, Kai Yi, and other powerful men. After all kinds of considerations, Marine headquarters promoted him so much. Then came Devil Sheriff Lafayette, whose salary was increased from the original 20 million to 60 million, which was a huge increase. In comparison, Smanton's improvement is not that big. After all, his bounty is high, which has been increased from 6,000 W to 7,000 W. Then there is Aiko, whose initial bounty is 3,000 W Bailey, which is almost as good as the previous Luo Di. As for Winnie, since she did not participate in the battle, Marine gave her a symbolic bounty of 50 Baileys. But only Luo Di knew that Winnie had great potential. Changing emotions is an extremely rare ability. For example, Perona's negative ghost can instantly cause the enemy to fall into negative state and lose combat effectiveness as soon as it is touched. In the same way, Winnie can also be used in this way, and it can be more comprehensive. In the future, Luo Di will also give her some development suggestions as appropriate. He doesn't want such a powerful fruit to be buried. This fresh news newspaper brought a small shock to the world. The amount of Luo Di's bounty made people see the rise of a supernova. With a bounty of 200 million, he can be called a great pirate even in the first half of the Grand Line. Who would have thought that the owner of this reward order is still in West Blue, one of the 4 seas? Of course, many people are skeptical about whether Luo Di's true strength can match the figure of 200 million. Among this group of people, the bounty hunter is the craziest. 200 million, that's not a small number. With the thought of finish this job, you'll be happy for the rest of your life. Many bounty hunters set their sights on Luo Di's head almost at the same time. Because of this, the entrance to the Grand Route, Twin Capes, became particularly lively in the following days. New World. Today, it is the 4 emperors. Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard, who was in the process of infusion, turned over the newspaper in his hand, then looked at Ace not far away, and called him over with a smile. Gla, Ace, look at this Shinigami Luo Di. The person who died 6 years ago has actually appeared again, and some people are even comparing you to him. Ace took the newspaper and read it. After a while, he also laughed. Dad, actually I've seen this man in the newspaper before. I felt it was a pity when he died. Now, since he is not dead, I would like to meet him if I have the chance. As for comparing me with him, Ace is a very belligerent person, but he will not challenge those who are weaker than him. Otherwise, he would not specifically challenge Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man in the world. He has too little experience now and still needs to grow. When he comes to New World and is strong enough, then I will naturally compete with him. The Red Hair Pirates. Shanks was surprised when he got the newspaper. There is nothing more incredible than a person who is determined to be dead alive. Of course, most of the newspaper reports at that time were incorrect. After all, Luo Di's body was not photographed. But this is fine. Isn't this the precursor of the arrival of the New World? Driven by the tide of the times, this sea will eventually be unable to calm down. Luffy, are you ready? Bimon Pirates. Paraspero. Which of her daughters should I marry to him? Annie looked at the newspaper and was already deciding on Luo Di's future partner. Recruiting a son-in-law is also an old tradition of the Big Mom Pirates. Beast Pirates. Teacher Kaido, who loves to drink, smashed the bottle on the ground. Resurrection from the dead? How ridiculous, Kid Luo D. When you come a new world, I'll see how you come back from the dead. As the strongest creature, Kaido dismisses such rhetoric. Dressrosa. Doflamingo's fingers kept twisting and controlling his clone. There were pieces of shredded paper on the ground. Fufufu. Come to New World, Shinigami Luo D. More than 10 days later, news about the Shinigami pirates gradually faded out of people's sight. They seem to have fallen into silence again. There is speculation that they may not appear again until the next 6 years. And some people speculate that they will head to the Grand Line soon. The Grand Line is a ring-shaped ocean area that intersects perpendicularly with the Red Earth continent. It is also the most dangerous waterway in the world. Together with the Red Earth continent, it divides the world into 4 seas, namely the East, West, South, and North Seas. However, due to the existence of the Windless Zone, people from all over the world who want to enter the Grand Line can only pass through the Upside Down Mountain. The Upside Down Mountain is the starting point of the Great Route. After that, you can enter the first half of the Grand Line. Some people call it Paradise, and some people call it the Pirate's Graveyard. At this time, the Shinigami has arrived at the foot of Upside Down Mountain. Smanton, turn around and see the water gate. We must drive in and go upstream in the direction of the current, so that we can go straight to the Upside Down Mountain. Lafayette stared straight ahead and commanded Smanton at the helm. Lafayette, shut up. I've been to the Grand Line. I don't need you to teach me. Simonton steered the rudder vigorously. Because the water flow was too turbulent, it became very difficult to turn the direction. Fortunately, the Shinigami is made of atom wood and is very sturdy and durable. Hey, Uncle Smanton, turn the steering wheel quickly. We're about to hit you. Aiko stood under the mast and was almost frightened. Because the current was too strong, the Shinigami was also moving quickly. When the ship was almost entering the water gate, a problem arises. Even though Smanton adjusted the direction as much as possible, there was still a slight deviation, and the result was that half of the ship's bow was aimed at the Red Earth wall. Seeing that the bow of the ship was almost hitting the Red Earth continent, Luo D suddenly moved. His Shinigami robe was added to his body, and he flew straight forward. Wake it up for me. He was seen suspended between the bow of the ship and the Red Earth wall, facing the Shinigami directly. And then he grabbed the bow of the ship with both hands, his arms filled with the power of the Shinigami, and the ship's hull actually deflected directly along with his power. Let's go. When the Shinigami entered the water gate and went upstream in the direction of the current, Luo D returned to the ship again. Call. Drive in safely. Almost everyone breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Lafayette adjusted his hat, and there was a rare hint of rebuke in his words. Fortunately, there's a captain, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Simonton, look at what kind of ship you are sailing. Aiko, who had just put in the sail, also put his hands on his hips and said angrily, Yes, Uncle Smanton, you scare me to death just now. Simonton scratched his head and then retorted, TCH, Lafayette, it's not you chattering there that affects me. Otherwise, how could I make such a mistake with my sailing skills? I am a navigator. What happened to you under my command? At hashtag and %, the boat of friendship capsized at every turn. Seeing the curse words being uttered, Luo D walked helplessly to the mast. At this time, Winnie was holding the mast. Her body was shaking slightly. Her face was a little pale. She was obviously very frightened. Now, Winnie, help them remove the fire and try your ability by the way. Luo D pulled her up and then gently pushed her towards the quarreling Smanton and Lafayette. Okay. Winnie responded, walked towards the two of them in small steps, and then reached out to touch their arms. Immediately afterwards, I saw the two people who were still arguing fiercely stopped almost at the same time. There was no wave in their eyes, and the anger that had been expressed before was gone. Hey, what's going on? Why don't I have feelings for you anymore? Lafayette looked at Smanton like a robot, without any emotion even when he spoke. Well, I don't have feelings for you anymore either. Simonton nodded, agreeing with what he said. Aside, Luo D nodded secretly. Now it seems that Winnie's ability is not weak, but that he is too strong. No wonder he had no impact before. Then he looked at Winnie again and asked, "Do you know how long it takes for them to recover?" Winnie thought for a moment and then spoke after a while. "The emotionless state should last 10 minutes, and then you can recover." Luo D nodded. "After all, I just ate the fruit not long ago, so it's not bad to be able to do this." "Okay, you go into the room and rest. I see you don't look good." After Winnie slipped away, Aiko came to Luo D with some difficulty. The boat was going upstream, so it was really difficult to walk in this situation. "Is that Sister Winnie's fruit power? It's so powerful." Aiko's face was filled with wonder. It's really amazing how two people who are arguing can calm down at the same time. "Do you want it too?" "Actually, I still have a devil fruit here, but if you eat it, you won't be able to use that move in the future." With that said, Luo D took out a black box, which contained the devil fruit. This is one of the heavenly gold handed over by the Flower Country. But Luo D hasn't opened it yet. I don't know what kind of fruit is inside. I won't eat it." Aiko understood the meaning of Luo D's words and shook her head firmly. Luo D nodded. He thought so too. If Aiko eats it, the power in his soul cannot be exerted on her. And that part of the power also has the characteristics of the Shinigami's scythe feedback. Although the effect is less than 1%, it can add up to a lot, and one day Aiko will become very powerful. "Wait, it's over." Luo D, who was about to say something else, suddenly changed his expression, wrapped his body around Aiko in an instant, and then flew into the sky. Almost at the same moment, the Shinigami reached an extreme position with the current and was thrown out by the inertia. Because of the waves, the ship's hull suddenly turned a corner and temporarily flew into the air. Bang! When it fell heavily, it splashed countless waves and was surrounded by clouds and mist, just like being in a fairyland. Luo D and Aiko also returned to the deck. Needless to say, Smanton and Lafayette easily escaped the impact by relying on their human-animal forms. However, Winnie is hard to say. "Cole, go see Winnie." At this time, the Shinigami completely entered the lower river channel and was traveling extremely fast. If it hits something, the consequences are unimaginable. And Laboon is that unstable factor. Whether ships from all over the world will encounter depends on luck. As the clouds and fog become thinner and thinner, gradually, you can see the twin capes at the bottom of Upside Down Mountain, which are also the entrance to the first half of the Grand Line. As far as he could see, there was only the endless sea. Under the circumstances, Luo D had never sensed the existence of Laboon. It seems that Laboon is gone. The Shinigami should be able to pass smoothly, but there are 3 ships docked behind a reef not far from Twin Capes. It's not that big, just a small boat, 7 or 8 meters long. There aren't many people on it. There are only 4 people in the 3 boats combined. MD, if that weird old man hadn't been guarding Twin Capes, why would we have to wait in this crappy place? Also, let me tell you, it's been almost half a month. Apart from the sea breeze and the scary big strange whale, we haven't even seen the Shinigami pirates. I think we should just forget it. Willie patted his belly and complained. Bang, bang. Look, I've lost a lot of weight. We're knocked on his head, looking like he hated iron. Whaley, how many times has my brother told you that as a man, you must be able to endure no matter is good or bad, whether is comfortable or uncomfortable, you must be able to endure it. Douglas MacArthur once said that tolerance does not mean being humble, but having peace of mind. You have to immerse yourself in it, accept it, and tolerate it, so that you can. It could be NM tall. Justin on the side felt veins popping out on his forehead when he heard this, and he finally reached the limit of his endurance. Suddenly, he punched the rock in front of him hard. Will, Lousy has really had enough of you. You like to endure, don't you? My fist is big and hard, which can just test your endurance. When he raised his hand again, he saw a huge fist mark left on the rock. Gulu, terrible, endure. Will swallowed and waved his hands hurriedly. Brother Justin, I know I'm wrong, so you just think I'm farting when I say it. Well, I'm impatient, and you're going to do it yourself. I'll slap myself twice. That's the end of it, right? As he said this, he really slapped himself twice, and the loud snap sound showed his sincerity. Snort. Justin gave him a cold look, and then said no more. Seeing that he had no intention of taking action, we're secretly rejoiced. After he stopped, he leaned into Whaley's ear and spoke much softer this time. Veery, have you seen that this is the power of forbearance? Even Justin has to step up to the pole to obey me. Have you seen how powerful forbearance is? So, you kid must learn from my brother. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by a dull voice. Coming. Send, who had been silent all this time, suddenly put down the telescope in his hand. He saw it. The pirate ship that just sailed out of the clouds was undoubtedly the ship of the Shinigami pirates. He had seen that flying pirate flag several times a day for the past half-month, and it was almost engraved in his mind. Justin licked his lips. The big knife in his hand was already thirsty. After nearly half a month, we have finally waited. Will put his hands on his hips and looked embarrassed. See, this is forbearance. Some bounty hunters couldn't sit still after staying here for 2 days, and the rest left after 7 or 8 days. In the end, only these two were left. 100 million, no, the bounty of nearly 400 million will belong to us, right? Willie was twirling his fingers on the side, his wise eyes full of desire. 400 million. How much meat can you buy? A waste. A mess. Justin clenched his fists and stared at the two men fiercely. Listen carefully. I can't spare you if you dare to cause trouble this time. Shh. As the squad leader, Send raised his right hand to signal them to shut up. Justin, is the submarine assembled? Justin pointed at the iron lump above the water and said, dissatisfied. The assembly is complete, but this thing can only be used once and can't be driven far. I really don't know why you spent 5 million Baileys to buy it. Cinder stared straight ahead. The purpose is to catch them off guard. Such a big fat sheep cannot let them escape. Well, they're coming down soon, so we should take action. Immediately, the 4 people pried opened the iron knot and jumped in together. But they didn't know that all their actions were seen by Luo D. The lighthouse is the only building in Twin Points. Kanokas, the ship's doctor on Roger's ship, is stationed here and also takes care of Laboon. He usually sits in front of the lighthouse and reads the newspaper. Occasionally, when young pirates from all over the world ask some questions, he will kindly explain them. Of course, he will also tell them the horrors of the Grand Line. Except for his fierce appearance and strange hairstyle, this old man is still very good. Another ship carrying dreams. Kanokas shook the newspaper and squinted at the pirate ship that had just sailed into the sea. He had also stayed on a pirate ship for 3 years before. It was a journey full of excitement and adventure, and it was also the happiest time for him. So every time a new person goes to sea, he will sigh. The Shinigami, which had just rushed out of the watergate, had no sail, so its speed slowly slowed down. Come to shore, immediately under the command of Luo D. The Shinigami raised its sails again and finally docked under the lighthouse. Old man, I heard that you once opened a clinic here before, so your medical skills should be very good. Luo D put his hands on the fence and looked up at Kanokas with a smile on his lips. He is right, the clinic was open a long time ago. Kanokas put down the newspaper slightly and turned his head to look at Luo D. Any of you are injured? His eyes were still fierce. Luo D turned around and entered the room and took out the pale Winnie. She is not in a good condition and may have to trouble you. Of course, although we are all pirates, the medical fee will still be given to you. As soon as he said this, Kanokas suddenly smiled. It was very short, but it was still catchable. Then he shook his head slightly. Principal pirates like you are really rare. Okay, today I will fulfill my duties as a doctor. Bring the little girl up and let me take a look at her. The corners of Luo D's mouth rose. Then he placed Winnie in the lighthouse and asked Aiko to help. Then he walked out of the lighthouse. And next, it's time to deal with a few nuisance bugs. They are coming. Prepare to take action. At this time, Lafayette and Smanton were back to normal. However, because they calmed down, the two of them no longer had that anger. Moreover, their relationship was already very good, but it was too dangerous at the time. Leave it to me. Simonton played with the dice in his hand, came to the guardrail beside the ship and quietly stared at the calm sea. But there was a simple submarine driving slowly under the sea. I don't know if there is some kind of malfunction, but there's a strange crunching sound during the operation. "We're here. You can rush forward." Sen saw the huge ship above his head through the simple exterior mirror and waved to Justin. Pooh! Under Justin's control, the submarine, which had not dived very deep, suddenly rushed out of the sea. Then, the hatch opened and the 4 bounty hunters climbed out one after another, looking a little embarrassed. At this time, Smanton lightly jumped down and trampled several people under his feet. The huge force made them unable to move. A slightly joking voice came from his mouth. "Bounty hunters, right? I wonder what you are capable of. How dare you come to trouble us? Damn it." With half of his face pressed against a rusty iron wall, Sen tried his best to break away, but found that he couldn't break free. The person stepping on him was like a mountain, which made him feel desperate. Did he really hit the iron plate? Did he really hit the iron plate? Senner didn't believe it. "Whaley, why are you still standing there? Hurry and throw him away." Yes, Willie is the trump card in his hand. He is born with supernatural power and has amazing fighting power. He can easily smash a boulder as big as a person. The only drawback is that my brain is not working well, and there is nothing but meat every day. But this kind of fool is also the best to control. As long as you defeat him, I will give you a room full of meat. And this sentence really stimulated Willie. Meat, I want to eat meat, I want to beat you. Meat is his motivation. The next moment, Willie's eyes were filled with desire. His huge palms supported the hatch cover, and his body slowly stood up. And Smanton, who was stepping on him, looked startled. What a terrifying power! The next moment, without any preparation, Smanton was lifted away by Willie and rushed into the sky like a meteor. "I'm rubbing it so hard." Luo D stood quietly on the shore, and the arc of his head raised became wider and wider. It must be 300 to 400 meters high. Looking from a distance, only a small black that can be seen, which shows how high Smanton flies. However, Smanton is a user with fruit abilities after all, so it should be fine and he will be able to fly back later. Of course, it is not the kind of flying that falls. This world is really full of people. Luo D secretly clicked his tongue. Then his figure flashed, and the next moment he was on the Shinigami. Almost at the same time, a rope with an iron hook flew up at the right time, as if just to wait for Luo D. Luo D subconsciously grabbed it and moved his gaze downwards. "Hey, you guys, are you planning to hijack the ship?" Sure enough, it was those bounty hunters who lost it. At this time, Lafayette came over swinging his cane. "Captain, why don't you just hand them over to me? Look, Smanton can't even see his shadow now. He's really embarrassed. A lot has changed in 6 years. Today, Lafayette and Smanton have a vague feeling of besties, and they both love to belittle each other. However, in terms of overall strength, Lafayette is still superior. Let's get some information first. If it's useless, just deal with them." Luo D didn't care, but if he dared to care about his head, he had to be prepared to die. The conversation between the two also made Sin Balone more and more angry. "Whaley, kill them and I'll give you a boatload of meat." Meat, from a house to a boat. Willie was swallowed up by desire again. He stepped hard with his feet, and the entire submarine sank downwards. In the end, although he jumped on the boat, he suffered a lot from the other 3 bounty hunters. "I'm stuck by the door card, save." The unlucky guy Justin couldn't believe that he died in such a painful way. The submarine worth 5 million Bailey was too old, and the watertight door often broke down. But this time, it couldn't be pushed at all, and half of his body was stuck inside. When the seawater filled the control cabin below, he followed the submarine and slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. But his last thought was, if God gave him another chance, he would definitely tear that scumbag sender to pieces. Either don't buy it, or if you want to buy it, just buy it. But that be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Sender bought such a low-quality thing just to save money. On the other side, they saw that Will and Send had arrived at the bottom of the Shinigami and were preparing to climb up. Aboard the Shinigami. Meat. Whaley patted his huge belly, stared at Luo D with red eyes, then opened his hands and immediately made a tiger pounce. Hey, it seems he is targeting me. Luo Di shook his head. Originally, he wanted to hand this person over to Lafayette, but now it seems that he has no choice but to do it himself. Lafayette, leave this guy to me, and leave the next two to you. The reason there were two was because Luo Di already knew that an unlucky guy had drowned. Lafayette said yes and jumped into the sea. Almost at the same time, Luo Di also moved. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed Whaley's big face. Quite strong. That momentum made Luo Di slightly stunned. Immediately after the power of Shinigami was injected, he exerted force with his right hand at the same time, throwing Verena's huge body into the air. Shave. Instantly following up, Luo Di's right hand was already covered by an invisible layer of armed color. A punch blasted out with a roar. Whaley's belly was sunken downwards in an extremely exaggerated manner. Then he arched his body and flew back at high speed. Swish, swish. From a distance, his fat body swayed up and down on the sea surface like water until it gradually sank hundreds of meters away. This move is called repaying the other person's life with his own way. As high as Smanton flies, Vale floats as far as he can. Captain, where are those people? At this time, Smanton finally flapped his wings and rushed back. It was obvious from his expression that he was very angry. Luo Di pointed to the sea in the distance. The man who beat you up has already sunk into the sea. If you rush over now, you might be able to see him again, and the others should be coming up soon. As soon as he finished speaking, two figures flew up, and after a while they hit the deck heavily. Hey, Smanton, you're back. I thought you fell into the sea. Lafayette landed on the deck, and the huge wings behind him slowly retracted. All right. Luo Di waved his hand to signal them to stop arguing, and then looked at Will and Sind were lying on the ground a little dazed. All hypnosis. Lafayette nodded. Luo Di stepped forward and asked, Are you organized? We were originally bounty hunters from Baroque Company, Limited. We heard about the Shinigami pirates more than 10 days ago, so we broke away from the organization and came here to ambush them. After taking the bounty, we were ready to quit. Baroque works. A look of surprise flashed in Luo Di's eyes. Isn't that a secret criminal group formed by one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Shah Crocodile? The Baroque Working Society covers many fields, and one of them does include earning bounty. This branch is basically composed of a large number of bounty hunters. Their gathering place is a small town called Whiskey Peak. The island where the town is located is called Cactus Island. But Luo Di is now thinking about whether to go there or not. After all, once he goes. In fact, starting from the upside-down mountain, there are 7 magnetic forces extending out. You can choose any one at the beginning, but no matter which island the magnetism starts from, once you choose it, you cannot change it. You can only go one island at a time along the channel. Finally, these 7 routes will converge to the Sabaody Islands. This also means that if Luo Di goes to Cactus Island, the subsequent navigation route will basically be determined. Should we go or not? In fact, Luo Di himself didn't really want to go. Based on the information about the Grand Line provided by Lesia, Luo Di has already learned part of the route, and some of the strange islands that those routes pass through made him even more interested. Among them is an island called Whirlpool Island. Just like its name, that island is located in the deep-sea whirlpool. Because of a special magnetic field, the island was not swallowed by the sea, even though it was below the sea level. Luo Di thought for a long time and finally decided to go to Cactus Island. He had several important things to do. First, he needs to take Crocodile's position as 7 warlords of the sea so that he can enter Impel Down later. Of course, if the world government disagrees with the robbery of heavenly gold, let's talk about it separately. It will just be more troublesome, but he still has the ability to enter the Impel City. Secondly, before Audrey went to sea, Luo Di told him the news about Broggy the Red Ghost and Dongli the Blue Ogre. At this time, he must have arrived at the small garden and had several fights with the 2 very stubborn Elbaf soldiers. Therefore, Luo Di also wanted to take a look and maybe run into Audrey. The last step is to go to Sky Island and defeat Enel. Needless to say, Inal's strength is the strongest Logia thunder fruit, plus the heart network with extremely wide coverage. As long as he masters the weapon colors proficiently and develops the fruits, not to mention the Emperor level, the potential of the Emperor's deputy will definitely be there. As for those magical islands, let's wait until he circles the Grand Line for the second time. I made a decision in my heart. Then Luo D asked again, "Do you have the Cactus Island record pointer on you?" Will and Sind shook their heads at the same time. Well, it's over now. Without the record pointer, all the previous ideas were empty talk. Luo D only had 2 record hands on his body. One points to an island called Bucksnow. If Cactus Island is full of bounty hunters, then Bucksnow Island is full of pirates who have lost their fighting spirit. The other one points to an island called Carnival Island. Even Lesia doesn't know the information about that island because the person who sells the pointer has never revealed anything about that island except the name of the island. Information. No. Even if you don't have the record pointer of Cactus Island, you should have the pointer of other islands, right? At this moment, Luo D remembered that sailing on the Grand Route could only rely on record pointers, and the 2 bounty hunters in front of him must have record pointers. Will shook his head blankly. The record pointer is on Justin, but we really don't have it on us. Forehead. Luo D glanced at the sea without any waves, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Justin is already cold, and the cold is very uncomfortable. Don't even count on recording pointers. So, can you contact the other bounty hunters on Cactus Island? As the captain of the bounty hunter team, Sin nodded and took out a phone bug from his pocket. Okay, contact everyone you can and tell them that you have captured Shinigami Rodi, but all the ships have been destroyed due to the battle, and you are in urgent need of help, and promise to give them a share of Bailey. This is the so-called casting a wide net to catch as many fish as possible. If you contact 1 or 2 people, they may not believe you, but if you contact a dozen or 20 people, someone will believe you. Then Cinder followed his orders and started contacting other bounty hunters like a robot. In a sea not far from Upside Down Mountain, a small black sloop sailed quickly, and there were 3 people standing at the bow. They are former members of CP9 in the CP organization. Because they have suffered some injuries and are older, they now serve as instructors of the CP Special Training Department. There are 3 major organizations in the world government: Marine Headquarters, Impel City, and Judicial Island. The CP organization is the secret intelligence agency under the Judicial Island. Among them, CP1-8 are ordinary intelligence departments, which are set up by the world government all over the world. There are also CP organizations on the surface. CP9 is equivalent to the Secret Service, responsible for espionage and assassinations, and only a few people know about it. CP0, on the other hand, takes orders directly from the Celestial Dragons and is a CP organization that is superior to CP1-9. Dale, Ender, we haven't received a task from above for 2.5 years. This time is really strange. The speaker stood at the front, a man wearing a white mask and a white coat. He was very tall, about 4 meters tall, and had a long dark red sword with a scabbard on his waist. And his status is also the highest among the 3. The former CP9 captain, Hurst, is not only the 6th form of Grandmaster Marine, but also a veritable swordsman. And his sword also has a great background, a sharp sword with 21 skills, named Bloody. Yes, cough, but I have also read the information about the Shinigami pirates. Ahem, many people are dismissive of them. Ahem, but ahem, their strength cannot be underestimated. Ahem. Deller, who is nearly 60 years old, is really in bad health. Let me tell you something and cough. The cause of all this is not his physical aging, but the poisonous gas explosion he encountered while performing a mission more than 10 years ago. To be honest, they are so courageous. They dare to touch the gold in the sky. It's no wonder that 5 elders contacted us. Among the 3, Hinder is the youngest. He was once known as a genius. Unfortunately, now that his right leg has been completely severed, it stands to reason that his strength may not even be half of its original strength. But the more talented a person is, the more he can break out in desperate situations, and Hinder is such a person. Hester stroked the bloody hilt with his right hand and stared forward, the coldness in his eyes making people shudder. No matter what, they won't live to see the sun tomorrow. Even though they are no longer members of CP9, they still obey the orders of the world government unconditionally. Twin points. Luo D plans to stay here for 2 days. According to Weir, it will take at least a day for the group of bounty hunters at Whiskey Peak to arrive. Moreover, they had just experienced an exciting cross-mountain march and needed a break. However, Winnie's physical condition is really bad. I wonder if Enel's Thunder Fruit can stimulate cell activity through electric shock, thereby slowly strengthening the physical condition. If it can work, I must let Winnie try it. According to Winnie, there are 3 ways to trigger emotional fruits: touching the body, looking at each other, and controlling thoughts. In addition to touching the body, the other 2 types of physical exertion are huge, and they also have an impact on the length of the triggering time. Touch can be maintained for a longer period of time, while gaze and thought control decrease in sequence. In fact, each fruit's ability has its obvious advantages and disadvantages. Let's compare the childlike fruit with the emotional fruit. The disadvantage of the childlike fruit is that it can only be triggered by touching it, and the ability will be released when the user is frightened. The advantage is the persistence of the ability. As long as the person with the ability is not frightened, its effect will always exist. The emotional fruit is different. The disadvantage is that it does not last long, but the advantage is that it can be triggered by thoughts or even eye contact. Of course, if the emotional fruit awakens, it will be an extremely abnormal existence. How terrifying is it to permanently change your mood? People with abilities can even create a super kingdom that is absolutely obedient to them, relying on the emotion called worship, admiration, and trust. And this kind of thinking can also be diverged, and it seems feasible to control fierce beasts. After all, the brain of a beast is very simple. As long as it is tamed, its loyalty is extremely high, and there is basically no possibility of betrayal. It's night. The moon and stars are sparse. The full moon shed a little light and cast a silver curtain on the sea. In the distance, a black boat made ripples, ruining this beautiful scene. Standing on the top of the lighthouse on the left side of Twin Capes, Luo D held up the roof with his yellow spring, his eyes slightly closed, as if he was about to fall asleep. There are people who came here specifically at such a late hour. I'm afraid the person who came here is evil. Luo D opened his mouth slightly and yawned, and the corners of his eyes became a little moist. In fact, at this time of year, he would look at the bright moon in the sky alone and remember the past. Then he will fall into a deep sleep. What a coincidence! Just as he was about to fall asleep, someone came. 3 of them are not weak at all. They are even stronger than the green peppercone from the Kingdom of Flowers. The Shinigami fruit is half awakened, and Luo D has touched the soul realm. He can judge part of the opponent's strength based on the power of the soul. It shouldn't be from Crocodile. His men are not that strong yet. Could they be bounty hunters from other places? With curiosity, Luo D slowly stood up and stretched his muscles a little. Other side, Hinder looked at the confused figure on the lighthouse through the mask and murmured, "Discovered." Daler coughed Kaido. "Ahem, it should be." Hester stared quietly ahead, his dark eyes as deep as abyss. He was discovered, and I can feel that he is coming soon. Hearst meets when say hockey. Naturally, he knew Luo D's every move. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Luo D also moved. With his Shinigami robe on his body and black smoke clouds surrounding him, he just walked in the air, looking like a god under the moonlight. Hinder was a little shocked. Is that moonwalk? Of course, it's not that moonwalk itself is shocking, but why would a non-marine moonwalk? Hester glanced at him and said coldly, "It seems that you have lived a very prosperous life in the past 2.5 years, and you have even forgotten the importance of intelligence." In fact, Luo D's Shinigami form was published in a newspaper 6 years ago. Being able to fly has become a major label for him. Deller put his hand into the mask, covered his mouth, and whispered, "Ahem, Shinigami Luo D has fruit abilities, and the ability to fly is also the ability given to him by the fruit. As for what kind of fruit it is, there is no record in the Devil Fruit illustrated book. I think, ahem, it should be an undiscovered fruit. Hinder was originally scolded by Hester and was a little unhappy, but now he directly pointed the finger at Luo-D. TCH, he's so lucky. Without that fruit, he's nothing. So why do we need to do anything? Hello. At this time, without the three of them noticing, Luo-D suddenly appeared in front of Hinder. Didn't anyone tell you that luck is also a part of strength? Moreover, you may not know that I am a person who has been wandering around the door of hell. As he said this, he saw a flash of cold light, and Huang Quan was already unsheathed. However, that sharp knife was blocked by another bloody long knife slashed from one side. The sound of the huge collision continued to spread, causing a wave in the calm sea surface, and the strong airflow from the two knives that followed each other blew the clothes. However, this sword has already distinguished the superiority. A huge wound was cut on Hinder's right shoulder, and blood spread to his feet. The speed of the knife was so fast that the pain slowly came back until Luo-D closed the knife. Hiss! Hinder clutched his shoulders and took a breath. It hurt too much. It reminded him of the time when his right leg was cut off. It hurts the same way. So strong. Hester's right hand was shaking slightly. Although he was left-handed, he had been practicing holding a knife with his right hand for 2.5 years. How could there be such a big difference? Ahem. Dailu still covered his mouth, because his mood swings were too violent, and he couldn't help coughing again. Tisk, tell me, who are you? Luo-D retreated a few positions and just floated on the sea, watching the three people quietly. However, the three of them didn't want to say anything more. The intense pain stimulated Hinder, and he took the lead in attacking. Lan Jiao. I saw his body suddenly leaping into the air, his only remaining foot driving the air, and vacuum slashes were scattered out one after another. Blood Moon Slash. Hester followed closely behind, with a bloody sword wrapped in a layer of arm domination in his hand, and a bloody slash was struck simultaneously with his raised hand. Shaving Collapse of the Mountain. Deller first jumped into the air on Moonwalk, and then his body turned into an afterimage. The next moment, he kicked Luo-D's head with his right foot with extremely strong impact. The three attacked almost simultaneously, but there was a smile on the corner of Luo-D's mouth. No panic at all. Well, it's like this, then I'll let you see what it means. Fear from the soul. The words fell. Countless black smoke clouds surged out of his body, expanding while blocking all attacks. Deller was even thrown away by the strange smoke cloud, and his right foot suffered a backlash. All the returned power penetrated the thin layer of armor, and his leg bones were almost shattered by the shock. It wasn't until he flew 20 or 30 meters away that he fell heavily into the water. But no one paid attention to him. What is this? Hester and Hinder had been shocked and lost their minds at this time, and Yuchi's trembling feeling from the depths of their souls was tormenting them all the time. Who can tell them what this huge monster in front of them is? I saw, under that moonlight, the dark and sticky smoke condensed into a huge figure more than 10 meters high. The black robe covering its body moves automatically without wind, and the smoke and clouds surrounding it seem to be alive, constantly winding and circling. The most eye-catching thing is the huge black scythe that seems to be able to easily take away life. The strange textures carved on its sparkle with a dazzling light, which is breathtaking. The cold breath almost covered the entire sea area. Where the huge figure was, the water below seemed to be afraid of it, and began to sink downwards, with waves coming one after another. This is the fruit's semi-awakened form, the embodiment of Shinigami, and I named it the true form of Shinigami. Luo-D was suspended in Shinigami's body, closing his eyes. Everything around him seemed to be under his control. It's a very magical feeling, and when he opened his eyes again, he looked forward. In his eyes, Hurst and Hind, who were standing there, had undergone earth-shaking changes. That is soul. At this time, Luo-D could already see their souls. The Shinigami scythe in his hand also has new abilities, cutting off souls and sealing souls. As for controlling and manipulating those souls, Luo Di can't do it yet. But he has a feeling that it is not impossible to control the soul when the Shinigami fruit is fully awakened. By then, he will be Big Mom's nightmare. Fruit restraint is no joke. Run. The cold breath kept approaching. The suffocating feeling of approaching death and the fear from the depths of their souls made Hester and Hender wake up at the same time. They turn around hurriedly, not even paying attention to the boat rolling under their feet. Step on the moonwalk and fly away. All they could think about was escape. You can run as far as you can, even if your physical strength is exhausted, even if you may die in the sea. They had a feeling that if they stayed here, a fate more terrible than death would be waiting for them. But can they really escape? The answer is yes. There is no escape. Luo Di controlled the huge Shinigami, almost teleporting, and appeared in front of Hester and Hinder in the blink of an eye. The huge body shrouded them in a shadow that even the moonlight could not reach. Do you know? There is something called a soul, and I can peel it out. Shinigami spread his left hand, and the surrounding black smoke gradually gathered to form two black balls with a strange aura. Call out. Immediately afterwards, he waved his left hand, which had a tracking effect. Even though Hester and Hinder tried their best to dodge, they were still hit. Strip cross. The black ball passed through their bodies. A black cross formed behind them. Ropes made of smoke and clouds held them captive. That's my body. Then this is weird and absurd. Hester was horrified to see his body falling into the sea, and he seemed to be still bound by a cross. What's going on? Like him, Hinder also saw the same scene. Then he turned his head to look at Hester and was shocked to find that the other person's body. Hester, why is your body transparent? Hester also looked at him, with a look of horror on his almost transparent face. You too. At this moment, a strong wind mixed with the power of the Shinigami blew, and Hester and Hinder felt as if their bodies were being pricked by countless steel needles, with pain coming one after another. Next, I will cut off the connection between your soul and body and seal you. Don't worry, you can come to this world again. It won't take long, just treat it as a sleep. Immediately, under the horrified eyes of Hester and Hind, Shinigami swung the scythe and cut off everything. When Luo Di returned to the top of the lighthouse again, he only felt a pain in his body. Sure enough, using the Shinigami true body in a semi-awakened state is quite physically demanding, and the burden on the body is not that great. Moreover, the strength of Shinigami's true form is incomplete. However, even so, Shinigami's true form is still very strong. During this process, Luo Di figured out a lot of things. In order to peel off the soul, you must enter the form of Shinigami's true body, but it may not be necessary if the fruit is fully awakened. The medium for cutting off souls and sealing souls is the Shinigami scythe. Now, the demonic power in Luo Di's soul has awakened. Therefore, what can cut off the soul and seal the soul is another part of the soul residing in the Shinigami scythe. The underworld in his hand cannot be done yet. However, it should be soon. Wait another year until the fruit is fully awakened, and I will go find Annie to try the water. And among the houses under the lighthouse, Kanoka slowly opened his eyes, and there was a deep thought and imperceptible horror deep in his eyes. With his ability to see and hear, he naturally sensed what was happening outside. The powerful strength shown by Luo Di actually reminded him of the great Captain Roger again. Holy Land Marie Joa, the supreme power of world government, 5 elders. St. Jago Lucius Satan slowly put down the phone bug. Lost contact. St. Topman witchily looked serious. After all, they are former CP9 members. They were all removed because they were seriously injured and their strength declined severely. It is not surprising that they lost to the Shinigami pirates. Izambalin versus Nasuhiro Sage hold a katana. It's just right to die. They haven't been very peaceful recently. Shepherd 10 Peter squinted at several people. Since the Shinigami pirates have not been eradicated. Next, Marcus Mazshing clasped his hands behind his back and shook his head. Now that the situation has just stabilized, There's no extra power to deal with them. This matter has been put on hold for now. So next, let's talk about the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Portgasty Acet. The intelligence officers working undercover in the Whitebeard Pirates seem to have collected some incredible information recently. The next afternoon, 3 small sailboats with a length of more than 10 meters were quickly heading towards Upside Down Mountain, and each ship actually flies a different pirate flag. They seem to be in peace and don't interfere with each other. If the ship were all pirates, then this scene would be difficult to understand, but they are bounty hunters from Whiskey Mountain. The pirate ship was snatched from the fledgling pirates. As for the group of pirates, they have become part of Cactus Island. The pirate ship in the middle of the 3 ships. Bow. Sind actually said that they captured the Shinigami pirates and let us pass. It's ridiculous. They betrayed us not long ago. Who would believe such a thing now? Mr. 5, Jim, put his hands in his pockets, facing the sea breeze, looking coldly ahead. Since you know he's lying to you, why are you still there? Miss Valentine's Day, Machida was spinning the small yellow and blue-striped umbrella in her hand with an exaggerated smile on her face. Of course we will deal with him and his 3 accomplices together. Of course, it would be great if we could meet the Shinigami pirates. Jim pressed his nose, flicked it, and with a boom, large splashes of water exploded on the sea surface. Ah! Don't forget, I want to share half of the bounty. After saying that, Machida touched the ground with her feet. Her body was as light as a balloon, then slowly rose into the air and finally landed on the observation deck. Coming, Luo jumped from the top of the lighthouse and landed just in front of Kanokas, who was reading the newspaper. Dr. Kanokas, do you want to come with us? We are short of a doctor on the ship. Kanokas glanced at him sideways and finally shook his head. This is my home, and without me, Laboon might never be able to see the people it wants to see again. Even if I told it before that those people would never come back, but the bond between Laboon and them is indelible after all, and I am relieved. I will stay with it until the end of my life. This morning, Kanokas told Luo the story of Laboon. Luo listened quietly, even though he knew everything. When the sails were raised again, the Shinigami set sail successfully. They were traveling in the same direction as Jim and Machida. What will happen when pirate ships that are strangers to each other meet on the sea? There is no doubt that it is war. Aha, they are coming. Machida turned her little umbrella and landed lightly next to Jim. As expected, he is from the Shinigami pirates, but that guy Sind is not here. Jim picked his nose and kept rubbing it, waiting for the Shinigami to approach. Most of them were killed, but that's good. It saved a lot of trouble. That guy named Whaley is quite troublesome. Machida looked at the Shinigami with unmistakable excitement. Not far ahead, Lafayette pressed his hat and looked sideways at Luo Captain, do you want me to go and deal with them all? Luo tapped his index finger on the table and said after a while, knock them unconscious and capture them. We just need 2 experimental subjects. Winnie's emotional fruit needs to be developed, and those 2 people come just in time. Yes, Lafayette nodded, then flapped his wings and flew forward, and his figure looked very abrupt in the empty sky. Jim noticed his arrival immediately. I can't wait any longer, but I came just in time, so let me sink you. Nose fantasy cannon. I saw him pointing the newly kneaded black ball at Lafayette, rubbing it with his fingers, and quickly ejected it. Lafayette's perception was extremely sharp, and he ducked away. And just at this moment, several more black balls popped up at the same time, blocking almost all the paths he could avoid. That's so disgusting. Lafayette looked embarrassed for the first time, not because he was afraid of its power, but because he was really disgusted. Boom! A violent explosion, accompanied by thick gray smoke, completely engulfed Lafayette's figure. Tisich, with this little ability, I thought you were so powerful. Jim took back the pistol he had just taken out. It seemed that it was no longer needed. If the crew of the Shinigami pirates is this capable, then he will definitely get the bounty. However, when the black smoke dissipated, his expression instantly froze. Because Lafayette is intact. Aha, this is not dead, Mr. Five. Just leave it to me. Wait, don't. Jim just stretched out his hand to pull her back, but Machida jumped into the air and floated into the air. When she fell again, her body carried a terrifying weight that made people feel fearful. 10,000 kilograms of weight. She's a very cruel person when facing her enemies, which leads her to do many things without remembering the consequences. Just like now, she forgot that this was the sea. As long as her attack was avoided, even if her body weight was reduced in time, the inertia would be enough to bring her into the sea. But the reality is also like this. Lafayette flapped his wings, turned his body slightly, and easily escaped. He even smiled at Makita when he passed by her, like a gentleman. Boom! Machida fell into the sea. MR5, Gulu save me. At this time, she couldn't laugh anymore, with a look of fear on her face, and kept struggling, but she couldn't swim, and when she was about to sink, a pair of sharp claws grabbed her shoulders and dragged her down. Out! Lafayette, look what good things you have done. This is the captain's experimental subject. He almost drowned. Lafayette shook his head. I was about to fish her out. Who knew you didn't trust me so much? Hello. Jim's angry voice interrupted them. I tell you, let go of Valentine's Day. As he spoke, the muzzle of the pistol was pointed at Lafayette, and it was filled with explosive air bombs. Bang! He fired, and an air bullet that was difficult to detect with a naked eye shot towards Lafayette at a high speed. Lafayette spun his body, using his armor as armor, and came to him with one air bomb after another. Originally, I wanted to kill you, but after all, it is the captain's mission. As he spoke, he had already drawn his cane sword. How was it possible? I am a user with explosive fruit abilities. There is no way I can fail in my mission. Jim roared angrily, and at the same time as the pistol was thrown out, he also kicked out his right foot quickly. But Lafayette just raised his hand slightly, and the cane sword covered in armed colors blocked his attack. Boom! Jim is an explosive man, and any part of his body can explode, including his right leg. I'm going to die now. How is that possible? Nothing is impossible. There are too many things in this world that you don't understand. If I hadn't met the captain, I probably wouldn't be as armed as I am. Then, under Jim's horrified gaze, Lafayette slashed out with his sword. When Jim woke up again, he found himself in a dark room. Powerless. There was a sense of powerlessness all over his body. Suddenly, he heard a very low and desperate female voice. How can I still live in this world? A woman like me should die 100 times, 1,000 times. Damn it, this sound is all too familiar to Jim. Isn't that the sound of Miss Valentine's Day? When he turned around to look, he could only see a blurry outline because the room was too dark. But he still recognized it. Hey, Valentine's Day, wake up. However, no matter how much he shook and shouted, it had no effect on Machida at all. She fell silent in her own world, unable to extricate herself. Damn it, what did the Shinigami pirates do to Valentine's Day? And where did they get these sea tower stone shackles? Tala, accompanied by the sound of slight footsteps and the sound of the gate opening, a figure walked in slowly. Relying on the light coming from the door, Jim could clearly see the person coming. It was Shinigami Luo-D. What did you do to Valentine's Day? Luo-D's right hand unconsciously rubbed the handle of Huang Quan's knife and chuckled. It's nothing, I just changed her mood. Of course, it's not just her. You will do the same in the future. However, there may be some risks. After all, rapid changes in mood may make people become crazy. At this time, Jim also calmed down. After all, his hands were bound by the sea tower stone, and he had no strength or ability to use his abilities. It should be impossible to escape. What exactly is your purpose? Emotional transformation? No wonder Valentine's Day can get so weird. But how did he do it? In short, Jim has a lot of doubts now. Shinigami Luo-D is full of secrets. He is not as harmless as he seems on the outside. My purpose, 7 warlords of the sea, crocodile. Oh, by the way, you may not know, he is your boss behind the scenes, also known as Mr. Zero. After saying that, Luo-D walked out slowly, regardless of the shocked Jim. He came here to observe Machida's condition. Now it seems that everything is fine. The first half of the Great Line, the ancient island. Because the island maintains the appearance of the dinosaur era, there are not only dinosaurs, but also many large beasts, and even the vegetation is very huge, so this island is also called the Small Garden. At this time, a big battle was taking place on the island. The violent shaking was enough to stir up the forest. In an instant, dragons fled and birds flew away, all seeming to be afraid of the behemoth that caused the war. Near the volcano, in a circular venue formed by years of fighting, two giants are fighting hard. But it's not Tori and Broggy. It was Dongli and another giant, Elbaf's first warrior, Auditory. But he saw Dongli holding a shield in his left hand, blocking Audrey's arm made of boulders. With an angry roar, he slashed down the huge sword held in his right hand. The air whined with huge force. But this sword was a bit painful for Audrey, who was like a fortified city, but it did not cause any damage to his muscles and bones. He took the blow forcefully, and the giant mace he held in his right hand also smashed down with all his strength. At this moment, the volcano erupted, and the two giants simultaneously withdrew their strength and slowly stopped. At the outermost edge, Broggy and the giant pirates under the Mega City Pirates stood up and walked towards them, who were watching with great interest. As he walked, the earth shook and the mountains shook. This is the giant's powerful physique. Outside the small garden, the Shinigami has just docked. Listening to the sounds coming from the mountains and forests, Aiko held the blowing wind and flying snow tightly around her waist. Brother Luo D, there must be no monsters on this island. The loud noise caused by the simultaneous movement of more than a dozen giants has reached the coast. Moreover, even the seawater and the Shinigami shook slightly. Not only Aiko has this doubt, but also Simonton and Lafayette. This sound is so weird, like the sound of some giant creature moving around. Luo D smiled and waved his hand. The giant city pirates led by Audrey should be here, and that noise was also made by them. As soon as these words came out, the three of them looked stunned. Even Winnie, who was hiding behind, came out, her pretty face showing a little excitement. It turns out to be Uncle Audrey. They had stayed in Elbaf for nearly a year and had a good relationship with the giant warriors, especially Audrey, who could be considered half of the Shinigami pirate crew after all. Moreover, before eating the devil fruit, Winnie was very sensitive to emotions and knew the nature of those giants. Very bellicose, rough in appearance, and fierce in appearance, but in fact he is still very simple deep down. They are just extremely passionate about fighting. Luo D glanced at a few people and then asked, "Which of you is left to guard the ship?" Forehead. Silence. It's like Cambridge tonight, like crows flying over. It seems that no one wants to stay. The ancient island has a pure and primitive beauty. There are all kinds of strange plants and rare birds and animals on the island. In fact, everyone wants to experience them. Seeing that everyone was silent, Luo D also noticed their thoughts and pointed to the record pointer on Lafayette's hand. Don't worry, the recording pointer also needs to store up magnetic power. I'm afraid we have to stay here for a while. We can all take turns watching the ship later, etc. If I remember correctly, the time the magnetism is stored here seems to be 1 year. Luo D's face froze for a moment, but looking at everyone's expectant expressions, he still didn't say anything. Finally, Winnie volunteered to stay and watch the ship. She wants to develop fruits and become stronger. In 6 years, she has completely integrated into this pirate ship, and the bond between them has become deeper and deeper. She doesn't want to hold everyone back anymore. But considering that Winnie was too weak, Lafayette also stayed. Moreover, Luo D usually made suggestions when developing fruits, and Lafayette accompanied them to develop them. Emotions can subtly change a person. As long as a certain emotion is continuously exerted on that person's character will also change into the shape of that emotion. Long-term anger will give rise to an irritable character, and fear will give rise to a timid and fearful character. So, what will worship and trust lead to? Now, what Winnie has to do is to tame Gem and Machida and let them become the fighting force of the Shinigami pirates. Wow, this is the dinosaur recorded in the book. Aiko hid behind an ancient tree, covering her mouth with a look of shock. In front of them, two 7 or 8 meter long dinosaurs were fighting each other, and everything was in a mess. Some of the nearby thick trees were broken by their destructive force and collapsed in all directions. His physical strength can be seen in a Madara. Actually, with your strength, you can kill them easily. Luo-D looked at Aiko and Smanton with a smile in his eyes. But then he looked at the towering volcano in front of him. We have arrived at our destination. Let's go. A flash of light flashed in Smanton's eyes. Are those two legendary giants here? I'm really looking forward to it. Circular venue. Bragi and Dongli did not separate as usual, but sat together very rarely. Eat meat together and drink wine together. Of course, these wines were all brought by Audrey. Hey, I didn't expect that we would all be defeated by you. In the past 10 days, Dongli and Audrey played a total of 10 games, losing 1 and drawing 9, but they still lost 1 game after all. Dongli took a deep sip of wine, but instead of being disappointed, there was a smile on his face. This is the character of Elbaf's warriors. He brings glory when he wins, and he will be convinced and send blessings when he loses. However, there are always regrets. Even if he has to lose, he still hopes to lose at the hands of Bragi. It's great to have such a powerful warrior like you in Elbaf. Dongli and I have seen giants from there before, but unfortunately, it's a bit unsatisfactory. Bragi took a bite of the meat, looked at Audrey, and smiled sincerely. These days, not only has Dongli played with Audrey, he has also played 10 games with Audrey. Likewise, 1 loss and 9 draws. Audrey took out a small newspaper and read the contents, with a flash of excitement and nostalgia in his eyes. Senior Dongli, Senior Bragi, you are joking, but actually it is all thanks to Captain Luo-D. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be able to do what I am now. By the way, this island is relatively remote, so the two seniors may not have seen these newspapers before. With that said, Audrey handed them the small newspaper in his hand, while he was still talking about Luo-D's deeds. Captain Luo-D was offered a bounty of 200 million belly just after he went to sea, which is enough to be equal to the two seniors. We sets foot on this great sea route. What did the captain say? Aren't elves a creature of the forest? How do you say the second part of the sentence? Coming. Both Dongli and Bragi have a reward of 100 million, and the two of them combined are indeed equal to Luo-D. But he may not know that his emotional intelligence is quite low when he talks like this. However, it is understandable that the giants only know how to fight. Just when Audrey was scratching his head and thinking, a familiar voice came from behind. Isn't Jinlin a creature in the pond? It turns into a dragon when it encounters a storm. Audrey, you should read more books. Don't be a reckless man who only knows how to fight. Luo, Captain Luo-D. It's Captain Luo-D. Audrey turned around immediately when he heard the familiar voice. What came into view were 3 familiar figures. The leader among them was Luo-D, and standing on both sides with a naughty little girl Aiko and the gambler's man. Hi, Uncle Audrey, long time no see. Aiko waved his hand, with a good smile on his face. This look was all too familiar to Audrey, and she must be thinking of some bad idea. Fortunately, Dongli and Bragi came to his rescue. Are you the Luo-D that Audrey mentioned? They have lived on the island for nearly 100 years, and have long forgotten all about writing, not to mention that the newspaper is too small to read. At this time, the giants from the Giant City Pirates scattered around also ran over. Captain Lodi, little Miss Aiko, long time no see. Smanton, I lost you last time. Let's make another bet. I will definitely end up winning this time. Meeting again will always bring some beautiful memories and the joy of getting together. Luo-D and the 3 giants Dongli, Bragi, and Audrey sat around the fire. Tell each other some experiences. At the end of the story, Luo-D suddenly raised his head with a fighting spirit on his face. Dongli, Bragi, let's spar. As soon as these words came out, both Dongli and Bragi were stunned. After a while, Bragi laughed. Come on, you are brave. Audrey and his crew tell us about you every day. As the strongest soldier in Elbaf, I have long wanted to meet you. Dongli's eyes widened, then he smiled. Jia, don't listen to his nonsense. Elbaf's strongest warrior is clearly me. Little dwarf, I'll fight you first. Bragi was unhappy, raised his giant axe, and was about to attack. It's me, I come first. Donley also picked up the giant sword and shield and glared back. Okay, let's have a fight. Whoever wins will be the strongest warrior in Elbaf. Luo D didn't expect this to happen. Audrey, who had been silent, put down the wine jar and made a suggestion. Senior Dongley, Senior Bragi, you two can go up together. Captain Luo D is very strong. Silence. One, together. The two looked at each other. Dongley put down his weapon, and his expression instantly became serious. There are rules in our village of Elbaf. For example, if we have a dispute with others in the village, we will accept the judgment of God Elbaf. God Elbaf will always protect the right party and let the right party be judged. People who do the right thing live. Bragi took over. Dongley and I had a dispute over something. Now this island is our duel ground. The right person will win, but there is no winner yet. The implication is that they will not join forces. Luo D stared at them quietly for a long time, with an unprecedented seriousness on his face. This is an internal issue within your village and your personal private matter, and I am now declaring war on you. If you still think that being an Elbaf warrior is an honor, then discuss it with me head on. As soon as these words came out, the whole space seemed to become depressed. Although it is a provocative method, the effect is good. After a long time, Bragi and Dongley looked at each other and nodded solemnly. As soldiers of Elbaf, this is our honor. Since you said so, we will accept your challenge. However, we will also use our strongest blow to prove to you that the name of Elbaf warrior cannot be insulted. The most powerful move in Elbaf spear, Overlord. Luo D thought of this immediately. Okay, then I will take this blow from you in my name of Shinigami. This is what he was waiting for. The circular duel field was formed by two powerful giants fighting for hundreds of years. At this time, Luo D and the two legendary giants were separated from each other. The air became heavy with tension. At the outermost edge of the duel arena, Audrey and the members of the giant city pirates he led stood there quietly, looking at the three people in the arena intently. Aiko stood on Audrey's shoulder, clenching her fists, and kept shouting, "Come on," but because of Luo D's request, she didn't shout out. Simon pushed up his glasses, feeling confident in Luo D. That night, he could clearly see the battle under the Twin Gorges. There is no doubt about Luo D's power. In the circular duel arena, the battle is about to break out. Donley raised his huge sword. Bragi raised his huge battle axe. Try the strongest spear in Elbaf's legend. Ah! Roars came from their mouths, resounding throughout the ancient island with the glory of Elbaf's warriors. The unyielding will reaches the sky. The red light ignites the battle axe, and the blue light smudges the long sword. Hegemony! Donley and Bragi struck down with all their momentum, strength, and the glory of being Elbaf warriors. Two powerful shock waves burst out, forming two corridors on the ground, and they would eventually meet at one point. A more powerful shock wave is formed, wiping out everything. As expected of Elbaf's spear, it's really strong. Luo D took a deep breath. The underworld was filled with blood and glowed with a red and black halo. Its fighting intent was not concealed at all. Restrain yourself. Your current strength is not enough to cope with it. Luo D glared at it fiercely, and then a domineering aura full of chaos surrounded it. It's a mix of arms color with a hint of conquerors. This is what Luo D realized after summoning the Shinigami true form. The armor's domineering energy penetrates the body, and the conqueror's domineering energy penetrates the soul. At that moment, he realized how to embody Conqueror's dominance, and also understood what dominance was. Now, although there's only a hint of Conqueror's domineering energy around him, that is enough. The power of Shinigami, armed Haki, and Conqueror's Haki all converged on Huang Quan. The powerful power made the sword tremble slightly, and it could be seen that Huang Quan seemed to be unable to bear it. Luo Di called this new force composed of a mixture of various forces. Destruction. Destroy. A slash of the sword seemed to be able to open the sky, and the dark thunder of destruction surrounded the dark slash. Wherever it passed, the space was slightly distorted. Bang! The huge shock wave formed by the Overlord collided with the slash filled with destructive aura, and the entire island began to tremble. The powerful aura rushed straight into the sky, and the clouds that were originally covered with dark clouds instantly dissipated. The dinosaurs and giant beasts on the island seemed to be frightened and fled towards the edge of the island in panic. How was it possible, actually, Dash? In just a short breath, the huge shock wave completely dissipated, and the power of the Overlord no longer existed. The dark slash driven by the thunder continued to move forward without losing momentum. Fail! Dongli and Broggy looked at each other, their weapons broken, just like their current moods. What a terrifying pressure. Is that what the captain showed? It was so strong that even the sky changed color. On the Shinigami, which was shaking violently with the sea water, Lafayette stood on the bow and looked at the center of the island, with a look of horror in his eyes that could not be concealed. It was indeed Captain Luo Di who caused it. Even the animals on this island were panicked. Winnie stared blankly ahead, her eyes a little dazed. She felt that the waves on the island, filled with fear, were getting closer and running toward the coast. Inside the cabin of the Shinigami, an empty storage room, Jim and Machida looked at each other. Although they couldn't see each other, they had been partners for many years and knew exactly what each other was thinking. What is that? It's such a terrifying smell. I feel like my soul is trembling. I have never seen such a powerful existence. Who is that person? Is there someone fighting Shinigami Rodi? It's very possible that if everyone in the Shinigami pirates died at the hands of the other party, then we would have a chance to escape. Actually, I think Miss Winnie is quite nice. Well, if you put it that way, I also feel she is pretty good. How about forgetting it? What should I say? Then the room fell into silence. Unknowingly, they seemed to have different views on Winnie. In the center of the ancient island, there is a circular dual field. Dongli and Broggy were lying on the ground, breathing very weakly. The huge incision spanned the entire chest. No blood flowed from the scar, but it looked charred black. Occasionally, there will be a subtle flash of black light, which is the remaining black thunder of Miyajan, tainted with an aura of destruction. This scar will follow them forever, just like the scar Kazuki Oden left on Kaido. Even the best medical skills cannot erase it, and even the strongest physique cannot repair it. Behind Dongli and Broggy, there is a piece of charred land that stretches for hundreds of kilometers. It is bare and occasionally flashes of black light. The ancient trees are no longer there, and all the creatures in it are dead. All around, the shocked members of the giant city pirates finally came to their senses and cheered. The two captains of the giant pirates who once roamed the sea were defeated. Moreover, the whole process only used one move. Luodi's victory made them feel proud. After all, the Megaho pirates are affiliated with the Shinigami pirates. From a certain perspective, Luodi is also their captain. Unlike other giants, Audrey had no joy but a touch of disappointment. It turns out that when Dongli and Broggy fought with him, he didn't use all his strength. Elbaf's spear is such a terrifying move. But Audrey stared at the only tall figure standing on the field. A flash of determination flashed in his eyes. Captain Luo Di, I will definitely follow your steps closely and never embarrass the Shinigami pirates. Wow, Brother Luo Di, you are so powerful. That move just now was even stronger than mine. No, more than 10 times. Unlike others, Aiko rushed over and hugged Luo Di, her pretty face flushed slightly with excitement. She was really happy for Luo Di. Luo Di rubbed her head and smiled. Okay, you can become this strong in the future. However, whether it was his misunderstanding or not, Aiko's forehead felt slightly cold. At this time, Smanton also came over, first praised Luo Di, and then looked at Dongli and Broggy and sighed. Hey, I didn't expect them to be so strong. I thought about competing with them before, but now it seems I'm afraid there's no chance. Luo D shook his head. The wound is not too deep and does not touch the vital points. It will heal with a little healing. Then he waved his hand at Audrey. Audrey, lend a hand and let Patry treat their wounds. Patry is the ship's doctor of the giant city pirates and is also a very good friend of Aiko. Audrey nodded, and then several giants lifted Broggy and Dongli and followed a beautiful female giant with brown curly hair towards Dongli's station, where her medical kit was placed. After the giant left, Luo D nodded to Smanton and Aiko. Let's go back to the ship first. This island is very chaotic right now. You might encounter dinosaurs if you take a few steps. If you want to explore this island, wait until tomorrow. Just when he was about to lift his feet and prepare to leave, Aiko seemed to lose his footing and stumbled forward. Luo D reacted quickly and grabbed her. Just as he was about to say something to her, he found that there was no color on Aiko's face, and her lips were white and trembling slightly. Could it be? Luo D quickly touched her forehead, and it felt cold, which was completely outside the range of normal body temperature. Could it be that he was bitten by something? He suddenly remembered that there seemed to be many poisonous creatures on this island, and he would be bitten by them if he was not careful. Captain, what's wrong with Aiko? Smanton looked at Aiko, who was obviously a little uncomfortable, and his face changed slightly. Show Patry. Luo D looked serious, slightly anxious, and immediately chased Patry in the direction she left. La la la, la la la. I'm a little expert in collecting herbs. I won't wait until dawn. In the forest, a 1-meter-tall, gray-haired little rabbit was jumping around with a small bamboo pole on its back, its ears swinging back and forth, and humming a famous ditty. But the little rabbit suddenly stopped. Why does the little garden feel a little different today? It seems like something is missing. The furry little hands scratched his head, and his big eyes looked confused. After a while, it shook its head again. Well, forget it. It's still important to collect herbs. However, just after taking 2 steps, the ground suddenly began to vibrate, getting stronger and stronger, and the sound became louder and louder. When I looked closely, I saw a group of dinosaurs running in front of me. Oh, that's bad. The little rabbit was startled. Has it been discovered? It's better to hide away first and then talk about it. Then it kicked off the ground with both feet, jumped 5 or 6 meters high, and landed on a thick branch. And this also allowed it to avoid the collision of those dinosaurs. It's so dangerous. Fortunately, this rabbit can jump higher. When the last dinosaur ran away, it jumped down again. Touching his chin, he lowered his head and speculated. Are those 2 giants in front? That's not right. Their fighting locations are fixed and should be in the same direction as me. What are you looking for? On the contrary, what's wrong? What? Hey, you, who are you? The little rabbit was startled again. It has lived on the island for more than a year. Except for the 2 giants who fight every day, it has never seen any other humans. But who can tell it what is happening to the human being in front of it? Lafayette had the same idea. What's going on with this talking rabbit in front of me? The huge threat that erupted in the center of the island forced the dinosaurs and giant beasts to flee to the edge of the island. By coincidence, a group of dinosaurs came to the bay where the Shinigami docked. Lafayette thought about it and thought it would be good to use them as experimental materials for Winnie, so he prepared to catch 2. As a result, because the group of dinosaurs had just been frightened and their emotions were extremely unstable, as soon as Lafayette approached, they turned and ran away almost at the same time. The next step is that the dinosaur runs and Lafayette chases it. It seems that the dinosaur is about to be unable to fly. Suddenly, a gray rabbit jumped out in front of him. The point is, this rabbit is no ordinary rabbit. It walks like a human, talks like a human, wears clothes like a human, and even carries a small basket on its back. Has the rabbit become a sperm? It is undeniable that there are many species in this world, and this is the first time Lafayette has seen this one. Or is it a human who ate some kind of devil fruit? Or the rabbit who ate everyone's fruit? In short, Lafayette is in some confusion now. You, who are you? The little rabbit was startled by Lafayette, and its ears drooped back, just like its heavy heart. I heard from people in the tribe that humans are terrible creatures. If they're discovered, they will be captured and sold to other people. What should I do? Wait online. I'm very anxious. Right, run. The little rabbit raised his head slightly, only to see that Lafayette was a little sluggish. It nodded secretly. It's an opportunity. Then it tentatively tapped its right foot back, but Lafayette still didn't respond. Well, okay, done. Run. Then it immediately turned around. Its right foot was already on the ground, and its body was about to jump out. But his ears were grabbed by a pair of big hands, and his body slowly became airborne. TSK, the talking rabbit is really strange. Since the group of dinosaurs ran away, I will reluctantly use you as experimental material. With that said, Simonton turned around and left while carrying it. But the little rabbit continued to struggle. Damn human, where are you taking this rabbit? Let go. The more it struggled, it found that the big hand holding its ear was getting tighter and harder, and it seemed that the ear would be broken by it in the next moment. Immediately, it stopped struggling and gradually became more honest, just shedding tears and sobbing quietly. Woo-woo, Boss Cat Viper, Sister Garrett, Sister Wanda, I know I'm wrong, come and save me. But no matter how it calls, it's useless. No one responds to it. Aboard the Shinigami, a very rare look of anxiety appeared on Luodi's face. What to do? After Patri's inspection, she found a slightly purple scratch on Aiko's foot, which she speculated was scratched by some kind of highly toxic plant on the island. And her medical skills were completely helpless against this kind of poison. Even if an antidote could be developed, it would take at least a month or two, but Aiko definitely couldn't wait that long. Even with the protection of Luodi's Shinigami power, it can only barely slow down the spread of poison. After all, Aiko couldn't last more than a few days. Are we going to find the witch on Drum Island? But without the eternal pointer of Drum Island, can we really arrive in a short time? On the Grand Line, it would be difficult to move forward without a pointer, and on this basis, it would be even more difficult to reach a specific island. He is not Wong Luffy. He just arrived at Drum Island when Nami fell ill. But we can only make a desperate move. If I continue to stay on this island, I'm afraid I'm really hopeless. In the end, Luo decided to set sail as soon as possible. Even if there was no recorded pointer, he would find a way to find the island. And relying on his excellent knowledge and flying ability, he still has a certain chance of finding Drum Island. Although it is very slim, he must try his best. Aiko is his relative who has been with him for 10 years. By the way, where's Lafayette? Only then did Luo remember that Lafayette seemed not to be on the boat. Winnie, who had just placed Aiko, looked at the slightly messy jungle path to one side and said slowly, Mr. Lafayette said when he left that he went to catch dinosaurs. Until now. That seems to be Mr. Lafayette, but why does he seem to be holding a rabbit in his hand? On the side, Smanton also nodded. It's true. I saw a tall figure walking slowly on the dense forest path, holding a cane in his left hand and a gray rabbit in his right hand. It's indeed Lafayette. Luo nodded, but a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. But why is he holding a fur tribe in his hand? The fur tribe generally lives on Zou Island on the back of the elephant owner, and that island is in the New World. Why are there fur tribes here? Luo was puzzled. Wait until Lafayette returns to the ship. Simonton took the lead to greet him, poked the gray rabbit on the forehead, and said curiously, Where did you catch this thing? It looks like a rabbit, but its structure is a bit like ours. These limbs, these proportions, and these clothes, it's really strange. Lafayette threw it on the deck and shrugged. I don't know, but you may not know that it can also speak human language. Can you still talk? Simonton suddenly became interested. Come on, little one, tell me something. Hey, wait, where are you going? Whoosh, whoosh. The little rabbit's eyes were closed tightly. His nose was twitching, his hands and feet were on the ground, and he slowly crawled forward. Until I hit a hard object. Its nose even came closer to suck in fiercely, and it kept mumbling in its mouth. Whoops, I'm up right arrow, down right arrow, up right arrow, this is it. I've been looking for it for 2 whole years, and today I finally found it. Before it could get too excited, Luo D kicked it out with his feet. His face turned livid. What the hell? Although I know that rubbing against fur people is a sign of friendship, but there is no need to hold their legs while rubbing and sucking, right? Are you sure this guy is not a BT? Ah ha ha. Lafayette and Simonton looked at each other and laughed. They didn't want to laugh, but they couldn't help it. Captain Luo D actually showed that expression. It's so funny. Winnie held the little rabbit in her arms and rubbed its furry little head. No way, this little bunny is so cute. However, the little rabbit didn't appreciate it. He pushed Winnie's face with both hands, struggling constantly and expressing his dissatisfaction. Human women, stay away from this rabbit. Don't you know that this rabbit hates women the most? Hearing it speak, Smanton stopped laughing and moved closer with a look of surprise on his face. This little thing can actually talk. It's amazing. Did he eat a devil fruit? The little rabbit turned his head and glared at him with a vicious but non-aggressive look. What devil fruit? This rabbit is a great fur race. Also, this rabbit is not called Little Thing. This rabbit is called Tuji. Do you remember clearly? It's just a human. This rabbit's name is Tuji. Do you remember clearly? It's just a human. For some reason, Tuji is no longer as depressed and scared as he was when he was first captured. Instead, how should I put it? He is a bit arrogant, or wants to blend in, and its slightly arrogant little expression made Winnie's girlish heart overflowing, with a hint of nostalgia mixed in. The dean's mother once gave her a birthday gift, a rabbit stuffed doll made by herself, but now it has disappeared in the fire, along with the dean's mother. Hey, what's going on with you, a human woman? Isn't it just because this rabbit hates women? I'm crying now. You're too fragile. When Rabbit G saw Winnie suddenly lowering his head, a tear overflowed from the corner of his eye. He crossed his hands with a look of disdain, but he could feel a trace of panic from his words. No, it's not because of you. It's just that I thought of some past events. Okay, I'm going to take care of Sister Aiko. Winnie put Bunny down, wiped her eyes, then turned and walked towards the room. 2G looked at her back and felt a little guilty. What's wrong with her? Did what I said go too far? At this point, Smanton flicked the back of its head to force it to turn around. You little thing, don't think too much about it. People only feel sad because of some past events. Don't ask about it. Otherwise, it will only bring back worse memories. Then he scratched his head again. But having said that, I seem to have heard a fur tribe somewhere. Well, where? Hiss, by the way, in the Sabeti Islands, the black market there seems to have marked the price of fur tribe, and the base price seems to be 700,000. Lafayette came over, stroking his chin and looking at Tuji. 700,000, to be honest, I didn't expect you to be so worthless. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought it back. There was a trace of regret in his voice. At this time, Luo D had regained his composure and shook his head slightly. Okay, don't worry about it, Lafayette. We must set sail now. Ah, Lafayette was a little surprised. Captain, the record pointer hasn't finished storing its magnetic power, right? I'm afraid if you leave without permission. Simonton patted him on the shoulder. You don't know. Miss Aiko is poisoned, and Patry won't be able to cure her in a short time. What's more, there is no other doctor on this island except her. We must set off quickly to find doctors on other islands. Luo D nodded, his eyes full of determination. When the time comes, pay attention to the weather changes. That island is a winter island, and the weather will suddenly get colder when you get closer. Although it is a bit unreliable to rely on the weather to find your way on the Grand Line, there's nothing we can do about it. We must arrive at the island. Lafayette was silent for a while, and finally nodded heavily. Simonton also consciously packed up the anchor and prepared to set sail, just when everyone is busy doing their own things. Rabbit G moved his body with small steps, slowly approaching Luo D. Actually, this rabbit is a doctor, a very powerful doctor, but I can show it to you. Luo D lowered his head slightly and looked down at it, a little surprised. Are you a doctor? Are you sure? Seeing Luo D talking to him, 2G was even more excited. Well, this rabbit has lived on this island for more than a year. I have studied many plants and animals. I could detoxify most of the toxins. Give me a chance. I will definitely be able to help you. Luo Di took a deep look at it. It's very sincere. It doesn't look like a lie. But why? Why does the rabbit in front of them want to help them? This is obviously the first meeting between them, right? Luo Di didn't understand. 2G seemed to notice his doubts and explained with his fingers. Actually, we fur tribe can transform into moon lions by looking at the moon during the full moon. But this rabbit, I found that among the many fur tribes, I am the only one who cannot do it. At this point, its voice was obviously a little low. I once doubted myself whether I was a fur tribe, but everyone encouraged me and didn't exclude me. Sister Garrett, Sister Wanda, and even the cat Viper, everyone was very kind to me. However, I can't stand myself like this. Since then, I have been studying medical skills and read all Uncle Sanyang's medical classics, but I still haven't found a way to crack it. Besides, I haven't seen any other fur tribe like me from those books. Since there is no furry principality, I decided to leave there and go to the outside world to find a way to crack it. In an ancient book I accidentally flipped through, I discovered the ancient island. There are various medicinal herbs on the island, which is just suitable for my research. It took me nearly a year to finally come here. But 1 year later, I still haven't found the answer until I met you. Luo Di pointed at himself, a little confused. This is none of his business. Well, it's you. 2G kicked off his short legs, jumped up suddenly, hugged Luo Di's neck, and kept rubbing. Karuchi. It is expressing its love for Luo Di. Luo Di pulled it off and held it in his hand with a serious look on his face. Tell me, why me? Whoosh. 2G's nose twitched a few times, but he shook his head. I don't know, but I feel that your breath smells very good, and there seems to be a mysterious power that can help me. It is an intuition that has been surrounding my mind and keeps me close to you. So weird? Luo Di looked at it for a while, until 2G felt uncomfortable, and then he put on the ground. What exactly is the power? After thinking for a long time, Luo Di finally had the answer. Then bunches of thick and sticky black energy-thin lines poured out from his forehead and finally condensed into a black ball the size of a fist, floating on his palm. Is this it? Whoosh. 2G twitched his nose and gradually came closer. Suddenly, his big eyes flashed with a strange light, and his little head nodded repeatedly. Yes, this is the taste, this is what I want. Luo Di nodded, then waved his right hand, and the black ball sank directly into 2G's body. Its body also underwent earth-shaking changes at this moment. His original height of 1 meter skyrocketed to about 4 meters, and the gray fur on his body gradually became longer and blacker. His 2 big bright eyes were dyed black, and there were actually 2 red sickles carved in the center of the pupils. There's also a circle of black smoke surrounding it, with black thunder occasionally flashing inside. It is hard to imagine that the black thunder swallowed by the smoke can be so conspicuous, even though it is the same color. Very strong. 2G never thought that he could be so strong. It feels like one punch can kill a dinosaur that usually can only stay away from it. Moreover, its brain was very clear at this time, and its body did not lose control as the tribesman said. It's just that the color seems a little wrong. The clan members are all silver white, so why is he pure black? In fact, it also knows that this is not the so-called moon lion transformation, but there must be some consolation. Well, let's call it dark lion transformation. However, the ability given to it by Luo Di seems to be 100 times more terrifying than the moon lion transformation of the tribe. Even the current turned into extremely destructive black thunder. Try it. Immediately, it held its right hand empty, and the black thunder flashed continuously and condensed into a thunderball, and then it waved its right hand fiercely. The lightning ball turned into a black stream of light and hit the dense forest almost teleportingly. Boom! The lightning ball suddenly shattered due to external force, and countless black thunders erupted. In an instant, trees collapsed and the land was sunken. When the thunder dissipated, under the thick black smoke, a circular site with a radius of about 4 meters came into view. The flat land was completely sunken, and the top was bare. So strong. 2G couldn't help sighing. Then he kicked off his feet and jumped more than 10 meters high. What surprised him even more was that he could fly. Wow, this rabbit will be a flying rabbit from now on. Below, a strange smile appeared at the corner of Luo D's mouth. You'll feel better later. Finally, after flying 3 times in the sky, Rabbit G returned to the boat. Just when it was about to try its other abilities, it saw Luo D hooking his fingers. Its body quickly became smaller, and countless thin energy lines poured into Luo D's forehead. Hey, it hurts. When 2G completely returned to normal, he suddenly curled up on the ground, feeling extremely uncomfortable with the severe pain in his limbs. Luo D walked up to it in 2 steps and smiled. Little rabbit, using those abilities is not free. How long it can last depends entirely on your physical strength. Look at your little arms and legs. It's good if you can last for 1 minute. But, one thing to say, the little thing in front of me was perfectly integrated with the demonic power, even surpassing Aiko, who has been in contact with the power of demons for nearly 10 years. It's incredible. Maybe you can take it. And he seems to be a very skilled doctor. Of course, everything depends on whether it can cure Aiko. On deck, Simonton and Lafayette looked at each other and saw a look of shock in each other's eyes. I didn't expect that little thing to turn into such a terrifying monster. Isn't it all down to Captain Luo D? Hey, I kind of regret it. I would have known better not to eat devil fruits. If the captain's ability could be exerted on me, wouldn't I be stronger than that little rabbit? It's useless to talk so much. It's better to develop the fruit quickly. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to defeat that rabbit in the future. TCH, what should we do next? Are we still setting sail? Wait a minute. Didn't you hear the rabbit say it was a doctor? Okay. Inside the house, Tuji, who is barely able to move, is diagnosing Aiko's condition. After a long time, it nodded, its voice a little weak. The whole body is cold, and the breathing is weak. This should be caused by the cold grass. Generally speaking, if you're cut by it, you will freeze to death in less than half a day because the body is getting colder. But there's a magical power in her body that is preventing the poison from spreading, but it can only buy half a day longer at most. But this is enough time. There happens to be an antidote for this rabbit. As long as I feed it to her within today, she will be completely cured after a few days of training. Furthermore, after this rabbit's research, if someone is cut by cold grass and then healed, the patient will have a certain degree of cold tolerance. Hearing these words, Luo D secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it can be cured. As for the cold resistance, it's a blessing in disguise. Okay, go get the antidote now. Show me the way, and I'll fly you there. Saying that, he put on his Shinigami robe. Luo D grabbed Tuji Destiny by the scruff of his neck and flew straight out of the house. Hey, wait. Can't you let me take a break? Really? After everyone and the rabbit left, Winnie closed the door to prevent any strange insect from flying in. 2G said that all kinds of creatures on this island are very dangerous. Even if they are small bugs, a bite from them may be fatal. In the afternoon, Luo D, who had just given Aiko the antidote, stood on the deck. Looking at the huge figure on the hundreds of meters giant ship approaching, he asked, "Why are you here?" Audrey scratched his head and said with a naive smile, "Isn't this little girl, Aiko, poisoned? Even if Captain Luo D doesn't need our help, we still have to do our part." Patry echoed, "Aiko is my best friend. If something happens to her, how can we just sit back and watch?" Luo D nodded helplessly. The giants are really a stubborn race. Okay, but I'm lucky. Aiko's poison has been cured. Now I just need to rest for a while. By the way, how soon you plan to set off? Audrey sighed. Hey, it takes a year to record the pointer here to store the magnet. Otherwise, we wouldn't stay here forever. What? Beside, Lafayette, who was drawing a chart, opened his eyes wide. Doesn't this mean staying on this island for a year? Luo D ignored him and took out a record pointer from his pocket. You can leave now if you want. This is the record pointer of that little thing, 2G. It has been on this island for more than a year. This pointer has been saved a long time ago. I don't know where it will lead. 2G is determined to follow Luo D. So I gave him all the record pointers. Audrey refused without even thinking about it. Captain Luo D, this pointer is too valuable. We took it. You. Luo D waved his hand and interrupted him. We, of course, have other ways. With that said, Luo D threw it away, and the recording pointer fell into Audrey's hand very accurately. Stop it. My goal is not to record the island pointed by the pointer. So for me, the pointer is useless, and the useful pointer happens to be on our ship. But this made Lafayette on the side a little puzzled. Useful pointers? What is the captain hiding? Why doesn't he know anything? Forget it. Just follow along and see. The two left one after the other, which made Audrey a little confused. What to do? Patry rolled her eyes at him. Captain Luo D asked you to accept it, so just accept it. Cabin. Storage room. Squeak. Machida and Jim raised their heads at the same time and looked toward the door. Through the light that just passed through, you can actually see a look of expectation on their faces. They seemed to be expecting someone to arrive. However, when they saw the person clearly, a look of disappointment appeared on their faces. TCH, Luo D, how long are you going to lock us up? Yes, you can't keep us locked up forever. Luo D raised the corners of his mouth slightly and spoke in a suppressed voice. I'm here to get something, Alabastus permanent pointer. Don't tell me you don't know. Jim looked at him deeply, and after a long time, he asked seriously, I want to confirm one thing first. Was it you who caused the previous commotion? Luo D did not deny it. Call. Jim took a deep breath. I do have a permanent pointer from Alabasta, but are you sure you can defeat Mr. Zero? No? Defeat Crocodile? Mr. Zero is Crocodile, which Luo D mentioned before. After being singled out, Jim couldn't help but become a little suspicious. After all, Miss All Sunday is usually the one who conveys information, and Mr. Zero, the boss, has never appeared in front of them. Plus, Crocodile is actually in Alabasta. That's for sure. The person speaking was not Luo D, but Lafayette, who had just arrived. Jim glanced at him, then stood up slowly. There is a box in my bag, and it contains the permanent pointer. Lafayette nodded, then groped around and found a black box. Once opened, there was indeed a pointer inside with Alabasta written on it. Captain, you are indeed Alabastus permanent pointer. Luo D nodded, and when he and Lafayette left, he left a message. It's not that I look down on Crocodile, but after a failure, he put all his energy on an unknown foreign object and wasted for more than 10 years. How strong can he be now? Since Crocodile was defeated by Whitebeard, he has come to the first half of the Grand Line, trying to find Pluton and gain the power to control the world. But after all, he paid too much attention to external objects and ignored the development of his own strength. Alabasta. Rainy ground. Mr. Five and Miss Valentine have lost contact. The previous news is indeed false. After all, it is impossible for the Shinigami pirates to fall so easily. Nicole Robin looked at the information in her hand and murmured to herself. 2 years ago, she came to the Grand Line and reached an agreement with Crocodile. Since then, she has been codenamed Miss All Sunday, and she is also the center to contact other members. A few days ago, news came from Whiskey Peak that the Shinigami pirates have been eliminated. Nicole Robin didn't believe it. Later, Mr. Five and Miss Valentine went to check the situation. If nothing else, there will be an accident. Sure enough, Robin completely lost news about them for several days since then. In fact, it would not be a big deal if they died. However, since Mr. Five and Miss Valentine are temporarily in charge of the Whiskey Mountain area, they will also escort the plunder and the bounty obtained in exchange. In order to deliver those funds in the shortest time, they have an Alabasta Eternal Pointer in their hands. Then, it is very likely that Luo D has obtained this pointer. Their next goal. This reminded Robin of the newspaper from more than half a month ago and the encounter 6 years ago. It seems we need to inform Crocodile immediately. Robin's goal is the blank history 800 years ago. Crocodile's goal is ancient weapon Pluton, and their common goals are historical texts. Half a month later, the ancient island near the volcano. A dozen giants and the Shinigami pirates were sitting together. Today will be the day when Luo D and the others set off. And this was also the grand farewell banquet held by Tori, Broggy, and the giants of the Giant City Pirates for Luo D and the others before leaving. Placed in the middle were several freshly roasted dinosaurs, with some of Winnie's secret sauce sprinkled on top. The special aroma of the meat and seasonings hit your face. Luo D ate the meat and looked at Audrey. Aren't you leaving? In fact, it stands to reason that Audrey should start as soon as he gets the pointer. However, Audrey shook his head. Captain Luo D, my current strength is still too weak. I'm going to settle down for a while. I will ask Senior Dongli and Senior Broggy for advice. In fact, it's good to practice meditation for a period of time. Then Luo D looked at Dongli and Broggy. What about you? Are you going to keep fighting in the future? Dongli and Broggy looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. After the battle with you, we are relieved. We will return to Elbaf later. Even if the god of Elbaf will bring judgment, we will face it together. At that time, if we are all still alive, the giant pirates will re-enter the Grand Line, and we will once again pursue the unfinished dream 100 years ago. It would be nice to be relieved. Luo D nodded silently, then raised his glass. Come on, let's all join together. Cheers! All worries are cleared away at this moment. Only joy and joy remain. Two legendary giants who have been fighting for nearly 100 years finally reached a reconciliation at this moment. That's right, they used to be each other's most trusting partners. Time flies. In the afternoon, the Shinigami headed out along the shore. Dongli and Broggy stood on two sides with serious expressions. When you come to this island, the biggest reason why you can't reach the next island is right ahead. The giant island-eating monster, the island-eating goldfish. Audrey, who was behind them, was confused. Two seniors. What are you talking about? Dongli didn't look back, still staring ahead with all his concentration. Watch it. It's coming. As soon as he finished speaking, the Shinigami, which had just sailed a short distance away from the island, began to shake violently. It seemed that some monster was about to rush out from under the sea, and the sea water splashed back and forth violently, causing waves to splash. What's going on? You must have encountered a Poseidon class, right? Simonton's hand at the helm froze slightly. Lafayette, who was beside him, had already drawn his cane and sword, and his body was full of fighting spirit. Is it the Poseidon class again? Aiko rushed out of the room, blowing the wind and flying snow, already unsheathed and ready to go. Inside the house, Winnie looked outside through the window, with a trace of worry on her face. This time, it seems a little different. 2G, who was lying on the chair and sleeping soundly, woke up suddenly, his eyes widened. Wow, what's going on? I'm scared to death. That's such a big goldfish. Audrey's pupils shrank sharply. Even though he was a giant, he felt a sense of insignificance in front of the huge goldfish that suddenly appeared. If it's him, there should be no problem. Can we see that slash again? Luo D's Annihilation Slash is the first attack so far that can destroy the hegemony, and Dongli and Broggy both look forward to him showing it off again. Maybe they will also gain something. However, things often don't go the way they imagined. Is this the Island Eater? It's bigger than the Poseidons I've seen before, so the power it possesses should be enough for me to absorb for a long time. Luo D pulled out the underworld without thinking, and his fighting spirit instantly rose. The fierce, murderous aura actually gave the island-eating monster a touch of fear, but soon, instinct drove it to devour the pirate ship in front of it. Then it opened its big mouth like a black hole, swallowing everything around it. Seawater continued to pour in, and the Shinigami accelerated forward with the current. At this time, Aiko came over. Brother Luo D, let me use that move. That move refers to the fusion with the awakened demon power in Luo D's soul. Although the fusion degree is not as high as that of Tuji, the amount she absorbs is larger, and the power she can display is much greater than that of Tuji. Luo D shook his head. A cold light flashed across his eyes. Next time, it still has some use for me, so leave it to me. With that said, Luo D directly entered the Shinigami transformation, with a head of black hair growing wildly down to his waist, and black smoke surrounding his body. The power of Shinigami fills both arms and flows continuously, finally converging on Huang Quan's body surface. and the black light becomes more and more dazzling. Immediately afterwards, he slashed out with his sword and cut off the sea. The powerful penetrating force actually split the huge island-eating monster in half. Bang! The seawater collapsed to both sides with its body, setting off heavy waves. And the sea surface that had just closed after being cut off stirred up a bigger wave, and the Shinigami was moving quickly on top of it. It looks like the sea is practicing it. Simonton retracted his wings and said, "Ha. Well, hey, let me just say, how come we need to take action when the captain is here?" Lafayette's mouth twitched. "Ahem, my sword has been drawn out. Just show me this." Standing beside Luo D, Aiko sheathed Fifing Feishua heavily, snorted coldly, and turned around to enter the room. 2G was lying on the edge of the window, with little stars in his big eyes. "Wow, Captain Luo D is so awesome." Winnie was stroking its little head from behind, with a beautiful smile of unknown meaning hanging on the corner of her mouth. Captain Luo D seems to have caused public outrage. In fact, everyone wanted to show their strength in front of him. They also want to show that they can stand alone. "Don't I just want to become stronger one by one?" Luo D sheathed Huang Quan and shook his head helplessly. Almost at the moment the island-eating monster sank to the bottom of the sea, a burst of cheers erupted from the coast. "Captain Luo D! Captain Luo D!" The giant city pirates cheered for Luo D's strength. At the same time, we are also seeing off the other members of the Shinigami Pirates. "Captain Luo D, we will definitely catch up with you. Sister Aiko, Little Rabbit, take care. Smanton is a gambler. I lost again this time. I will definitely win it back next time. Mr. Lafayette, thank you for your guidance. Little Miss Winnie, let's discuss cooking skills together next time." Audrey clenched his fists with a determined look on his face. When the Shinigami was completely gone, he looked at Tori and Broggy. "Tori senpai, Broggy senpai, let's get started." Dongli and Broggy looked at each other and laughed boldly. Wah! When the volcano erupts again, the island is no longer a battle between legendary giants, but a series of teachings from the seniors to the younger ones. Alabasta. Except for the capital Albana, there was no rain in other areas for a whole year, and people were miserable. In the past few months, a large number of dancing fans were discovered in Alabasta Port Dunaha, which instantly aroused public anger and triggered a rebellion. The entire Alabasta seemed to be on the verge of an imminent war. There seems to be some unknown conspiracy hidden under the turmoil of people's hearts. Noon. Outside the oasis of Elmar, a medium-sized pirate ship of about 50 meters was slowly approaching. Bang! After docking, Smanton dropped the anchor to secure the ship. Luo D jumped to the shore with a kettle in his hand. "It's finally here." 2G, who had just gotten off the boat, looked embarrassed. He always had a bad feeling. It always feels like it's going to be very hot inside, which I hate the most. Aiko rubbed its little head. How should I put it? It was a little addictive. Winnie shook the cup in her hand and said softly, "It's okay. I have ice water here. Just heat it up and take a sip to relieve the heat. Moreover, this cup is made of a special material and has a very good heat preservation effect. It can keep the temperature unchanged even after a day or two." Lafayette looked at the cup in his hand and nodded. "The bird food is very good." But Luo D suddenly turned his head and waved his hand towards Samandu. "Smanton, the task of guarding the ship is left to you." "What?" Simonton sighed helplessly, and then said yes. In fact, he also knew why Luo D specifically assigned him to guard the ship, just to prevent him from gambling. The reason why Little Garden is the ship for Lafayette to guard is because there is no place for Simonton to gamble in Little Garden. Then let's. Just when Luo D was about to lead the crew towards the nearest town, some fluctuations suddenly appeared in the sea. As the sea water splashed, 40 or 50 black shadows flew out at the same time. After seeing their appearance clearly, Aiko was the first to exclaim, "Kung Fu Manatee!" It was a creature she saw in a book, and it was said that she wanted to fight with it whenever she saw someone. The leader of the Kung Fu Manatee kept gesticulating and muttering some words that were difficult for humans to understand. "Wow, wow, 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 wow." Tuji looked at it and translated. If you want to go ashore, try to defeat me. If you don't dare, go to other coasts. It turns out to be Kung Fu Manatee. Luo Di rubbed his fists and moved his feet. He saw a black shadow flash past, and 40 or 50 Kung Fu Manatees fell to the ground almost at the same time. After a while, the leader of the Kung Fu Manatee slowly got up, walked to Luo Di, bowed deeply, and then raised his head. His two small eyes were filled with starlight, full of admiration. Wow dash! Tuji continued to translate. Master, this is the time to become a disciple. Luo Di covered his forehead, preparing to knock these guys out. Right. Just as he raised his hand, he suddenly stopped again. I wonder if we can let them master the skills of operating armed color hockey. Just in time to give them a try. Thinking like this, countless black energy thin lines flew out from Luo Di's forehead and dispersed to the 49 Kung Fu Manatees in almost a blink of an eye. The change happens almost instantly. With the influx of demonic power, Kung Fu Manatee's body has undergone tremendous changes. The body actually swelled to twice its original size. The eyes were suffused with black, and there was a thin circle of black smoke surrounding the body. However, there was no black thunder like Tuji in the smoke. Let's see if we can directly implant the skills of armed color operation into their souls, so that they can directly learn armed color domineering. Thinking like this, Luo Di slowly closed his eyes, and the demonic power attached to many Kung Fu Manatees began to penetrate continuously. Many Kung Fu Manatees fell into a deathly silence. Without any movement or sound, they just stood there quietly. It seems that a magical change that is invisible to the naked eye is happening quietly. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Just when the other crew members couldn't help but ask, Luo Di waved his hand, and all the demonic power returned to his body. The manatee's body also gradually shrank and recovered. Done. Luo Di's eyes flashed with joy. The origin of the devil fruit is controlled by Luo Di's soul, and that part of the devil's power has been awakened. When it is integrated into other living creatures, Luo Di can use it as a medium to transform. Of course, now he can only simply incorporate some combat skills, such as how to operate armament hockey. But perhaps because the devil fruit has not been fully awakened, he is still unable to change the nature of the soul, and thus cannot achieve true manipulation. How about it? Wow, quack, quack. The faces of the Kung Fu Manatees showed joy and excitement. They can feel that the power they just received is very powerful. It can make their strength achieve a qualitative leap. Wow dash. Tuji interrupted to translate. Master. Afterwards, all 49 Kung Fu Manatees were seen bowing deeply to Luo Di. This is almost catching up with a real apprenticeship. Well, okay, you just stay here and watch the boat. The 49 Kung Fu Manatees nodded in unison. Wow dash. By the way, you guys try to see if you can use armament hockey? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that the fists of the Kung Fu Manatees were stained with a thin layer of black. Armed color hardening. But unfortunately, it didn't last long. The long one is 3 or 4 minutes, and the short one is less than a minute. How long it can last depends mainly on each person's physical condition. What surprised Luo Di was that the leading Kung Fu Manatee could last for about 5 or 6 minutes. Sharp. Well, that's right. From now on, you can call me Nyoda. Luo Di could already imagine the scene where Wang Luffy would be beaten up by them 2 years later. Puff. The word Nyoda successfully made everyone laugh. Brother Luo Di, your name is so random. Do you think they will agree? Wow dash. Agree. 2G's translation successfully silenced Aiko. One is willing to fight, and the other is willing to endure. Then she has nothing to say. Good. Luo Di nodded with satisfaction. Let's go, let's go. After bidding farewell to Kung Fu Manatee, the Shinigami pirates officially set off. However, before leaving, Luo Di finally called out Smanton. End of the line. Lafayette came close to Simonton, who had just walked down, and whispered, "You're lucky. The group of Kung Fu Manatees just happened to show up to help watch the boat." Simonton rolled his eyes at him. You are the only one who talks a lot. It has not rained for a year, and a layer of gloom lingers in the green city of Elmar. Most of the people walking on the streets are emaciated and have haggard faces due to a serious lack of daily water intake. Phew, this rabbit is going to be extremely hot. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have come in. The fur race is the race most afraid of heat. Tuji was panting heavily, and his whole body was wet with sweat. Find a carriage. Luo Di looked around and finally saw several carriages in a shadow-covered field. Almer today is not at the point where it will be destroyed 2 years later. However, it can be clearly seen that this city is full of death and is faintly approaching the edge of destruction. Hey, old man, is it convenient to go to the rainy place? Luo Di led everyone to an old man wearing a gray robe and a white turban and asked, "The Rainland is where Crocodile is stationed. Now he is regarded as a hero by this country. It's really ridiculous." The old man looked at a few people, his old voice revealing weakness. "Looking at the way you are dressed, you shouldn't be from this country, right?" Luo Di nodded and did not deny it. "Actually, it's not that I don't want to take you there. It's just that the journey is long, and you will occasionally encounter giant sandworms and scorpions in the desert. It's not easy for a carriage to travel in the desert." The old man looked bitter. Because it hasn't rained for a whole year and the city's economy is in recession, he also wants to make money, but he is really powerless to reach the rainy land. Luo Di was silent for a while and then asked again, "Do you have a complete map? Just give us some directions, by the way." The old man hesitated. "There's a map, but—" Luo Di took out a banknote worth 10,000 belly and stuffed it into his hand in a very subtle way. "Feasible. 10,000 baileys." The old man nodded hurriedly, then put the banknotes away tremblingly, took out a map, and drew on it. "Our current location is here. You keep going along that road. After leaving Elmar, go straight northwest, and you will reach the Rainland. But I suggest you go to Yuba first. The caravan, there said maybe I can send you to the rainy land." After the old man pointed out the way, Luo Di took the map and led the crew to a hidden area. "Let's fly there directly. Smanton, you take Bunny. Lafayette, you take Winnie." Then, in a corner where no one was paying attention, 3 figures rose into the sky. Luo Di did not go to Yuba as the old man said, but headed directly towards the Rainland. In fact, to put it bluntly, his purpose is the map. Luo Di's sense of direction is extremely amazing, and his knowledge can basically cover half of Alabasta, a superpower with an extremely large area. As long as he is given a map and a starting point, he can reach where he wants to go in sequence. Rainy land, rain feast. In a secret meeting room, the solid glass blocks the surrounding water flow, and huge banana crocodiles swim back and forth. That ferocious appearance makes people's hair stand on end. Raising crocodiles, it's hard to imagine what kind of perverted person could do such a crazy thing. Crocodile, who was wearing a black fur coat and holding a cigar, had a cold light in his eyes. "Have you made contact?" Nicole Robbins stood behind him and put down the phone. "Well, they're already on their way." Crocodile glanced sideways at the newspapers and various information on the table. After all, they're just fledgling pirates who have not yet seen the cruelty of the sea. Since Marine has not touched them yet, let me do the push. The Shinigami pirates will make sure you never come back. Mr. 5 and Miss A lost contact on Valentine's Day. Since the Shinigami pirates dare to touch his people, they must be prepared to die, even though he didn't care at all about the life or death of those people. Outside the Spider-Man Cafe, a special vehicle pulled by a giant turtle slowly drives away. Except for Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine, the other senior staff of Baroque Works are gathered here. Except for Mr. 4 and Miss Golden Week, these people are all fruit ability users. Of course, Mr. 4 actually controls the power of devil fruit. The gun he carries on his back is a gun in the form of an animal-type dog fruit and dachshund, which can spit out explosive baseballs. Together with Miss Christmas, who ate the mole fruit, he can show great strength. Miss Golden Week also has a special ability. She has the ability to control other people's emotions through the paint on the palette. Her partner is Mr. 3, who ate the wax fruit and is also the think tank of Baroque works. Then there is Mr. 2, the real man Von Clay, who imitates the fruit ability, but he is a maverick and has no partner. Finally, there is Mr. 1, the quick-cutting fruit ability user, and Miss 2 Fingers, the thorn fruit ability user. These people are the real senior staff of Baroque Works. The destination they're going to now is the Rainy Land. Mr. 0, who has never been seen before, finally plans to meet them. Rainland. This is an extremely rare place where it can rain except the capital Erebana. At the same time, it is adjacent to Aruba across a canal. At this time, 3 figures flew from a distance and finally landed firmly on the top of a building that looked like a pyramid with a banana crocodile carved on the top. This is the U Feast, the largest casino in the Rainland, and also Crocodile's base. Someone is coming. Luo D put Aiko down and looked at the entrance gate of the city. From a high position, looking from a distance, I saw a huge turtle approaching quickly, with thick smoke billowing from the rear of the car. Aiko was a little confused. Who's coming? The other people also looked at him, waiting for his answer. The corners of Luo D's mouth rose slightly. 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile's agents, and the highest level agents, basically all of them are fruit ability users. Can I leave it to you? Simonton pushed up his glasses with a sneer on his lips. Of course you can. I have no place to vent my worries. Little did he know that right under his feet was his favorite casino. Lafayette twirled his cane, willing to serve the captain. At this time, Luo D looked at Winnie again. There's a girl in that group of people who also has the power to change emotions, but she does not rely on the fruit, but the paint on the drawing board in her hand. Please be careful. Winnie nodded. Finally, there are Aiko and Tuji. Do you want to use that power? This time I will give a very small amount, which can last longer. Aiko shook her head. She had just used the color of knowledge and found a very powerful aura under her feet, but the ones on the outside could still be dealt with her current strength. This rabbit wants it quickly. Unlike her, Tuji nodded quickly. Although it can use static electricity, its power is not very powerful. It can deal with ordinary pirates, but it can't defeat the Cadre level ones at all. Luo D also understood this. Immediately afterwards, a thin line of black energy poured into the rabbit's body. This time, the amount was not large, and its body suddenly expanded to twice its original size. However, because this rushing state could not be maintained for long, 2G rushed out directly. Lafayette followed closely with Winnie, and Smanton followed immediately. Brother Luo D, be careful. Aiko left a word and jumped down. Call. After everyone left, Luo D took a deep breath and put a smile on his lips. Crocodile, are you ready? Boom. A punch was blasted out, and a huge force penetrated the gold and stone. The outer layer of Yuyin cracked quickly like a spider web, and the banana crocodile carved on the top had disappeared, leaving only a deep and large hole. Bang! In the center of the rain banquet, gravel fell and dust filled the sky. The customers who were gambling stopped instantly and looked over. They were not alarmed except by curiosity. You must know that this is the territory of Crocodile, of the 7 warlords of the sea. The grass on the graves of those who dare to cause trouble will be 3 feet high. And when the dust dispersed, what came into view was the figure of a young man. Guard, guard. At this time, the manager shouted, preparing to take down this ignorant boy. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of footsteps sounded in unison, and soon a row of guard with guns rushed over. The dark muzzle was pointed at Luo D. Kid, don't move. A guard slowly approached with his gun raised, his finger already on the trigger. If Luo D dared to move, he would shoot immediately. Hey, it's so annoying. Luo D covered his head, a little helpless, and then opened his eyes suddenly. A huge pressure quickly spread around him, centered on him. Conquerors domineering. The guard who was closer felt as if his brain had been hit hard by something, and he rolled his eyes and fainted. But his index finger just happened to slide the trigger, and he accidentally killed another guard. Then several more gunshots rang out. In almost an instant, except for Luo D, There was no one else standing in the venue. They all fainted, and of course, some were killed by accidental injuries. It's much cleaner now. Then Luo D put his hands in his pockets and walked slowly inside. After a while, he came to a golden door with VIP engraved on the top. It should be right here. Squeak. Luo D opened the door. Duh. Crocodile tapped the table, and his expressionless face suddenly changed. The pressure, just now, was. Taking a deep breath of cigarette, he slowly came back to his senses. Aren't they here yet? Nicole Robin on the side patted her head, seeming a little uncomfortable. It should be here by now. I'll contact you again. And she just finished speaking. There was just a bang sound, as if something fell. It's better not to contact me. I'm afraid you won't be able to contact me. However, I didn't expect that you were here, Nicole Robin. The last time I met was 6 years ago. An unfamiliar voice sounded from behind, and Nicole Robin turned around stiffly. She saw a young man with a height of more than 1.8 meters and a slender figure standing quietly in the huge and carefully built sea tower stone cage. There, and hanging on his waist was a long knife that exuded a strange aura. Shinigami Rodi. She was sure almost instantly. Ha! Crocodile suddenly laughed, walked to the cage in 2 steps, and looked at Luo D mockingly. Shinigami Luo D, I was worried about how to find you, but I didn't expect you to come to the door yourself. Moreover, you also entered this sea tower stone cage specially designed to restrain ability users. You're simply asking for death. Don't worry, I will use them to entertain you well. Luo D folded his hands on his chest and stared at Crocodile quietly, without any expression on his face. In fact, he did not expect that this sea tower stone cage would be created so early. At the main entrance of Yudi, the big turtle that was moving quickly was thrown away by a huge force, and the car it was pulling behind it also fell to the ground. Inside the car, Mr. One's hands turned into sharp blades, and he quickly slashed at the iron car wall, quickly breaking a big hole. And when he jumped up and stepped out, 2 sharp knives slashed at him at the same time. Court death. Mr. One reacted quickly and quickly struck back with his hands that turned into sharp blades. Stab. The harsh sound makes people's heads tingle. Mr. One was separated from his attacker and retreated at the same time. A girl. When he saw the man's face clearly, Mr. One was instantly shocked. The person in front of me is just a girl of 15 or 16 years old, but she can actually explode with such powerful power. He lowered his head and looked at his hands that had turned into sharp blades. There was actually a small piece missing from each one. Horrible. Hey, big guy, since you can also be considered a knife user, let's have a test. Shave. Saying that, Aiko approached instantly, and before Mr. One could react, he quickly slashed out, blowing the wind and stirring the air. The slash with domineering force almost cut off Mr. One's arm. Gap. Is it that big? Blood flowed rapidly along Mr. One's nearly half-broken arm. He quickly retreated to a relatively safe position, his face looking solemn as never before. At this time, his partner Miss Zufing also came out of the carriage and jumped to his side. Your arm? Can you still fight? Seeing Mr. One's condition, her face became ugly. He was so seriously injured. You must know that Mr. One is the strongest here. It's okay. I can barely fight, but be careful about that girl. There's a terrible force wrapped around her knife. My hand was cut off by that force. Mr. One endured the pain, his voice trembled slightly, and analyzed the situation he learned. He glanced up with his fingers, and suddenly his pupils shrank sharply. Isn't that girl Aiko, the demon slayer of the Shinigami pirates? Demon Slayer is the code name given to Aiko by Marine. Mr. One doesn't know much about those, so I have some doubts. Shinigami pirates? Wait, she's coming, be careful. Before he could ask any more questions, Aiko's figure flashed, leaving only after images. Snowstorm. The next moment, Aiko appeared in front of the 2 of them, crossed his swords, and quickly slashed out while turning his body in the air. Suddenly, there seemed to be a chill, and the fingers of Mr. One and Mississippi were filled with fine wounds. The wound did not flow out of blood, but seemed to be frozen and turned slightly white. The body is frozen. Can't move. The fingers of Mr. One and Mississippi felt bitter in their hearts at the same time. I never expected that the one who defeated them would be a girl. Bang. On the other side, Mr. Two was fighting fiercely with Rabbit G, who had just knocked off the giant turtle. S asterisk 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 hand knife yo. Eat this rabbit and hit Black Thunder Flash. Facing the sharp hand knife, 2G didn't panic at all and quickly faced it with his right hand condensed with thunder. Sizzling. In an instant, Black Thunder flashed. Ouch, yo-yo, what kind of attack is this? Yo! Von Clay's body kept shaking, and black smoke was coming out of his right hand. When he was about to be unable to bear it any longer, he kicked out fiercely with his left foot, which he had accumulated for a long time. But the blow that almost used all his strength was bounced away by the smoke cloud on Tuji's body, and nearly half of his strength was returned. At this time, not only was Von Clay unable to use his right hand, but his left leg was also slightly fractured, temporarily losing his ability to move. Eat this rabbit's last resort. 2G took advantage of the victory and pursued it, pounced over, and smashed down hard with Black Thunder condensed in his hands. Sizzling. Von Clay was shaken wildly by the electric shock. After a while, he rolled his eyes and fainted. At this moment, Tuji's strength was also exhausted. When the wisp of demonic power flew away, it returned to its original state, lying limply on the ground, with its limbs twitching from time to time. So far, 3 of the 7 cadre members have been killed. Winnie also listened to Luo D's words and directly gave Miss Golden Week a feeling of despair and negativity. Under those 2 extreme emotions, Golden Week actually picked up the drawing board and hit his head several times, as if he wanted to commit suicide. However, he failed and fainted. I didn't expect her to be so fragile. It will take just 1 minute to fail. This kind of remote mood change consumes a lot of Winnie's physical strength. Currently, it can only be used on 1 person at a time. Moreover, the duration is not long, just 1 minute. Well done. Lafayette stood nearby and nodded secretly. He watched Winnie grow up step by step. Then, there are 3 more. At this time, Smanton walked over slowly. The woman who looks like a mouse and the ball are left to you, and the one with glasses and the weird 3 hair is left to me. Lafayette pressed his hat and grinned. I can do it. Then it's settled. After saying this, Smanton transformed into a giant golden eagle, ascended vertically into the sky, and then swooped down. A pair of sharp claws covered in armed colors were enough to crush stone and break gold. Melt carved spear. Mr. 3 reacted quickly. The wax generated in his right hand solidified into a huge sharp spear, and then he threw it at Smanton with force. Call out. The wax solidified, and its strength was comparable to steel, but it still couldn't stop Smanton's pace. He controlled his body, passed by the wax spear, and then flapped his wings with dozens of sharp brown feathers. Shoot out quickly. Not good. Wall of candles. A large amount of white wax immediately poured out of Mr. 3's free left hand, and soon it condensed into a candle wall in front of him that could barely block his body. But time is too short. The thickness and hardness of the candle wall are completely inadequate. But he saw that Fei Yu, who was armed and domineering, had already arrived in front of him. Boo-hoo-hoo, how is that possible? Mr. 3's pupils shrank sharply, and he saw that a flying feather had shot through the candle wall and penetrated directly into his body. Immediately afterwards, flying feathers shot out one after another, and his body was instantly opened with more than a dozen small holes. I wish you could give me a little more time. Consciousness gradually blurred, and Mr. 3 slowly fell to the ground. It all happened so suddenly. However, in a real battle, no one will give you time to prepare. I fell to the ground so quickly, my claws haven't. Smanton fell in front of Mr. 3 and shook his head helplessly. Just when he retracted his wings, Mr. 3 suddenly opened his eyes. Wax skin. I saw Mr. 3 supporting his body and throwing out large pieces of white wax with his hands. Such a close distance and a huge coverage area almost completely enveloped Smanton. Oh, He's not dead yet. Simonton raised his brows slightly, then spread his wings, covering the surface with a layer of armed color, and blew away the white wax as he flapped. Invalid. Mr. 3 frowned, then slammed his hands on the ground, turning around and reaching a safe distance. Candle champion. The white wax was seen constantly pouring out from his body surface, and soon it covered his whole body, forming candle armor. From the appearance, it looks like a huge robot. This is Mr. 3's most outstanding work of art, and also his strongest attack method at present. Immediately afterwards, Mr. 3 roared and rushed over. He was bound to knock out Smanton with one punch. Snort. Smanton smiled coldly, then kicked his feet on the ground. His body flew into the air, and his sharp claws were wrapped in armed colors again. Eagle strike. The sharp claws from top to bottom instantly poured down with unparalleled power. The solidified white wax, as hard as steel, seemed so fragile at this moment. With a bang sound, the robot-like armor began to crack. The sharp claws that were embedded in it were pulled fiercely, and the entire armor instantly collapsed. Mr. 3's surprised and slightly frightened expression came into view. However, Smanton did not stop there. His sharp claws were clawed out, and Mr. 3's body was directly penetrated. If you dare to plot against me, you must be prepared to die. Bang! Smanton returned to his human form, then raised his right foot and kicked Mr. 3's body several meters away. Now, only Lafayette's side of the battle is left on the field. Miss Christmas, who had transformed into a mole form, kept waving her paws, and in an instant, a dozen large pits appeared on the field. The dachshund Rezu spit out bombs like softballs from his mouth, while Mr. 4 was half buried in the pit, holding a 4-ton baseball bat in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. 400 copies to beat. The huge wrist force drove the baseball bat, and the softballs were knocked away one by one. In almost the blink of an eye, 400 softball bombs flew out. The density is so dense that there is nowhere to escape. Lafayette was instantly enveloped by it. Quickly cut with one word, but he saw him unhurriedly pulling out his cane sword. The sword body was covered with a layer of armed domineering, and his figure turned into an afterimage when he raised his hand. All the softballs in that straight line were cut in half. The next moment, even a very slow Mr. 4 discovered something was wrong. There was a sharp sword around his neck. The bone-gnawing cold air made his body tremble slightly. Run. Since Mr. 4 was half buried in the soil, all he had to do was dive if he wanted to run. But will Lafayette let him escape so easily? I saw a flash of cold light and blood splattered 3 feet. Mr. 4 was still thinking about running away until he died. This may be due to his slowness. There seems to be another person down there. Then, Lafayette inserted his cane sword into the pit. Bangs how? Boom! The cane sword burst out with countless sword energy, and the shock wave mixed with armed colors penetrated the sand, and screams came from the ground. It wasn't until the sound became weaker and weaker, or even disappeared completely, that Lafayette sheathed his cane and sword. Okay, it's over. By the way, this dog? A gun? Forget it, whatever it is. Take it away and go back and study it. Lafayette glanced at Rezu. Then his right hand was covered with a layer of armed color, and he raised his hand to knock him out. Fight and win with the Shinigami pirates. It was almost a crushing victory. The bottom of the rain feast. Banana crocodiles wandered back and forth in the isolated current. Bang, bang. As if they were hungry, a few of them hit the thick glass wall very violently, and a strong force actually caused the glass to tremble slightly. Luo D stood quietly in the sea tower stone cage, looking at Crocodile's arrogant face, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Crocodile, all your men are probably dead now. Hearing this, Crocodile did not have any mood swings. Instead, he blew out a puff of smoke and sneered. Want to anger me? Ha! Those people are just tools of my men. It's no big deal to recruit another group. It's just a waste of time. Do you think I will sympathize with them? Ridiculous. He is a very self-centered person, and his subordinates are dispensable to him. All right. Luo D shrugged and had no opinion on this. At this time, Crocodile suddenly turned around. It's time for dinner now. My pets should all be hungry. Luo D, I'll feed them today with you. You think highly of me. Luo D sighed. Demonic clone. A large number of black energy thin lines were seen pouring out from his forehead, eventually forming a faceless black-robed man consistent with his body shape and holding a black sickle in his hand. That's right. Robin was startled. What's going on? Can you still activate the power of devil fruit? Crocodile also felt the movement behind him, and the foot he just took stopped. Looking back, do you want to use the power of the devil fruit to break the Sea Tower Stone's cage? Your idea is good, but the power of the devil fruit has no effect on the Sea Tower Stone at all. Moreover, the Sea Tower Stone's hardness is comparable to diamond. You're trying to escape. Not out. Oh, Luo D chuckled. Who told you that I was going to use the power of devil fruit? With that said, Huang Quan took out his sheath, and an invisible layer of armed domineering energy surrounded it. Swish! There was a flash of cold light, and he raised the knife and dropped it. When Huang Quan was sheathed again, the diamond-hard Sea Tower Stone cage was forcibly broken open to create a square exit. Clang! The collision sound of the Sea Tower Stone falling to the ground was so harsh to Crocodile's ears. What he just said was like farting. It made him very embarrassed. You damn it. Crocodile turned into yellow sand and swept towards Luo D. Luo D didn't take action, but the demon clone on one side moved. A black smoke cloud wrapped around the black sickle in his hand instantly submerged into the yellow sand. Desert prison. Crocodile's right hand suddenly appeared, and he grabbed the demon clone's neck, and a huge suction force came from his palm. This move can suck up the moisture of the object in contact with the right hand and split it. If it is a person, then he will become very shriveled. However, the demon clone is not a human being, so this move has no effect. Is it because it is the product of a devil fruit? Damn it! Crocodile understood instantly, and his body turned into yellow sand again. At this time, a palm stretched out and grabbed his right hand that was about to turn into sand. What's going on? He was caught. While he was still dazed, his body had been thrown out. A black sickle slashed at him. Clang! The golden hook collided with the Shinigami's sickle, and the golden sound echoed in the small room. What's going on? My physical strength. Physical strength is being consumed rapidly. Crocodile immediately noticed something was wrong. With a strong left hand, his body turned into yellow sand and teleported to a safe distance. What weird ability. He has been wandering on the sea for so long, fighting many big pirates and marines, but he has never seen such a weird ability. But what if I attack the main body? What will you do? With this thought in mind, Crocodile changed his target to Luo D. Shalon. I saw him spreading his right hand, and the huge power formed a small sandstorm. After condensing and controlling its power, he threw out his right hand fiercely. In an instant, yellow sand filled the entire room, and the strong wind made people's faces hurt. The extremely high concentration of yellow sand reduced people's visibility to the minimum. Robin immediately covered her eyes and hid aside, and the arms that grew on her body helped her block a large amount of yellow sand. Is this the power of 7 warlords of the sea? Regarding the power displayed by Crocodile, it was only now that she clearly realized how terrifying it was. Bang bang. Luo D moved and moved forward slowly. The yellow sand wanted to engulf him, but was isolated by an invisible force and could not go any further. The invisible armor formed by the armed domination isolates everything. Crocodile's true form is nowhere to be seen. Found you! Suddenly, a cold light flashed across Luo D's eyes, and he kicked his back foot, moving like thunder. The huge palm kept getting closer, and Crocodile immediately realized that he had been discovered. But the next moment, he calmed down again. But, so what? I saw him swinging the golden hook with his left hand and stabbing it out. It is coated with poison, and if it is stabbed, the consequences will be disastrous. Seeing that Luo D just stretched out his fist to fight with him, Crocodile had a mocking smile on his lips. You really don't understand anything. The world of pirates is not just about fighting. Seeing that Jingo was about to collide with Luo D's fist, but If nothing else, there will be an accident. The golden hook was blocked by an invisible force, and no matter how hard Crocodile tried, he could not go any further. Is it the power of devil fruit again? It's really troublesome. Immediately, his right hand turned into a huge sand blade more than 10 meters long. Desert sword. Die. With one slash, the sandstorm was divided into two. When it fell, the ground was penetrated by it, and a faint light of dark purple burst out from all around. The destructive power was extremely shocking. At this time, a familiar voice came from under the huge sand blade. Tisk, it's useless. Crocodile, is this all you have? However, you may have forgotten that you were specifically dealing with me. But how should you deal with the demon clone behind you? As soon as he finished speaking, a black sickle broke through the layers of sandstorm, cut through Crocodile's black coat, and struck him directly on the back. In an instant, blood spattered and huge pain surged in. What was even more frightening was that Crocodile discovered that nearly a quarter of his physical strength had been consumed in just a few seconds. Damn it! Realizing that things were beyond his imagination, Crocodile immediately turned around and struck back. The golden hook knocked away the Shinigami's sickle, and he immediately took the opportunity to elementalize. Shalon, another more powerful sandstorm swept out, and the entire house was completely blown away. Many cracks appeared in the hard glass, and water continued to pour into the room. Those frightened banana crocodiles kept hitting the cracked glass, fearing that it would be completely destroyed soon. Crocodile grabbed Nico Robin, who was hiding aside, dragged his tired body, and flew out of the open hole with the wind and sand. He didn't even say a harsh word. Want to escape? Luo D pulled out the underworld and thrust it into the ground. Dark Realm, blockade. The darkness began to spread until it stopped hundreds of meters away, and one of Crocodile's legs was swallowed up by it. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it out. What was even more frightening was that the leg couldn't be elementalized. Damn, these are some weird abilities. And below, Luo D's underworld has been chopped out, and the dark space has also collapsed. Cut. Painful wails filled the sky. Crocodile dropped Robin, swooped down and grabbed his broken right leg, and then his whole body sank into the yellow sand, disappearing in the blink of an eye. You actually relied on merging with the sand, went directly into the ground, and escaped one after another. I really underestimated you. Looks like it's hard to chase. Luo D shook his head helplessly. Crocodile actually showed him an unfamiliar move, which he didn't expect. However, the news of Crocodile's defeat should spread soon. Will his position as 7 warlords of the sea be abolished this time? Luo D shook his head, took back the demon clone, jumped up, and flew into the sky. Nearly half of the room has been flooded by the water. I believe that it won't be long before those banana crocodiles will run out one by one. As for what will happen to Crocodile's admirers in this city, it has nothing to do with Luo D. But when he was flying in the air, he paused, glanced at a corner of the city, and then flew towards the gate. Discovered. The sharp sight made Robin, who was hiding in the dark, slightly startled. She was almost certain she had been discovered. But why did Luo D let her go? Also, since he has the power to defeat Crocodile, he should have been able to easily defeat himself 6 years ago, right? In short, Robin has many doubts. However, now, she may have to find another organization. However, before that, she also wanted to take a look at the historical text Crocodile said. She wondered if it contained a blank 100 years of history. After searching for so many years, she didn't want to give up any possibility. Then, she flashed and disappeared into the dark alley. The sun is beginning to set. The desert still carries a scorching temperature. Crocodile leaned against a big rock, breathing heavily. He escaped, very embarrassed, just like being defeated by Whitebeard. The second time. Damn. What's even more despicable is that all his hard work in the past 10 years was wasted at this moment. Pluton, I don't know if there is any chance of finding it. Nicole Robin, the only one who could decipher historical texts, was also abandoned by him, and now her life or death is unknown. What a shame. Shinigami Luo D, just wait for me. Immediately, Crocodile disappeared into the vast sea of sand, leaning on crutches. The only thing worth celebrating may be the broken leg he is holding in his hands. Now, there is still a glimmer of hope that it can be picked up. At present, Luo Di has no interest in historical texts. His only goal now is to continue to become stronger. The ancient text of Alabasta records the location of ancient weapon Pluton, Wano country. But the so-called ancient weapon Pluton, Uranus, Poseidon, these are just foreign objects. Only when you are strong can you be truly powerful. Blindly pursuing those unrealistic powers is just killing your own potential in time. Crocodile is such a wretch. If one day he can wake up, maybe there will still be a place for him in this sea. After all, he had also played against Bullet. Time is brought back to the present. That is today, one day later. News of Crocodile's defeat spread rapidly from the Rainlands, spreading throughout Alabasta in just one day, bringing a lingering haze to many people. Crocodile is a hero and a savior to the people of this country. What's more, he is indeed a pirate, and he is also a 7 warlords of the sea that is supported by Marine and the world government, and it is completely legal. But they forget that the 7 warlords of the sea also have legal rights to plunder. What Crocodile plots is this country and deeper Pluton. However, besides the bad news, there is good news for the people of this country. The senior staff of the evil criminal group Baroque Works were also wiped out, and the ones who killed them were the Shinigami Pirates. This is the news reported by some people who recognized Luo Di and the others in the rainfield. The name Shinigami Pirates is not unfamiliar to most people. That was a large pirate group that appeared in the newspapers more than a month ago. The total number of pirates on the ship was nearly 400 million. So, what is their purpose in coming to Alabasta? No one knows. Branch of the Baroque Working Society. Princess Vivi and Guard Captain Akaram, who had just joined a few months ago, looked shocked. What? The senior management of Baroque Working Group and Crocodile were defeated? The purpose of Vivi and Akaram joining the Baroque Society is to investigate the situation of the Baroque Society, which is trying to provoke a civil war and subvert the kingdom of Alabasta. But for now, not long after they infiltrated, they were reluctantly promoted to become billion elders, but this happened. Well, how should I put it? It was quite sudden. Vivi didn't know what to do next. Ikaram, are we now? Chance. A flash of light flashed in Akaram's eyes. Your Highness, isn't this an excellent opportunity? The Baroque Works Society, which has lost its top management, is now in disarray. We quickly return to the palace, report this matter to His Majesty the King, and then lead the troops to kill them. All hidden dangers will be eliminated. After staying in the Baroque Working Society for several months, not to mention the whole body, they still know where the several branches are. Even if they cannot be eliminated at once, they can be defeated one by one and slowly weaken their power. On the way, Vivi couldn't help but have a trace of worry on her face. What about the Shinigami Pirates? Since they can even defeat the 7 warlords of the sea, then... Akaram shook his head. There are internal and external troubles. The Baroque Society has been rooted in Alabasta for more than 10 years. If they're not wiped out, it will be very detrimental to the entire country. As for the Shinigami Pirates, their purpose is unknown, but they are pirates after all and must be guarded against. All the unrest in the country can be quelled by a heavy rain. But those are beyond human power. A large number of dance fans emerged a year ago. It rained only in the capital Albana. These are very abnormal. But even Cobra, who smelled the conspiracy, could do nothing. He investigated but found no clues. The only possibility is the Baroque Works Society. However, it seems that the criminal group is coming to an end. All because of the Shinigami Pirates who appeared out of thin air yesterday. Where will this country go from here? As the king, Cobra doesn't know, but he will do his best to protect it. Captain, here you go, the fruit you want. According to Luo Di's request, Lafayette flew around to buy some fruits. Although he was confused, he didn't ask. Good. Luo Di took it and nodded, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. He was kind of eager to try that idea. As we all know, when a person with abilities dies, The demonic power in their body will leave the body and attach to other fruits, thus forming a new devil fruit. Then, if he wraps the demonic power in the soul around the esper at the moment of their death, he can control the detached demonic power and guide it into the fruit. Didn't the devil fruit form? The more Luo Di thought about it, the more feasible it became. Then he took the fruit into another vacated room in the cabin. Inside lie Mr. 1, Mr. 2, Mr. 3, Miss Two Fingers, Miss Golden Week. As for Miss Christmas and Mr. 4, because Lafayette was too cruel, they were directly ignored. And Mr. 3 was not far from death. His body was penetrated by Smanton in more than a dozen places. It was a miracle that he could even breathe. Then Luo Di slowly walked towards Mr. 3, trying to guide the demonic power out before he died. Go! Immediately afterwards, countless black energy-thin lines were seen pouring out from Luo Di's forehead, completely wrapping Mr. 3 without leaving a single gap. Then next, Luo Di took out a piece of fruit and put it into the demonic power. Dark Realm / a small dark field enveloped Mr. 3, and with a flash of cold light, Luo Di sheathed the underworld again. And under the black demonic power, Mr. 3 has been destroyed. Luo Di slowly closed his eyes and began to channel the demonic power. 1 minute, 5 minutes. Suddenly, he slowly opened his eyes, and a touch of joy flashed across his eyes. Success. Wax fruit. To be honest, this fruit is quite abnormal. From a certain perspective, it is similar to Ka Airs Nunua fruit. If developed well, its potential is also great. The first fruit is in hand. The whole fruit of wax is white, and its appearance is like the effect of wax flowing out after a candle is burned. It can only be said that it is very similar. The next one is the second one. Time passes quickly. 2 hours later. Except for Miss Golden Week, who had no fruit ability, the others were all eliminated. For brand new devil fruits were packed into the same bag. Quick-cut fruit, thorn fruit, mimic fruit, and wax fruit. If you add the unknown fruit previously looted from the Kingdom of Flowers, there are 5 devil fruits. And these fruits, Luo Di planned to use them to create a new group of ability users. Only the power that is in one's own hands can be called power. There's a certain risk in recruiting people from the Baroque working group. Crocodile felt that he was really unlucky. Just over a day after escaping Alabasta by boat, he encountered a warship at sea. There was some excitement at first. Because the ship he was traveling on was not that big, it would likely capsize if it encountered larger waves, and this warship was undoubtedly a timely help. So he pointed his finger at it. As a result, as soon as he boarded the warship and killed several Marines, a big shot emerged. The former Marine General, Black Arm Zifa. And beside him were 2 students who had always supported him, Ein and Binz, who were respectively users of the retrograde fruit ability and the exuberant fruit ability. They were very powerful. Tricky. Crocodile didn't think his Shichibukai identity would be of any use. After all, he had already killed several Marines, and the other party was Zifa, who hated pirates the most. What bad luck! Then, his body turned into yellow sand and disappeared in an instant, only to reappear on his ship the next moment. He was preparing to run away, but how could Zifa let him escape so easily? A few years ago, a group of students led by him died at the hands of pirates, and his own right hand was broken. Now, several Marines died in front of him, and Zifa's anger reached the extreme. Bang, bang, bang. Crocodile, who was about to flee by boat, moved his ears slightly, and there was a sound of machine gun fire from behind him in the direction of him. Sure enough, you can't be kind. Helpless, he could only transform his body into elements to avoid those bullets. But when the bullet penetrated his body, he realized something was wrong. Damn it, it's a sea tower stone bullet. Crocodile would neither be armed to block those bullets, nor would he be able to control his elemental body to avoid them. Without any preparation, he was beaten directly. In fact, it's not his fault. Now, Zifa, who has lost his right hand, has been installed by Vegapunk into a crusher made of sea stone, which is filled with sea stone bullets. This is undoubtedly a big killer for those with abilities. In addition, He is also a master of physical skills, and he is even more proficient in armed color and domineering. There is no suspense about the outcome of the battle. Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, is captured by Zephyr. What his final outcome will be remains to be determined. News of Crocodile's defeat spread quickly. Morgans looked at the information coming from his subordinates, and the excitement in his eyes could not be concealed. Shinigami Luo-D finally arrived at the Grand Line. It seems that the newspaper before was still somewhat useful, but he killed one of the 7 warlords of the sea as soon as he came up. Wow, it was really a bit beyond my expectations, but it's not as it just right. Create more and more explosive news. I will keep following you until the new era comes, and until a bigger wave sweeps the world. At this time, his face was full of enthusiasm, as if he had foreseen what big news he would witness that would shock the world. Malin Vando, Marine Headquarters. Crocodile has been defeated. The destruction of the 7 warlords of the sea will break the newly formed stable situation in the sea. Damn it, Shinigami pirates, what on earth have you done? Warring State's face was extremely solemn. Sure enough, they should be dealt with promptly. But there seems to be no movement on the world government side. Moreover, I just received the news that Crocodile was arrested by Zephyr. It's really troublesome. Akiji is the only one with nothing to do now. It seems that I can only trouble him for a trip. The Shinigami pirates must be controlled as soon as possible. Otherwise, with their growth rate, it will be unimaginable to achieve a level of cooperation in the future. This is not made up out of thin air. Shinigami Luo-D is too young. Now he is only 16 years old, but the things he has done are getting bigger and bigger. If you continue to let it grow, it will get out of control. 3 days later, although Alabasta only had 5 days to store up its magnetic power, the Shinigami had already set sail. Just because Luo-D got the eternal pointer of Sky Island. The owner of this pointer is 2G. I vaguely remember that the conversation at that time made Luo-D a little bit dumbfounded. Where did you get this pointer? Normally, the boss cat Viper will tell us his past adventure stories, and what he often talks about is Sky Island. According to him, it is an island located 10,000 meters above the sky. It is very magical. And this pointer is the eternal pointer it made privately. Why privately? Because its captain was very cruel. The crew was not allowed to make the eternal pointer. However, the Cat Viper boss liked the soft clouds there. He wanted to go there again in the future, so he made the pointer privately. Yin, okay, there are some outrageous reasons, so why is the pointer here with you? Well, it's not that this rabbit's body couldn't transform into a moon lion. I was wondering if there would be any magical thing on Nakong Island that could solve this problem, and then I stole it. In fact, at that time, the Cat Viper boss, there is no obsession with Sky Island anymore. It's more of a nostalgia. As we grow older, our concepts will change, which is inevitable. Put aside the above. 2G is really a little clever ghost. If it weren't for him, Luo-D would not be able to go to Sky Island for a while. 19991 9992. Captain Newspaper. Luo-D wiped the sweat from his forehead, sheathed Huang Quan, and then took the newspaper handed by Lafayette. In fact, there is no important information. The main content of the above report is that they defeated the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile. As for the bounties, nothing has changed. Maybe Marine hasn't figured out how to deal with them yet. Of course, there may also be an assassination, such as dispatching CP9 again. We still have to go to Sky Island as soon as possible. Luo-D couldn't wait for Sky Island. He wanted to make it his first base. What's more, the important candidates for the 5 devil fruits are also on the Sky Island. But having said that, this gun is pretty good. There is a dog at Luo-D's feet. Its name is Leisu. It is a bit special. It is a gun in the form of an animal type, a canine fruit, and a dachshund. It was also brought back by Lafayette. Since it is essentially a gun, it has no brains. Lafayette's hypnosis and Winnie's mood changes easily tamed it. Now it can be regarded as one of the combat forces on the ship. And that Golden Week, now locked up with Machida and Jim, is being slowly transformed by Winnie like boiling a frog in warm water. She already has unique abilities, and paired with a good devil fruit, it will be a killer. So Luo Di spared her life. This world, there is always some information that cannot be hidden. Even though Marine didn't want people to know that the 7 warlords of the sea were defeated by pirates, Morgans didn't care about that. Newspapers published by World Economic News are flown around the world. Whether it's the Grand Line or the 4 Seas, whether it's Paradise or the New World, they all realize that the newly stable balance of the sea seemed to be slowly being broken. Some pirates became restless. Does crocodiles' defeat mean they have a chance to become 7 warlords of the sea? That's a perfect identity for a pirate. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. The Shinigami pirates passed through 2 islands and now finally reached the bottom of the Sky Island. At this time, the pointer was shaking left and right, but was completely aligned with the sky. In fact, when a general ship passes here, the recording pointer will also change in the same way. The main reason is that the magnetic field of the Sky Island is too strong, covering the original record of the recording pointer. Is there an empty island up there? Lafayette looked at the strange pointer, then moved his eyes to the sky. On the side, Simonton came over and took away the pointer. There is actually an empty island. It seems that little thing is not lying. I had never heard of an empty island before coming to the Grand Line. Now I have learned a lot. Tuji rode on Lesu's back, his little face full of disdain. Humph, will this rabbit lie to you? After a while, he seemed to feel that what he said was inappropriate, so he added another sentence. If you want to lie, it's the boss of Cat Viper who did it. In fact, Tuji himself is not sure whether Sky Island exists. After all, he has never been there. Now that I think about it, it's a bit unbelievable. What could an island at an altitude of 10,000 meters look like? But then again, how should we go up? We can't fly up, right? Aiko asked a fatal question. It's not impossible, even if you think about it. Simonton touched his chin, as if he was really thinking about the possibility of flying up. Luo Di, Lafayette, and Smanton all have the ability to fly. It's not a problem at an altitude of only 10,000 meters. Even if you bring a few people with you, it won't be a problem. What's more, you can settle down in the 7,000-meter-high White Sea. Aiko rolled her eyes at Smanton and immediately rejected his idea. Don't be kidding, we're going up. The Shinigami can't stay down here, right? Feasible. However, you have to wait until the fruit is fully awakened to do it. Luo Di shook his head slightly. Then the sight and smell covered the entire sea area. He wants to look for Gaia Island and find Mont Blanc Kalikai so that he can have a chance to land on the Sky Island. If it didn't work out, Luo Di could only fly up alone and let Lafayette and the others watch the ship. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes. A look of disappointment flashed across his eyes. At this time, Lafayette noticed something unusual about him and walked over. Captain, what did you just say? Luo Di looked up at the dense, dark clouds in the sky and sighed. There should be an island nearby, but unfortunately, I didn't sense it. Haha, why are you laughing? Lafayette pressed his hat and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Captain, do you know why I am a navigator? Luo Di gave him a strange look. Why else could this be possible? Either talent or interest. Otherwise, what else could it be? Lafayette shook his head. Captain, you don't know something. The devil fruit I ate is called the white dove fruit. The white pigeon has a strong positioning ability and sense of direction. This is the key to becoming a navigator. A few days ago, I developed the devil fruit to a new level, which is to induce magnetic fields. Although there is a certain range limit, I can clearly sense the strong magnetic field above our heads. In addition, on our left ahead, there's also a magnetic field there. Induced magnetic field. So BT? Luo Di felt a rare shock. With this ability, Lafayette must be among the best in sailing ability, right? Guabanasai, Blackbeard sang, I have robbed you of such a good navigator, and I will definitely repay you well in the war. Luo Di clasped his hands together and repented for his crime, and then he looked at Lafayette. Let's go to the island on the left. Subsequently, under Lafayette's guidance, the Shinigami set sail again. Today's Gaia Island is divided into 2 parts. The first part is called Demon Valley Town, where many pirates spend money freely. The other part is the Kalikai family, which is opposite the Demon Valley town. The person living here is Mont Blanc Kalikai, whom Luo Di is looking for. However, due to the direction of the ship's travel, the Shinigami temporarily arrived at Magic Valley Town first. Looking around, there are dozens or hundreds of pirate ships docked at the port. These ships are not small, so it can be seen that they carry pirate groups with a certain reputation. Bang! Smanton dropped the anchor and secured the ship. Aiko held her chin with both hands and leaned her elbows against the guardrail, looking at the slightly noisy town ahead. Isn't this town full of pirates? Lafayette put down the chart in his hand. According to the information collected on the last island, this town should be the Magic Valley town. If nothing else, there are some pirates in it. At this time, Luo Di came over. Go to the island and buy more things. Of course, since there are pirates here, as long as the fists are strong enough, there is no problem in robbing each other. After leaving these words, he jumped, landed on the shore, and walked forward slowly. Hey, Brother Luo Di, wait for me. Aiko rolled over and got off the boat, chasing after her like a little tail. On the deck, Tutu's Manton and Lafayette stared at each other. The captain ran away. What should I do? Lafayette, why don't you guard the ship? My, hands are a little itchy. Okay, remember to grab more, ahem, and win more, and come back. Very good. In the blink of an eye, Smanton disappeared. As soon as he left the room, Tuji rode Leisu out of the room. He looked left and right, but only saw Lafayette. Hey, this rabbit won't be here for a while. Why are you alone? Lafayette walked closer slowly and leaned over to look directly at Tuji. His pale face, covered by shadows, looked particularly eerie at this moment. They have all gone to the devil town ahead. It is filled with devils who love to eat rabbits. Little thing, if you're not afraid, you can go and have a look. Tuji was so frightened that he trembled all over, picked up Leisu, ran back to the room, and even locked the door. TSK, you are so timid, but some people seem to be restless. Lafayette turned around and came to the bow of the ship. His sharp eyes swept across and happened to meet another line of sight. On the street, Aiko pressed closely against Luo Di and asked curiously from time to time, Brother Luo Di, what should we buy? Luo Di looked at the surrounding shops as he walked. Let's buy something special, something that's not available on Sky Island. At this moment, a young man with an afro walked towards him. Hey kid, looking up, he saw a dozen pirates with arrogance written on their faces behind him. They blocked almost half of the street, and you could only walk on both sides if you wanted to get past. New here, the afro raised his eyebrows. A mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He leaned closer and already took the shot with his right hand. Seeing that the oil-stained hand was about to fall on Luo Di's head, he suddenly chuckled, and then an invisible pressure poured out, all falling on the explosive head. Hand, it's hard to miss another point. You! Afro felt as if he had been cast a restraining spell. His body was frozen in place, unable to move. This time, he looked at Luo Di with a hint of surprise and a touch of fear. The young man in front of me is probably a fruit ability user. Captain Haig, what's wrong with you? Captain! Damn! What did you do to the captain? The crew members following behind immediately noticed something was wrong. Vice Captain Buller reacted the fastest and pulled the trigger before raising his hand. The specially processed muzzle made a very low sound when the bullet was fired. Ordinary people would have been hit, but Luo Di kicked Hage on the waist. The blow caused his body to shift, and his shoulder was just penetrated by the bullet. The pain made Haig wake up. He covered his bleeding shoulder, a fierce light flashed his eyes, and he swept his right foot straight towards Luo Di's lower 3 lanes. Luo Di had already expected it. He quickly pulled out Huang Quan in his hand, thrust it down hard, and placed it directly in the center. Haig didn't have time to retract his legs. Huang Quan's sharp knife cut his right leg into a flat plane, almost completely amputating it from the knee. Not on the same level at all. The pirates behind were shocked. After all, their captain is also a pirate with a bounty of 45 million Bailey, but he seemed so miserable at this moment. Seeing that the situation was not going well, Several pirates raised their feet and prepared to flee. But how could Luo Di let them escape so easily? He casually pulled out the underworld embedded in the stone road and then made a simple slash. The black brilliance was breathtaking, and a huge slash that spanned almost half of the street gave people a strong visual impact. Swordsman. No, this is not an ordinary swordsman. When all the pirates were beheaded, the black slashes dissipated. Is even the power controlled so appropriately? The pirates who were attracted to watch the excitement became more and more frightened. Suddenly, someone said in surprise, "Wait, is that person Shinigami Rodi?" Obviously, he has recognized it. What? Is it the Shinigami Luo Di who just killed one of the 7 warlords of the sea? Well, look, I still have that newspaper here. The girl next to him seems to be Ji Aiko. Despite her young age, she is also very powerful. I was just thinking, TMD, why did I encounter these 2 evil stars? You continue. I will give up and sell out first. In the blink of an eye, most of the pirates who were watching ran away because of Luo Di's reputation. The remaining people are either watching the excitement or have some other ideas, but there is no doubt that no one. However, one person really stood up. Shinigami Luo Di, I have wanted to see you for a long time. It was a young man who looked to be in his early 20s, wearing a white lab coat. He had curly brown hair, a very elegant appearance, and a slender figure, estimated to be 2.5 meters tall. But no one knew him. The surrounding pirates had only one thought in their minds. Who is not afraid of death? Luo Di glanced at him indifferently and raised his eyebrows. Oh, what do you mean? The young man held a black notebook and took 2 steps back and forth. If I guess correctly, the purpose of your coming here is Sky Island. His voice was full of determination, almost absolute certainty. TSK, what is my purpose, and what does it have to do with you? Hey, don't be so heartless. In fact, I also want to go to Sky Island. Can you take one with me? Anyway, one more is not too much, and one less is not too much. Sky Island? Haha. The people around him almost bent down and covered their mouths when they heard these 2 words. Who doesn't know that Sky Island is a rumor made up by Kalikai? There are actually fools who believe it. If the target hadn't been Shinigami Luo Di, they would have ridiculed him a few times. At this time, Aiko stood up with his hands on his hips and snorted coldly. Why should we take you? The young man chuckled and lowered his voice. Because I come from the country of geniuses Bakamoa, and I can help you. Aiko frowned, completely unable to understand what he was saying. What does Baki or you care about us when you come from? What does it have to do with whether we take you to Sky Island or not? Bakamoa? Luo Di looked thoughtful. He seemed to know where it was. Then he pulled Aiko behind him and looked straight at the young man. What is your purpose of going to Sky Island? The young man only replied with 2 words, curious. A very strange reason, but very reasonable. Because curiosity can always drive people to do anything that seems unreasonable. Then how can you help us? Luo Di is not a philanthropist and will not engage in loss-making business. The young man opened the notebook and flipped through it, then handed it to Luo Di. This is the power wing I developed. As long as you give it a starting force, it can keep flying until the energy is exhausted. And here, there's only one way to enter the Sky Island, and that is the sky current that occurs 5 times a month. With my power wings, as long as I successfully ride on that current, I can perfectly reach the Sky Island. Luo Di gave him a strange look. Why do you know so well, and how do you know that there's an empty island up there? In fact, what the man in front of me said was not wrong, but the point is that he knew it too clearly. The young man took back his notebook and pointed at his head. After inquiring about information from Mont Blanc Kalikai, I spent half a month observing and recording the currents here, and finally came to this conclusion. The most important thing is that 400 years ago, this was a complete island. Does the emergence of rising currents mean that another part of the island was washed up into the sky? Besides, the Sky Island itself exists, and there is another route to the Sky Island. But I don't go by that way. It's all out of curiosity. Of course, all of this is my speculation. Practice and conjecture are completely different. I need to confirm my conjecture, and your appearance allows me to see the feasibility. Afterwards, the two looked at each other for a long time. Suddenly, Luo pulled Aiko and passed him. If you want to go, just follow me. A flash of light flashed in the young man's eyes. He put away his notebook, turned around, and followed him. In the subsequent chat, Luo also learned some basic information about him. The young man's name is Frian. Although he looks to be in his early 20s, his real age is already 35. He comes from the future country of Bakamoa on the island of the machine, which is the so-called country where geniuses are born. The assistant who worked for Vegapunk for a short period of time was also a genius in his own right, but he did not like the feeling of being bound by the laboratory. Instead, he preferred freedom in the outside world. What's more, he has a certain degree of conflict with Vegapunk's ideas. Therefore, he left Vegapunk, left his hometown, and traveled around. Then there was today's encounter. The next day, a strange scene appeared on the vast sea. A tall man wearing a dark green coat, a green eye patch on his forehead, and slightly explosive hair was riding a bicycle on the sea. You read that right, it's driving. The front wheel of the bicycle accurately landed on the newly condensed ice every time. Behind him, a long ice road could be clearly seen. Marine General Akiji is now sent by the Warring States period to capture the Shinigami pirates. He has been wandering at sea for more than half a month. In fact, if you can, this is a good vacation. But God did not fulfill people's wishes. A few days ago, the two islands the Shinigami pirates passed by happened to be stationed by Marines. They fed back the news to Akiji and speculated on the islands that the Shinigami pirates might arrive in the future. Helpless, Akiji had no choice but to search all the way, catch him when he found it, and forget about it if he couldn't find it. Era Allah, are you here? However, after so many days, he finally encountered an island. Without any excitement, he slowly pedaled his bicycle and approached the island. And in the Kalikai family, which is opposite to Demon Valley Town, the Shinigami successfully set sail under the escort of the Suruma allied forces from left to right. In fact, the reason why Mont Blanc Kalikai agreed to help Luo so easily was due to Frian. Over the years, only Frian agreed with Kalikai's ideas. Even if they only got along for half a month, they were able to have a true heart-to-heart relationship. Hearing that Luo and others also wanted to go to Sky Island, they agreed to help them. Under this sea area, there's a large cavity deeper than the seabed. As long as low-temperature seawater flows into the cavity, the geothermal heat underneath will produce steam. When the seabed erupts due to excessive vapor pressure, huge ocean currents will reach the sky, which is the so-called sky current. The outbreak can last for 1 minute. If you are lucky, you may be able to reach the so-called empty island. If you are not lucky, the ship may be destroyed and everyone will be killed. On the way, Kalikai kept talking about the principles of the formation of sky currents and some precautions. At this time, their pirate ship had arrived at a sea area shrouded in dark clouds. The huge sea breeze stirred the sea surface and made people's faces hurt. And under the dark clouds, what comes into view is a huge and deep vortex of ocean currents. Even the huge Poseidon species cannot escape from the powerful suction force. They can only follow the pull of the ocean currents toward the depths of the seabed that are like leading to endless hell, pouring in everywhere. Fear. Winnie pointed at the huge whirlpool, then looked at Kalikai driving on one side, and asked with some fear, "Are we really going in?" Kalikai nodded. "That's right. When the big hole in the bottom of the sea sucks in enough sea water, it will spurt out, and the ship will be able to take advantage of the situation and soar into the sky. There is only one chance." Luo waved his hand to Smanton and had already made up his mind. "Smanton, drive in. Let's fly to the Sky Island." Yes. Immediately, the Shinigami broke away from the protection of the Sarushan United Army and followed the flow of the huge whirlpool step by step. Finally, when the ship was about to reach the center of the deep whirlpool, a huge current gradually emerged, and the Shinigami slowly rose with the current until it became faster and faster. "Ice Age, Akiji is here." Relying on the conversation of the pirates in Demon Valley Town and his strong sense of knowledge, he arrived just as the Shinigami took off. Now that they had met, how could he let them slip away so easily? Lazy is lazy, but the mission goal is right in front of him, and he can't turn a blind eye yet. I saw that his hands close to the sea released a lot of cold air, and almost in the blink of an eye, the water turned into ice and spread hundreds of meters away. And almost when it was about to touch the soaring sea current, a black slash struck from top to bottom, and the seawater was directly penetrated hundreds of meters deep by it. The cold air could not reach the seawater on the other side, and instead spread to other areas. Position. Lafayette, take control of the ship and make sure to reach the Sky Island safely. There's a troublesome guy coming down below. I will go meet him. Almost instantly, Lafayette, Smanton, and Aiko on the deck looked at him at the same time. Captain, Brother Luo D. Don't want to go up together? Captain Luo D. We are waiting for you at Sky Island. You must come up. Luo D just nodded and jumped up. The sea breeze messed up his hair. The moment he landed, a Shinigami robe was added to his body, blocking all inertia and momentum. Tread. With a gentle tap of his toes, Luo D landed on the thick condensed ice and looked up. 500 or 600 meters away, Akiji looked over almost at the same time. The two eyes met together. There was no passionate collision. Everything seemed so indifferent. Marine General Akiji, the Marine headquarters really thinks highly of me. It is almost unheard of to send out generals after only offering a reward of 200 million. Luo D walked forward slowly, the yellow spring in his hand already stained with a strange color of black and red. Blood is seeping in. Era Allah, Shinigami Luo D, this is the first time we have met. Akiji stood up slowly. Even though they were hundreds of meters apart, the content of the conversation, which was not too loud, could still reach each other's ears. And this is the power of seeing and hearing hockey. It is indeed our first time to meet you. But you gave me a big gift when you came up. How can I not return the gift? Luo D's footsteps paused slightly, and the underworld was entangled with the destruction formed by three forces. Destroy. The sword slashed out. The space trembled. Black thunder played the music of hell. A huge black slash 100 meters wide was quickly drawn. The air seemed to be filled with mourning. The dark clouds in the sky stopped sobbing, and the clouds gradually dispersed. The terrifying pressure swept across the entire sea area. The huge pirate ship of the Surima Alliance Army. The orangutans, man-apes, and Kalikai all looked shocked, and the powerful power actually made their souls tremble slightly. Ice block, pheasant beak. A rare look of seriousness appeared on Akiji's face. As he raised his hand, all the cold air condensed on his right arm, and a huge ice bird flew out with great impact and explosive power. Wherever it went, the ice surface became stronger and the cold air became more and more pressing. Cha! In the end, the huge slash collided with the extremely cold ice bird, and the thunder and cold air eroded each other. 10 seconds. 30 seconds. 1 minute. With just a bang sound, the two forces reached their limits at the same time and exploded instantly. The powerful impact caused the ice surface below to crack and spread quickly around like a spider web. After a long time again, when the ice chips gradually fell and the black thunder dissipated, what came into view was a huge puddle hundreds of meters wide, with occasional black lights flashing on it and ice cubes floating. Can you barely compete with the general? Luo D clenched his fists and silently felt the afterglow of the battle. Not surprisingly, Akiji's frozen fruit has been developed to the level of awakening. Otherwise, his battle with Akainu would not have caused Punk Hassad to become a permanent island of ice and fire. That's right, it's permanent. It's been more than a minute, Akiji. It's time for me to leave. The next time we meet, it won't be as simple as that. Luo D felt the water behind him begin to fall, and slowly turned around, tiptoeing the ground, and his body quickly rose into the air as the smoke cloud pushed him. Want to run? Seeing that he was about to escape, Akiji raised his hand, and 5 huge icicles broke through the void, blocking Luo-D's flight route with anticipation. Ice ball. But Akiji isn't the only one who knows how to see, hear, and feel. You predicted me. Of course I can predict your prediction. Therefore, if both parties have common sense and knowledge, the side that strikes first will suffer a great loss. But he saw Luo-D turning his body back and forth, shuttled between the icicles, with a little ridicule and provocation. Even, get it back to you. Luo-D suddenly got close to an icicle, and his left hand was covered with an invisible layer of weaponry. He raised his hand to hold it to make it stop. He turned around, and the icicle rushed towards Akiji with faster speed and greater force. The icicles are also covered with a layer of armed color, allowing them to be separated from the body for a short period of time. Ice gloves. Akiji didn't panic at all. His right hand was completely frozen and covered with a layer of armed domineering. He raised his hand and punched it out. The punch actually penetrated the icicle completely and turned it into bits of broken ice. Akiji's taijutsu is definitely at the ceiling level. He once practiced with Garp and used warships as sandbags. Now his right hand perfectly combines the fruit ability with the iron fist inherited from Garp. Its powerful power is almost as strong as Garp, which is very terrifying. Have you actually reached this level? Shinigami Luo-D is really a magical person. Akiji looked up at the sky, where only the falling water was left, and Luo-D had disappeared. Is it an empty island? I never thought we could get there in such a dangerous way. In fact, the general way to get to the Sky Island is through ordinary routes. Starting from the top of the West Sky, you will encounter several Sky Islands along the way. But the method in front of me is really a bit whimsical. Even Marine doesn't know about it. Era Allah. Forget it, since we haven't caught anyone from the Shinigami pirates. We have to get something to show for it. Immediately, Akiji got back on the bicycle and walked slowly towards Magic Valley Town. Call. After Akiji left, the ape-man, orangutan, and Kalikai all breathed a sigh of relief. The whole sea is frozen. It's too strong. Who is that person? You don't know this? That's Marine General Akiji. I've seen him in the newspaper before. Big, General. Ape-man, are you sure you're not joking? There will be a general coming to this small place. Well, I'm afraid those pirates in Demon Valley Town. Ahem. Actually, we are pirates too. Forehead. Mont Blanc Kalikai shook his head helplessly, then moved his gaze to the air silently. Everything is left unsaid. The big liar Nolando, the Golden Land Sandora, what is the truth? Sky Island is located in the Bye-Bye Sea at an altitude of 10,000 meters. And there is the White Sea 7,000 meters below. The Shinigami has already arrived here, but there seems to be some unknown power under the ship pulling the Shinigami forward. Aiko held on to the guardrail and looked down. There seemed to be the sound of water under the thin clouds. Is it water below or clouds? She knew Luo-D's strength, and although she was a little worried about his current situation, she knew that Luo-D would be fine. However, the sound of water flowing from the bottom of the boat made her suddenly worried. If there's really water below, can Luo-D, who ate the devil fruit, still fly up? Fryan didn't know when he came to her side, also staring down. That is a sea cloud formed by Cumulus Emperor. Of course, you can also think of it as the sea. If a person with abilities falls, he or she will really have to fall. However, sea clouds do not have an ocean floor. People with abilities who can fly recovering quickly can still ensure safety. Aiko became increasingly worried. It's really the sea. Then Brother Luo-D. Before he finished speaking, the clouds and fog were blown away by a strange force. From the sea clouds, a giant empty fish more than 30 meters long jumped out and slammed into the stern of the Shinigami. This made the Shinigami, which was already moving with the current, faster and faster. Aiko leaned forward and almost fell into the sea clouds. What's that? Unknown creatures always bring a different kind of fear to people. Fryan flipped through his notebook and came over for a while before speaking. That should be a creature called Kukai. Because of Kukai's special characteristics, it is extremely large. Lafayette came over, his cane and sword drawn. Do you want me to fix it? Fryan shook his head and asked Simonton to drive the ship away quickly. We have to leave this place first. When an empty fish appears, more empty fish are often followed. Moreover, if we kill them rashly, it will only make them more angry. If the boat capsizes, if you fall from an altitude of nearly 10,000 meters, I don't need to explain the consequences. Then Brother Luo D. Lafayette put his sword back and shook his head. Let's go. Nothing will happen to the captain. He will come up when he said he would come up. Smanton, raise the sails and speed up. Lafayette is a very smart person with a great perspective on the overall situation. What's more, he has unparalleled confidence in Luo D. When the sail was raised, the Shinigami quickly disappeared into the vast sea of clouds. It seems like it flew too far. Luo D looked at the island in front of him that was actually made of bath, and a look of helplessness flashed across his eyes. BAS is what the Sky Islanders call soil. Good guy. I went directly to Enel's base camp Appiato. Go up and have a look. Immediately, Luo D's body soared into the air, and the next moment he landed gently on the island, and the Shinigami robe on his body also dissipated, and all the demonic power that was wrapped in the underworld returned to the body. This is the reason why he can reach here through the heavy sea clouds. The demonic power in his soul has gathered all negative effects. As long as it is separated from a body, he will not be afraid of sea tower stones and sea water. As soon as Luo D landed on the island, what he saw and heard instantly unfolded. As the range of perception widened, a little girl's voice came to my ears. Anyone? It's not too far, only about 100 meters. However, she seems to have discovered me. Luo D frowned slightly, then slowly walked forward. Yes, there's someone. Could it be those priests? Elsa, just 9 years old, was terrified. It was obvious that she had sensed the situation on the island and deliberately chose the most remote and uninhabited area to collect base. But what is happening now? Someone appears out of nowhere. Elsa then comforted herself with a hint of comfort. I thought, since that person suddenly appeared from outside the island, he must be someone from Angel Island, right? As long as she's quiet enough, you won't notice her. Tret, as the footsteps got closer, Aisha's heart almost jumped out of her chest, but she still covered her mouth tightly, for fear that she would be discovered if she made a sound. Tread. Footsteps fell heavily, but there was no movement. Aisha hid in the grass behind the big tree, not daring to breathe, because the footsteps stopped not far from her. This means, hey, little sister, what are you doing hiding here? This time Aisha screamed out loud, holding a small cloth bag on one shoulder and running forward desperately with her short legs. However, just after running a few steps, he was blocked by a hard object, and his whole body fell backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Wu, no, don't kill me. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Elsa cried and begged for mercy. Luo D touched her chin and looked at her, then shook his head after a while. He is not so crazy that he wants to kill even a little girl. Not to mention there is no conflict of interest between the two. However, he always felt that this little girl was familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Then he waved his hand. Let's go. Woo, no, don't kill. Aisha raised her head in surprise. Her eyes became a little red from rubbing, but there were no tears. Pretending. In fact, she had been secretly looking at Luo D just now, and found that he did not have wings, so she guessed that he was not from Kongdao. Therefore, although I'm a little afraid of strangers, I don't have the despair of facing death. She asked again, seemingly unsure. Real. It wasn't until Luo D nodded that she got up and prepared to leave. However, just after taking 2 steps, she paused again. Brother, this island is very dangerous. You'd better leave as soon as possible. After saying that, he ran away, and not long after she left, Luo D turned his head and looked at the sky in the opposite direction. It seems someone is coming. Sure enough, Chi. A strange scream and laughter came from the sky. Immediately afterwards, a man holding a pointed spear, wearing brown cotton clothes and goggles, flew over on a huge strange bird. At this time, the spear in his hand was pointed at Luo Di, as if he was preparing to kill the unknown person in front of him with one blow. Go to hell, intruder! The spearhead fell, and Luo Di suddenly raised his hand to hold it. The response is pretty quick, but although he was surprised by Luo Di's reaction speed, Shura burst into laughter. He saw that the spear became fiery red and the temperature gradually increased. This is a fire gun equipped with rebay, which can ignite objects it touches in an instant. TSK. Luo Di's expression remained unchanged. The strength of his right hand gradually increased, and the spear instantly became twisted and finally exploded with a bang sound. The thick armed armor directly squeezed it into a flat sheet. The hot shell installed inside completely shattered. How was that possible? Shura was shocked. Not to mention other things, the material of the fire spear could not be deformed by ordinary power. Before he could think any more, Luo Di's right hand pulled fiercely and brought down Shura and the 3-foot-long bird cross-legged from his crotch. Bang! The left fist covered in armed colors had already been punched out, and the powerful force made half of Shura's face dent, and the bridge of his nose was completely broken. The whole person also flew backwards with that huge force. Shura, who was in midair, could no longer tell the difference between east, west, north, and south. His brain was extremely confused, and there was a constant roar in his ears. The heart network has failed. No, it could be that Luo Di's punching speed was too fast. Even though he sensed Luo Di's movements, he couldn't avoid them at all. Who is that person? Are you here for God? In the last moment before coma, these questions kept lingering in Shura's mind. Let's talk about the other side. The 3-foot-long bird, cross-legged, found that its master was beaten away by the human in front of him. He suddenly became angry and opened his big mouth, and a ball of red flames spurted out and went straight to Luo Di's front door. It was the flame released by the flame shell, and the temperature was extremely high. But there was no panic on Luo Di's face. The armed color covering his body separated all the flames. He reached out with his left hand and pinched the thick neck of Cross-Legs tightly. Then, under the horrified gaze of Cross-Legged, his right hand followed closely, holding its open beak, and with a fierce force, the big beak was directly twisted into a ball by the huge force. No matter how hard it tried, neither can break away. Only painful and strange whimpers could come out of his throat. Buzz! There was a sudden pressure in the air. That's Conqueror's hockey. The whole body of the cross-legged person shrouded in it could not stop trembling, and his pupils were filled with fear. I want to run, but my legs are a little weak. Luo Di took advantage of the situation and turned over to ride on it. Go to the temple, understand? Cross-legged nodded tremblingly, not daring to resist, spread his wings, and flew up unsteadily. Didn't you eat? Fly more steadily. Woohoo! The top of the giant bean vine. Temple. Enel eats the fruit fed by 2 maids. Suddenly, as if he sensed something, he paused in his chewing movements and gradually raised his head. We actually lost, TSK. It's a pity that God will not favor the weak. His inner network can cover the entire island, and the battle between Luo Di and the priest Sangtianite Shura naturally cannot escape his perception. However, God cannot be provoked. If you dare to violate the rules and set foot here, you must be prepared to be destroyed. Enel closed his eyes and gradually raised his right hand. A bright arc of electricity flashed across the sky, and the 2 maids' delicate bodies trembled slightly, and they lowered their heads almost at the same time. Snap! And where Luo Di was, a thick beam of thunder fell straight down. The white light was dazzling, and the thunder crackled, resounding throughout the sky, deafening. It's so fast. There is no way to avoid the cross-legged move under Luo Di's crotch, and he was instantly hit by a huge thunder beam. However, when the thunder dissipated, it discovered it didn't seem to be injured. Just a show? No, that's Luo Di's armed color. The thunder fruit is really abnormal. Luo Di's body surface was slightly hot. Even though he was armed to resist, the heat from the thunder still swept through his body. If the long-range attack is better developed, can it be like the virgin flame of Vegapunk's weapon, which can destroy a country in an instant. Lelutia Kingdom. The focus is on long-range, indiscriminate attacks. He even has the speed of Kizuru, so it is not easy to escape. Pure Laolu fruit. This made Luo D want it. How about clicking him and extracting the devil fruit? At this moment, the previous idea of recruiting Enel as a crew member was shaken. Moreover, what does Enel say? Too self-centered. Otherwise, he wouldn't call himself God. It's really not easy to conquer him. Even with Winnie's emotional fruit, I'm afraid it will take a long time to transform. It's better to give the thunder fruit to Aiko. As soon as this idea came out, it couldn't go away. Fisk, you're still alive, so I'll give you a big one. Under the net of the heart, nothing can be hidden. Enel held his hands empty. Countless thunders flashed, and they all surged into the sky when he raised his hands. Following a roar, a larger thunder column fell from the sky. Its terrifying power even alarmed the Sky Islanders living on Angel Island. God is angry. Who is it? Could it be those people from Qinghai? It is said that they violated many prohibitions and even injured white berets. Could it be that divine punishment has come? Those people are disasters. Stay away from them. I don't want to be implicated. Aboard the Shinigami. Aiko curled her lips and took back what she saw. What are those people talking about? Is there really a God in this world? Fryan wrote down everything he saw and heard today, closed his notebook with a snap, and looked up at the huge thunder column that was gradually dissipating in the distance. The so-called God does not exist theoretically, and the God they are talking about is probably the name of the leader here. As for that beam of thunder, in fact, Vegapunk, it should have been released by some kind of powerful weapon. Of course, it does not rule out the ability of some kind of devil fruit. After all, it can release magma, ice, and fire. Once the devil fruit with Logia's abilities exists, it doesn't seem impossible to unleash the thunder. Aiko nodded subconsciously. Well, that makes sense. Then why do the people here have wings? Are they all angels? Fryan's expression froze, and then he looked at Tuji, who was playing on Leisu's back, and murmured, "There are animals that can talk, so what does it matter if they have wings?" Call! Luo D put back his armor, and the high temperature almost ignited his clothes. MD, Enel, right? I've got your fruit. Being struck by lightning again and again, even Luo D had his defense somewhat broken. You like being a god, don't you? I'll let you truly become a god later. Immediately, Luo D clamped his legs and rushed out like a rocket with his cross-legged legs. The speed was so fast that it almost broke his life record. He's not dead yet. Luo D was angry, but Enel was even more angry. He felt that his dignity as a god had been trampled upon. If you don't die once, that's it. If you don't die twice, do you think you are greater than God? Immediately, his body turned into arcs of electricity and dissipated instantly. Beside, the hands of two maids holding fruits suddenly froze in midair. Missing? Although it is common knowledge, it is shocking every time. Is this the power of God? Luo D moved forward at great speed with his cross-legged. Suddenly, he stared ahead, a look of seriousness appearing on his knife-like face. Coming. The fast-flying Enel slowly condensed into a solid entity, but his wrists turned into countless galloping lightning arcs. God's sanction! The heart network locked Luo D's position, and a huge lightning pillar rushed out. The distance is too close. There is no way to avoid it. Luo D's eyes narrowed slightly. He jumped up, put on a Shinigami robe, raised his hand, and pulled out the underworld. Dark Realm jump. The black field covered hundreds of meters, and the thunder was swallowed up. After a few breaths, it turned back and headed straight for Enel. Although Enel was a little surprised by Luo D's ability, he had no intention of avoiding it. It's just thunder, let alone. Something's wrong. The moment his body was struck by lightning, Enel felt an unfamiliar pain. He wanted to elementalize, but was horrified to find that he couldn't do it. The body can only keep going backwards and backwards with that beam of thunder. And there was a dark knife stuck in his chest. Oh, you arrogant frog in the well. You didn't even sense Huang Quan, and there's a layer of armed domineering wrapped around it. It will be no problem to stab you. Not to mention, Huang Quan's power is not that simple. Luo Di sneered, and then quickly flew forward. At the same time, the right hand is slightly hooked. As if being controlled, Huang Quan took Enel's body and turned a corner in the air, flying in the opposite direction. Ahem, damn, it hurts. Enel finally recovered and felt the pain coming from his abdomen. When he looked down, he found a long knife with a black body, and the blade had pierced his abdomen. What's even more weird is that this knife seems to have a strange ability. His physical strength was being consumed rapidly. It won't be long before he's completely drained. Damn it, I was tricked. Enel gritted his teeth and turned his right hand into thunder to pull out Huang Quan. At this time, Luo Di had already pressed closer and punched hard with his fist covered in arm-domineering aura. Ji, relying on the heart net, Enel captured the trajectory of the fist, and his head instantly became elemental, barely dodging it. But Luo Di's left hand had already reached out and pinched his neck fiercely. Under the restraint of a large number of armed weapons, the elementalization failed and Enel's body quickly appeared. What ability is this? Luo Di didn't give him too much time to think. He seized the opportunity and swung his right hand out like a machine gun quickly, hitting his flesh with a cracking sound. In just 30 seconds, Enel successfully experienced what heaven and hell are. Going to heaven is unconscious, and going to hell is painful. He was somewhere between coma and waking up from pain, and was tortured repeatedly. Snap! As the last punch fell, Enel completely lost consciousness. The bridge of the nose is sunken, the face is bloody, and nothing is the same as before. But Luo Di didn't stop at all, holding his body and flying quickly towards the direction of the temple. He is now going to find a fruit to extract the thunder fruit. Likewise, he also wants to seal Enel's soul. Enel knows xionxion.com. Xin Wang is also known as the domineering spirit of seeing and hearing. And the 4 priests under Enel will know the heart network. Does this mean that Enel has the method of cultivating the heart network? In the world of pirates, there are 3 types of haki: observation color, armed color, and conquerors. Except for conquerors and the highest level sense of knowledge, which foresees the future, most people can obtain this power through practice. If Enel really has a training method, after the Roti fruit is fully awakened and can control his soul, he can then devise a training method for the crew of the Shinigami pirates to practice. That will greatly improve the overall strength of the pirate group. Of course, for the sake of safety, Luo Di will seal the souls of the 4 God-tier officials together. What if they're the ones who know Net's cultivation method? Luo Di will not let go of any possibility. This day, an uninvited guest came to the temple. The idle crowd has stopped. Is there an oracle from God? Wait, look, that's God on his shoulder. How is it possible? How could God look like that? That figure and clothes are obviously that of a god. And that golden weapon, isn't it also from a god? The dozen divine soldiers stationed at the gate of the temple all looked at the man in black robe who had just landed and the familiar figure on his shoulder. Although they couldn't see the face clearly, the clothes reminded them subconsciously of Enel. Hey, what's the noise outside? Hey, what's the noise outside? A slightly thick voice came, and then the door slowly opened, and a plump and huge figure walked inside. Divine Soldier Commander Dashin. Luo Di looked him up and down, rubbed his chin with his free left hand, and murmured, "It looks like a ball. Not to mention, they look very similar." More than a dozen divine soldiers turned their heads and looked towards the mountain. As soon as this thought passed through them, they were stunned the next moment, and a thin layer of cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. It would be bad if the commander of the magic army was angry. They don't want to bring disaster to Chiyu. And the reality was just as they thought. Dashin's eyes turned white, veins popped out on his forehead, and the air pressure around his body dropped rapidly. "What did you say?" "Ball. Looking for death." Then he was seen holding his hands on the ground, and his fat body flipped several times very flexibly until he was close to Luo Di. His body had reached an altitude of 4 or 5 meters, and the shoulder straps hanging on his shoulders had been completely opened. There are 10 slash shells hanging on it, full of slashes. The body was quickly pressed down, and the slash shell burst out a series of powerful invisible airwaves. Slash? Let me show you what a real slash is. Luo Di's eyes narrowed, and he quickly pulled out Huang Quan with his left hand. The next moment, a black light, dozens of meters wide, quickly passed through, swallowing up all the slashes released by the impact shell. Puff! In midair, the mountain was penetrated by the middle, and the body could only rush forward by relying on inertia. Something big happened. Lockie is now considering whether to tell Weber about this. If told, Weber would definitely take Sandia's soldiers to check the situation, and even... I heard it all. The door curtains slowly opened, and against the light, a tall and strong figure came into view. There were strange tattoos on his left eye and left chest, and he looked quite vicious. He is the captain of the Sandia guerrillas, Weber, who can also be said to be the #1 warrior today. Lockie turned around, and the moment he saw him, his expression changed slightly, and he finally nodded. The Sandians take action. Behind them, the magic soldiers standing in a row had all fallen to the ground, bleeding. TSK, the left hand is really not as good as the right hand. With a sigh, Luo Di slowly walked towards the inside of the door while carrying Enel on his shoulders. Look around. Except for some helpless civil servants and maids inside, Luo Di did not see any other priests or magic soldiers. For this group of scumbags, before Luo Di took action, they surrendered on their own, carrying Enel on one's shoulders, killing the commander of the divine soldiers with a sword, and continuing to persist. Isn't that just picking up dung under a lantern, seeking death? How could God? That scream just now. I'm afraid Master Shunbing has encountered something unexpected. Who is that person? He looks a bit like a Qinghai guy. It's over, it's over. He must be here to destroy the kingdom of God. The civilian staff kneeling on the ground in a circle were whispering. Fear, worry, confusion, and fear of the unknown filled their midst. An atmosphere of despair gradually spread. However, Luo Di, who had just found the fruit, ignored them and turned around and walked straight into the temple. It's time to extract the devil fruit. Time passes minute by minute. No one knows what happened inside. Almost when the civilian staff in the temple square could no longer hold back and fled, a sudden change occurred inside the temple. Boom! A huge black-robed shadow rose from the ground. A large hole was opened on the top of the temple, and gravel and wood chips flew in all directions. The dark sickle filled with the aura of death suddenly swung down, and the black thunder seemed to shatter the sky. Then a familiar scream came out, resounding through the sky, quickly spreading from the top of the giant bean vine to all directions, even reaching Angel Island. Soul Seal, Devil Fruit, got it! Angel Island. Aboard the Shinigami, Simonton looked in the direction of the temple, frowned, and murmured to himself. That pressure is so familiar. Lafayette put down the cup in his hand. A flash of light burst out from his eyes, and the excitement on his face could not be concealed. It's Captain Luo Di. He's come up as expected. Simonton pushed up his glasses. Want to go over and take a look? The captain may have done something big without telling us. Simonton chuckled. What's the point? What should we call them? Smanton moved his eyes to the galloping figures on the sea clouds, and after a while, he also smiled. We don't need to remind them. I'm afraid they have discovered it too. There is certainty in the words. On the sea clouds, several figures that were moving forward at great speed slowly stopped. Buzz! Aiko controlled the Xiangyu under her feet to gradually stop and raised her head to look at the direction of the God's Island. Appiato. It's Brother Luo Di. Xiangyu is a simple vehicle transformed by Fryan using mechanical parts and wind shells that he just landed on the island. It can glide quickly on the sea, is easier to maneuver than Wei Ba, and starts more smoothly. Shinigami Rodi. Fryan, who was recording the data of Xiangyu, closed his notebook and also looked at Appiato. Unlike Angel Island, which is composed of island clouds, it is said that there is a real Earth-made island, and Fryan is very interested in it. This couldn't help but remind him of what Kalikai told him in the story of his ancestor Mont Blanc Nolando. Maybe the Golden Land really exists. Wow. On the side, if Winnie hadn't been controlling him, Tuji might have jumped into the water. Is it really Captain Luo D? This rabbit misses him so much. Let's set off quickly. Buzz. Immediately, the three Xiangyu ships started slowly, getting faster and faster, splashing water. Behind them, on the Shinigami, Smanton and Lafayette fell into another trouble. Who was guarding the ship? At the same time, a gathering place for the Sandians. Yunin Village. Base and a shoulder bag was scattered all over the floor. Little Aisha was lying on the ground, her face pale, and a layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead because of the pain. At this time, Laki, who came to find her, entered the room. He immediately noticed something was wrong with Aisha and rushed over to help her up, touching her forehead with worry on his face. Elsa, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Little Aisha covered her head, her expression slightly painful, and she muttered intermittently. Okay, many voices have disappeared. The priest, the magic soldier, the magic weapon, even the god Ai Enel. More than 20 minutes in total. First, the voice of a priest disappeared. Of course, disappearance does not mean death. Next came Enel, followed by the magic soldier captain and a dozen magic soldiers. Finally, Enel let out another shrill scream, and it ended abruptly. All this seems to remind Elsa that Enel seems to have encountered something unexpected, and great changes have taken place on the Island of Gods. The voices of the priest, the commander of the magic army, and Enel have all disappeared? Laki's pupils shrank sharply, and because he wanted to confirm the authenticity of the matter, he grabbed Aisha's hands harder and harder. Elsa, is this true? Are you sure? Little Aisha accepted too much information at once and nodded slightly painfully. Xin Wang told me. All of this should be true. On the empty island, an extremely hidden small island cloud, there is a rare piece of base land above, with unripe pumpkins growing on the pumpkin vines. Gonfuer put down the cup and slowly walked out of the room. After a long time, he sighed leisurely. There seems to be some kind of change on the Island of Gods. Outsiders have entered there. Should he take a trip? After hesitating for a long time, Gonfuer put on his armor, picked up his spear, turned over, and rode on the back of a dragon fruit-colored Pegasus with Madara dots all over its body. Pierre, let's go. The strange-looking Pegasus called out, spread its wings, and instantly disappeared into the clouds. The residents of Angel Island also fell into endless panic. Is it the wrath of God? What should they do? The future is uncertain. Someone approached McKinley, the captain of the White Berets. Captain McKinley, what happened to the Island of Gods? Can you tell us? McKinley was half lying on the bed, his legs wrapped in circles of bandages, which were injuries caused by Smanton. At this time, his face was pale, and there was a trace of panic in his eyes. To be honest, he didn't know anything about it, but one thing was certain, it must have been those damn Qinghai people who did something. God is angry. Then he winked at the two White Berets, and they immediately understood and took the Skylander who asked the question out. At this time, he just wanted to be quiet. Although he also wanted to tell the compatriot what happened, there were some things that he couldn't tell, especially when it comes to God. He has seen the power of the new God Enel. Now, he can only rely on his own methods to protect the people of the Sky Island from being punished by Enel for trivial matters. The commotion caused by the temple was too great. The priests, divine soldiers, and deputy divine commanders scattered all over the Island of Gods all rushed towards the temple. On the road, looking at the miserable appearance of Sky Knight Shura, Mori no Daigo Shadley had a unique smile on his face. Oh, ho ho, Shura, you are too embarrassed. I really deserve a beating. Shura tightened the flat fire spear in his hand, glared at him fiercely, and reprimanded angrily. Shut up. Huh, that damn intruder, I won't let him go. If it were normal times, he would have had to fight Dao. But now, with the weapon destroyed and the mount gone, how can he rely on fighting? What's more, he is still sitting on Dao's cloud of surprise. Buzz! Something is approaching? Hearing the sound of flapping wings coming from behind, Shadley and Shura looked at each other. The heart map unfolded instantly, and the two of them reacted almost at the same time. Shura suddenly turned around and quickly thrust out the flat fire spear in his hand. Shadley also reacted quickly, turning his round body and slamming out the palm loaded with impact shells. Big bird, but they saw a huge golden eagle attacking them, its sharp claws covered with armed domineering grasping the spear of fire and its palm respectively. That's right, the person who came was Simonton. With his superb gambling skills, he successfully obtained a right to disembark the ship, and the shipkeeper was replaced by Lafayette. In the midst of lightning and flint, a judgment was made. Bang! How is that possible? Shura and Shadley were shocked. The fire spear was broken directly and was almost completely unusable. Shadley's palm was penetrated along with the impact shell placed in the glove, and the eagle claw was directly embedded in his palm. The shock wave released by the shock shell actually failed. Well, the claws are a little numb, but the attack power is pretty good. If you don't have the weapon color, you'll be injured at some point. Smanton was thinking secretly in his mind, and at the same time, his huge wings flapped rapidly, and more than 20 feathers wrapped with armed and domineering colors flew out quickly. Too close, too many, too fast, completely impossible to avoid. Shadley and Shura's faces turned pale, and the overwhelming feathers fell. They didn't know where to hide for a while. What's more, one person's weapon was caught, and the other person's palm was directly penetrated. My body can't keep up, and I'm restricted. How can I hide? After the two screams, the giant nanobus in the forest were frightened and flew away. The wolves smelled the scent of prey and rushed over. I have to say that Xing'ang is indeed very powerful and can sense the movements of all feathers, but if the body cannot keep up with the perception, then everything is empty talk. Therefore, physical strength is still the first priority. Are we going to deal with them all? Just when Smanton was thinking about what to do next, a figure in black robe flew from the sky. Luo, Captain Luo D. At the same time, another part of the island. Aiko, Tuji, Winnie, Fryan, and Rezo landed on the Island of Gods, and there was a noise behind them. Someone is coming. Aiko put her hand on the corner of her mouth to signal them to silence. The other people silently kept their mouths shut. Ta-da. That's Yin? No, that's Yun Lemay by Yun Bei. They can actually do it to this extent. Looking up, I saw long roads paved with white clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. Above, a group of Sandians were gliding quickly on skateboards or skateboard shoes loaded with wind shells. Of course, for them, Yun Bei is also suitable for combat, but this is a great test of the user's control over Yun Bei. After all the Sandians left, Aiko frowned. Who are they in these weird costumes? Fryan rubbed his chin and thought. With wings on his back, he should be a Sky Islander, but it's different, very strange. Tuji picked up Leisu and said excitedly, "Why don't we follow up and take a look? Maybe we can see Captain Luo D." Aiko looked at Winnie, as if asking her what to do next. Winnie was silent for a while and nodded. Those people are very excited, and have a touch of repressed hatred. In addition, they all have weapons in their hands. It is not difficult to see that they should be seeking revenge. The probability of us meeting Captain Luo D is not big. After a pause, she looked at a few people and continued. Of course, we don't rule out that possibility. Then go and see. The idea was decided, and several people followed him at the same time. And when they caught up, they found those Sandians seemed to be confronting someone. A depressing atmosphere lingers between the two forces. Gadaz I didn't expect to meet two priests at the same time. It seems that something has really happened to Enel. There are so many divine soldiers following behind. I am afraid that most of the power of the temple is gathered here. Weber silently looked at the priests and magic soldiers across from him. Can't let them leave. Having made a decision in his mind, he set up the incendiary cannon, and as soon as he raised the muzzle, he pulled the trigger. Boom! The natural gas stored in Feng Bei ignited instantly, and a huge beam of light shot out like a laser. It was extremely fast and difficult to avoid. The penetrating attack was extremely terrifying. When the beam dispersed, most of the group of magic soldiers were wiped out. Held his right hand empty, and the shield transformed from the iron cloud instantly shrank and turned into a long sword. Relying on Tai Yun, he became the only priest still standing. Hey, why do humans have to fight these meaningless battles? It would have been better if we didn't have to do anything from the beginning. Covered his forehead with one hand, tears slowly flowing down the edges of his sunglasses. As he raised his hand, the iron cloud continued to grow longer, and the sharp blade and strange attack methods instantly took away the lives of several Sandians. Then let me save you. Just die. Once you die, you will no longer have any desires. As he said that, the knife edge continued to change direction and stabbed towards the other Sandians. Bang bang. Braham pulled the trigger, and the two guns opened instantly. The dazzling light made it impossible to see clearly for a short time. But he forgot one thing. OM is wearing sunglasses. Besides, not only does he have sunglasses, he also knows how to use the internet. Feeling the trajectory of the bullet, Ohm's body moved quickly, dodging lightly. At the same time, Taiyin quickly contracted, and as his arm exerted force, it continued to bend, then quickly lengthened and stabbed towards Braham. The speed is so fast that there is no time to dodge. Bang! The Jibao on one side suddenly fired a cannon. It was an iron cannonball made of iron, and its power was extremely shocking. But Taiyin was hit by it, and only paused for a moment. Then he bounced the shell away and continued to move forward. However, this time gave Braham a buffer time. With a flick of his right hand, Yunbei spat out a path of clouds and slipped under his feet. Sneakers glide quickly. His body followed the path of the clouds and turned around in the air, and at the same time, several bullets were fired out. Why? Why do you still have to struggle so meaninglessly? Became a little angry, stepped forward with his front foot, and bullets passed by his body. Iron whip. The iron cloud turned into a slender whip. As his hand swung, Braham, who was still in the air, could not avoid it, and his body was soon entangled in the whip. At this time, he was horrified to find that the whip gradually transformed into a sharp blade. As long as you exert more force, he will be broken into several pieces. Between the lightning and flint, Weber moved, relying on his skateboard shoes and propelled by Feng Bei to move forward at high speed. In the blink of an eye, he was close to him and shot out with his right hand. Pull attack shell. The power is 10 times greater than the impact shell, but it places extremely high demands on the user's body. If the user fails to meet the standard, they will be shattered to pieces. Even Weber could only manage to use it twice. Weber, who has been exercising all year round, is very fast and moves like thunder. Even with the blessing of the Heart Network, Ohm only withdrew a short distance. But the attack on the shell is not a simple close-up attack. Even from a distance, the powerful impact is enough to shatter the bones. The power of the volley attack was huge. The powerful impact caused Ohm's body to fly backwards at high speed. Taiyin was subconsciously let go by him. Braham broke free instantly, but his waist had already been cut with blood-stained incisions. Hoo-hoo! Weber gasped for air. His right hand trembled slightly, and the severe pain made him frown. Can still be used once. To be on the safe side, he decided to leave it to Enel. The decision is the same now as it will be 2 years later. At this time, another priest, Gadaz, walked out from the embers of Weber's first cannonball. His weird spider hairstyle had been burned into a mess, and most of his clothes were burnt. His eyes were white, as if he was looking for something, looking around. Damn it, where's the person? Come out. Behind him, a divine soldier shouted weakly. Lord Gadaz, your eyes. Before he finished speaking, Jiabao successfully shut up his mouth with an iron cannonball. I'll leave this to you. I'll go find Enel to settle the score. Among the 4 god-tier officials, Gadaz was the stupidest, and the remaining people were enough to deal with them. Weber made arrangements and dumped Yunbei and prepared to march towards the temple. But Kamakli stopped him. Weber, someone seems to be following us. He found Aiko and others. Weber looked in the direction Kamachili pointed, and his eyes met a few pairs of eyes. Qinghai people. He didn't say anything, but the incendiary cannon in his hand was fired. Found! Aiko quickly pulled out the blowing wind and flying snow, and instantly wrapped them with domineering energy. Just as his body moved, a strange Madara horse flew from the sky. Stop! Gonfor came quickly on Pierre, just in time to take Aiko and others away at the moment when Weber fired. Grandpa, why stop me? After all, Aiko didn't say the second half of the sentence, but silently sheathed Fifing Face Shue. She could feel that the old man meant no harm. Even help them? They are obviously from Sky Island. Gonfor, it's you again. Webster narrowed his eyes and stared at Gonfor quietly, and after a while he snorted coldly. Oomph. I don't have time to play with you today. When I finish Enel, you will be next. With that said, Foam Bay activated, and he started to move forward on the cloud road. But in the end, it was interrupted again. A huge golden eagle suddenly fell down, and its sharp black claws knocked him to the ground, leaving a beautiful red mark of blood on the cloud road. Hiss! Pain! Weber rolled around on the ground several times, and 3 bloody holes were found in his chest. Then, through his blurred vision, he saw that the huge golden eagle seemed to speak. Who dares to touch the people of the Death Pirates? Who gave you the courage? The person coming was none other than Simonton. From behind, Luo Di followed slowly and unhurriedly. As for the Sky Knight and Forest Daigo, their souls have been sealed by Luo Di. As for his body, he also hid it and may freeze it in the future. It will always be used in the future. After all, the soul has no entity, and only the body can exert powerful power. Today, Enel, 2 priests, and 3 former CP9 members are sealed in the Shinigami Scythe, a total of 6 souls. Ahem, damn Qinghai people. Weber, who had just been helped up by Kamachili, had a fierce look on his face that was difficult to erase. Weber, you're injured. Why don't you retreat first? Kamachili was worried. The wound was quite serious. If the fight continued, it would probably cause irreversible consequences, even death. Ahem, stop talking. This time, either Enel dies, or I die. I just didn't expect that these Qinghai people would disrupt the situation, but it doesn't matter. We can deal with them, and we still have a chance. Enel seems to have become his obsession. Immediately, Weber set up the incendiary cannon with difficulty, and his finger was just about to pull the trigger. Enel, he is dead. Luo Di's words exploded in everyone's hearts like thunder. Whether it was the remaining magic soldiers, the Sandians, or even Gonfor, the shock on their faces was hard to conceal. Immediately afterwards, everyone couldn't believe it. Just think what Luo Di said was a ridiculous joke. How could God die? Don't be ridiculous. Master Enel is omniscient and omnipotent. That guy must be lying to us. And here it is Gonfor who is most unbelievable. Enel is dead. He had a deep understanding of Enel's power, and that feeling of powerlessness was still fresh in his memory. Bang, bang. At this time, 2 balls came over carrying a corpse full of wounds, with uncontrollable panic on their faces. Deputy Commander Zhongwu Xiaowu. What they are carrying is the Almighty God who controls everything. Enel, dead. There is no doubt that the facts are before everyone. Although the face of the corpse was bloody, the dress, height, and build, including the drum with 3 Magatama engraved on the back, all showed that he was Enel. Gonfor's face was full of shock, and the spear in his hand had been released and fell to the ground at some point. Really dead. Weber's eyes were fixed on Enel's body, as if he wanted to see who was pretending, and the incendiary cannon in his hand had dropped to his feet. Is Enel, who has occupied Appiato for 4 more years, finally dead? The shock and numbness were greater than anything else. His brain was in chaos, and his body was out of control. The soldiers of Sandia stood there blankly, a little unbelievable. The divine soldiers also hung their heads in despair. If the god is dead, where should their subordinates go? There was only one person on the field still shouting. Invisibility? Come out if you have the ability. The eyes of the only remaining priest, Gadaz, turned white, and he looked around, still looking for something. TSK. The true form of Shinigami. Luo Di held his hands empty, and countless black smoke clouds surged out of his body, constantly expanding and condensing, and finally turned into a black-robed shadow. This is not the real Shinigami, so is only a shadow, but can still seal the soul and save more energy at the same time. Cross-strip. The two newly condensed black balls were thrown out by the shadow and flew straight towards Gadaz and the unconscious Ohm. The dark cross held up their bodies, and thick smoke clouds surrounded their limbs and entangled them. Immediately afterwards, the soul began to peel off and the body began to fall. The whole process is mind-numbing to watch. On the field, the shocked Sky Islanders once again fell into a deeper shock. Is that a soul? A famous divine soldier muttered to himself. The transparent body undoubtedly corresponds to all their fantasies about the soul body, plus the body that fell to the ground. It has to make people think. And next, an even more exaggerated scene appeared. Soul cutting. The breeze blew by, and the cold and stinging feeling made people's hair stand on end. The huge black-robed shadow swung down the black sickle and struck hard on the souls of Gadaz and Ohm. That knife is extremely psychedelic, making people addicted and trapped in it. At that moment, the Sky Islanders on the field seemed to feel that their souls were about to leave their bodies, and their bodies could not move. Fear began to spread. Soul seal. The Shinigami's scythe severed the connection between the souls and bodies of Gadaz and Ohm, but then erupted with a powerful suction force that absorbed their souls into the death scythe. The seal is completed. Luo Di took a deep breath, and all the Shinigami shadows behind him disappeared. A flash of surprise flashed in the eyes of Smanton, who was behind him. Captain Luo Di, you are truly an incredible person. He feels very lucky and very grateful for his original choice. Brother Luo Di. Suddenly, a petite figure came quickly and hugged Luo Di. It was Aiko. Her eyes were slightly red at this time. Although I know you will be fine, I am still worried about you. Among the many crew members, there is no doubt that Aiko and Luo Di have the deepest relationship, which is an indelible bond. Luo Di covered her face with his big hands, crossed the corners of her eyes, wiped away the tears, and smiled slightly. Aren't I okay? Besides, I have prepared a great gift for you. Thunder fruit. I wonder what the Sky Islanders would think after seeing it. But no matter what they think, Luo Di's decision cannot be changed. I will be the new god of Kongdao. Who is in favor of it, and who is against it? Off the field, no one answered. After a long time, Weber slowly stood up straight and walked towards Luo Di step by step. I object. Appiato belongs to them, the Sandians, and no one can take it away. Luo Di looked at him quietly without speaking, until Weber walked up to him and shot with his right hand. Pull attack shell. Even through the thick armor, Luo Di's body trembled. It hurt slightly. Bang. Exhausting his last bit of strength, Weber fell heavily to the ground. The impact shattered the last bone in his body and took away his unrealistic fantasies. Weber. 10 days later. Dang, dang, dang. The powerful and beautiful bells resounded in all directions. Appiato, Angel Island, the entire White Sea, the White Sea below, all the way to Gaia Island in Shanghai. Mont Blanc Kalikai looked up to the sky, with tears in his eyes. The fairy tale book he was holding slowly fell to the ground with a dull sound. The Golden Land really exists. For the Sky Island people, it is the voice of God. For the Sandians, it is a symbol of noble friendship, a light in the dark night, and a seed of hope. For Kalikai, it was a cross-era conversation between his ancestors and him. This day, Luo Di became the new god of Sky Island. There is no such thing as exploitation and plunder. Both Sandians and Angel Islanders have gathered on this island made of precious base, Appiato. Although Luo Di became the new god, his managers were the former god of Sky Island, Gon 4, and the old chief of the Sandians. As for Weber, he became the captain of the Sky Island Guards, and McKinley became the deputy captain. The Golden Bell was placed in Sandora, the ancient capital of gold, buried beneath the clouds. In addition, Luo Di also discovered the Proverbs of the Ark, which was less than half built. He removed all the gold on it. The team that created Proverbs was also sent back by him. This thing is indeed a good ship, but it is too laborious and wastes money. It's too extravagant to make it out of gold, right? If one day someone pries a piece away, there will be no place to cry. Malinvando, Marine Headquarters. Didn't catch it? Faced with Sengoku's inquiry, Akiji nodded without denying it. Swish snap. Sengoku put the information aside, closed his eyes slightly, and took a bite of senbei. Hey, do you know where they went? Akiji took out a piece of information and handed it over. It's an empty island, but it's accessed by other means. As for this, it's some interesting information. There are rumors about Gaia Island, and there's also a fairy tale. Okay, Warring States placed the information on the table and did not look at it for the first time. Have you ever fought with him? Well, the strength shown is very good. As for the full strength, this has yet to be verified. After all, I only fought with him in 2 moves. Can you determine what kind of fruit it is? He can fly, black robe. It's the same as the information in the newspaper. The results are unclear, but he is very good at using a knife. At least he is a swordsman. That's a bit tricky. Now that Crocodile Shichibukai's position has just been abolished, the sea has become more and more turbulent, and there is no extra combat power to deal with him. Moreover, I didn't expect them to go to the empty island. Alas, with a long sigh, the office fell into silence. Time flies. Half a year later, it was 1519 in the Hyuan calendar. Luo Di's fruit fully awakened, and the souls of the 4 god-tier officials and Enel were restored. Luo Di distributed 5 devil fruits to them. The 4 fruits obtained by the 4 god-tier officials are the devil fruits previously extracted in Alabasta, namely the wax fruit, the quick-cut fruit, the imitation fruit, and the thorn fruit. What Enel got was the fruit sent by the heavenly gold of the kingdom of flowers. He was very lucky. That fruit was very strong and turned out to be the dragon fruit, ancient species and stegosaurus form. After the fruits are distributed, it is the heart network. The fact is, just as Luo Di expected half a year ago, Enel does have the method of cultivating the heart network. The crew's training also officially kicked off, and Luo Di relied on the operation skills of implanting armed color hockey, and also successfully allowed the 4 god-tier officers, Enel and the combatants of Sky Island, to master armed color hockey. The overall strength has been greatly enhanced. To be honest, this already has the flavor of New World. In Dressrosa, a Marine will use armament hockey to fend off Birdcage. In fact, the female warriors on the island of the Empress Daughter are also armed and domineering. It can even be entangled and separated from the body. All I can say is, Nyo Boy. And now the guards of Sky Island can also use armed hockey, which can be regarded as keeping up with the times. The last thing is the Thunder Fruit. At Luo Di's request, Aiko ate it. Perhaps because of the influence of Shinigami's demonic power for nearly 10 years, her development of the Thunder Fruit was a matter of course and very smooth. And many major events have happened in the past 6 months. Blackbeard Teach killed Sachi. The captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates took away the Dark Fruit and defected from the Whitebeard Pirates. Ace pursued him. In addition, the new Shichibukai, who took office less than 2 months ago, and Celtic, who had a bounty of 150 million Baileys, were also killed. According to rumors, he was assassinated because he provoked a war between the 2 countries. The position of Shichibukai has been vacated again. It's like a curse. Or perhaps he is waiting for a truly strong man who can hold Shichibukai's position in check. Spring passes and autumn comes, another year and a half. Hyuan calendar year, 1520 mid. A Straw Hat boy appeared on the sea, calling himself Pirate King Luffy. The Straw Hat pirates led by him defeated Eren, the overlord of the East Asha Sea, and shocked the East Asha Sea by offering an initial reward of 30 million Baileys. The Shinigami pirates, who have not appeared in the past 2 years, have gradually faded out of people's sight. I'm afraid only Sengoku and Akiji know their exact locations. The big figures in New World had no expressions about the disappearance of the Shinigami pirates. The new generation of pirates has changed, but the 4 emperors are still standing. One can imagine how powerful they are. For those young pirates with great potential, They would only leave a slight impression and not pay too much attention. Even though Shinigami Rodi had defeated the 7 warlords of the sea, it still had no weight to them. Sky Island. Above the clouds. Call. Luo Di breathed a sigh of relief. After completing 200,000 slashes, Huang Quan was slowly withdrawn. 2 years have changed a lot. 18-year-old Luo Di is now 2 meters tall. Although there's still a gap between the average height and the average height, he is already very satisfied. Compared to his height, his strength has changed more significantly. The fruit is fully awakened, top-notch weapon color, Conqueror's Entanglement, a black sword that is almost perfected, extremely strong physique, and can crush a huge Poseidon with bare hands. The only thing that's a bit unsatisfactory is probably the visuals. Even after learning the heart network from Enel, his ability to see, understand was only slightly enhanced. Sure enough, foreseeing the future cannot be learned by studying. No one is perfect, and this makes sense. But if he can master Conqueror's advanced use, witness kill, that will make up for this shortcoming. Luo Di's Conquerors is very strong, and he is only one chance away from realizing the kill by wisdom. It's time to go. After 2 years of silence, the Shinigami pirates will appear again. But this time, he has reached the top of the world. However, it is time to deal with the sad past left by the original owner. Iron Hand Butcher, Mikady, I hope you haven't died in Impel Down City. I will kill you with my own hands. Immediately, Luo Di jumped straight off the island cloud and soon disappeared into the thin cloud layer. Not far behind Angel Island, the brand new Danshang is a training ground that was just built half a year ago. It occupies a large area, enough to accommodate thousands of people training at the same time. Sizzling, the lightning in Aiko's hand disappeared, and she looked at the person in front of her. Sister Winnie, how do you feel? Winnie slowly opened her eyes, smoothed her slightly floating hair, and put a soft smile on her face. It's okay, just bearable. In the past 2 years, through the stimulation of thunder and lightning, coupled with regular exercise, Winnie's physical strength has been greatly improved, and her emotional control has become more stable. Aiko nodded and glanced at the door a few times as if looking for something. Suddenly, she turned to look at Winnie and said doubtfully, "Where are those 3 followers? Why didn't you see them today?" The 3 followers referred to Jim, Machida, and Miss Golden Week Mariano. They have now become Winnie's loyal supporters and usually stay with her to protect her. Winnie picked up the cup on the table, took a sip, then looked out the window and said slowly, "I asked them to train with the Sky Island Guards. There are now 2 escort teams on Kondao. The first team is called the Sky Island Guard, jointly led by Weber and McKinley. The second echelon is Zhongwu, Xiaowu, Kamachili, Jebao, Braham, and there are many Sanian warriors under it, with original White Beret members. The second team is called the God's Guard, led by Enel. The second echelon is the 4th God Tier officer. Under its banner are 50 Grandmaster armed divine soldiers. They are also the backbone and core force of Sky Island." Aiko nodded to express understanding. It's all thanks to Weber's militant guy that the members of the Sky Island Guard have become militants one by one. In order to improve their strength, they often find powerful people to guide them in training. The God's Guards generally do not participate in these trainings, so they can only be left to the 3 gyms who are relatively strong. Occasionally, Aiko would use thunder and lightning to improve their physiques, so she knew the inside story. And just when she was distracted, continuous knocks on the door sounded. Bang, bang. Aiko and Winnie looked towards the door almost at the same time and saw a familiar figure walking in from the open door. "Brother Luo Di, are you finished practicing?" The person coming was none other than Luo Di. He slowly walked into the room and found an empty seat to sit down. "Well, but what about Lafayette and Smanton?" Normally, Lafayette and Smanton would be discussing in the training ground during this time, but something strange today was that Luo Di didn't see them. Uncle Fryan has installed new things on the boat. Lafayette and Smanton have joined in the fun, as well as that disobedient little b*** D Tuji. When it comes to Tuji, Aiko is so angry that her teeth itch. It's obviously just a rabbit, but it's so repulsive to women. This makes Aiko both love and hate her. Luo Di glanced at her and nodded silently. Bunny, it can be said that the strength has undergone earth-shaking changes in the past 2 years. Relying on Reizu, it trained itself to become an excellent sniper and even wrapped the fortress ball shells spit out by Reizu with armed hockey and static electricity. The power of that softball was extremely terrifying. If Luo Di's demonic power is added to it, one cannonball can destroy a small warship. As for Fryan, how to say? Luo Di's evaluation of him is that he is a genius scientist who is full of infinite curiosity about unknown foreign objects. Moreover, he is also an all-around scientist. Not only can he invent various machines and weapons, he can even modify and repair ships. But his own strength is not strong. Luo Di once asked him why he didn't try to master the weapon color and the knowledge color. He only said that compared to the development of the human body itself, he preferred to explore foreign objects, and that was his science. Luo Di also thought that this might be the reason why he left Vegapunk. After all, Vegapunk had studied blood factors and even the enlargement of the human body, which was completely opposite to Fryan's idea. Of course, Fryan did not join the Shinigami Pirates, and Luo Di did not force him to join. Because Luo Di knows that for people who are accustomed to freedom, restrictions will only increase the conflicts between them. But isn't freedom just another kind of constraint? The only ones left are the old men, Smanton and Lafayette. The strength of these two people has also improved significantly. With the Thunder Body forging, their bodies have become stronger, and they have also mastered the domineering power of seeing and hearing. The only pity is that awakening animal fruits is very difficult and full of uncertainties and risks of losing control, so the fruits of the two did not awaken. Even so, their strength is stronger than the Marine Headquarters Lieutenant General and may reach the rank of Alternate General. At this time, Luo Di turned his attention to Aiko again. After eating the Thunder Fruit, mastering 2 kinds of domineering power, and being a swordsman, Aiko's strength is faintly approaching that of the Imperial Vice Deputy. Who would have thought that she was once the weakest in the team? Then he turned his head and looked at Winnie. In Winnie's words, now that she has a small degree of physical skills, her weird abilities are even more difficult to guard against. Anyone with a weak chi will be controlled by her instantly. Even Luo Di will be attacked if he is not careful. Although it lasts only a short time, it is still very scary. She can be said to be the most dangerous and mysterious existence in the Shinigami Pirates besides Luo Di. After coming back to his senses, Luo Di looked at the two of them. I'll go see them. As he spoke, he stood up slowly, but added another sentence when he walked to the door. By the way, get ready. It's time for us to set off. The wave of a new era has begun to stir up the storm. How could Luo Di not step in? And his first goal is to push forward the city. Are you finally leaving here? Aiko looked at the 3 knives on the table, somewhat lost in thought. Except for the blowing wind and flying snow, the remaining one is the bloody, one of the 21 skills of the sharp knife. That was given to her by Luo Di. Bloody is a good knife. However, Aiko always felt that the blood color was a bit uncomfortable since she was used to using it with blowing wind and flying snow. On the side, Winnie looked through the window at the sweaty figures outside, feeling a little emotional. Although life here is peaceful, it is extremely satisfying. In 2 years, Kongdao, which was originally full of disputes, is now extremely harmonious and beautiful. Boom! A medium-sized pirate ship stood on the sea of clouds. The roar resounded in all directions. The hull sank slightly due to the huge recoil, but it soon ejected due to the buoyancy of the sea of clouds. It wasn't until it floated up and down a dozen times that the pirate ship slowly stopped. Finally, it worked. Fryan wrote down the last set of data, and the excitement on his face could not be concealed. Next to him is a complex mechanical turret with various mechanical intubations installed on it, connected to black metal balls. Tret, Luo Di fell to the deck, and he didn't miss the shot just now. Is this the new weapon you developed by combining Sky Island shells? It's quite powerful. According to his speculation, the powerful flame shock wave was almost catching up with the pacifist laser. Fryan turned to look at him, then took the notebook back and said with some disappointment, "The power is okay, but each launch requires a 1-minute interval. This is quite different from pacifism." Luo D comforted him casually and then walked towards Lafayette. "Did you find it?" Lafayette took out a pointer. "It took me 2 months to find it. This permanent pointer to the Water City is not easy to find." Luo D reached out and took it, and it was indeed engraved with the words Water Capital. "As long as we can find it, we'll set off tomorrow." Judiciary Island can be reached by sea train via Water Capital. Judiciary Island, Marine Headquarters, and Impel City form a triangle. There are many huge whirlpool currents between them. Generally, ships can only follow the currents when entering. Only by opening the Gate of Justice can they pass normally. Of course, Luo D's goal is not Judiciary Island, but to enter the whirlpool current through Judiciary Island's Gate of Justice and then reach Impel City. His purpose is revenge. In fact, in addition to the Water City, Luo D can also reach Impel down through Marinavando next to the Sabati Islands. But that was too risky. Even if Luo D is confident that he can defeat a Marine general, if he faces 2 or more generals at the same time, there's really no way. It's like there may be some gap between generals and 4 emperors, but it is basically impossible for 4 emperors to face 2 generals at the same time. The general strength is not that unbearable. Of course, if you have the Shichibukai position, entering Impel down will become very easy. But Luo D is a very cautious person. After killing Crocodile, he thought about it for a long time. In the end, he did not contact Marine Headquarters immediately. Instead, he planned to wait for the Devil Fruit to fully awaken and evacuate safely before negotiating. Let Lafayette go like Blackbeard? Luo D's heart is not that big. What if something unexpected happens due to some deviation? Then whether Lafayette can survive is still a question. A Marine may even use this as a threat. 1.5 years ago, his fruit ability awakened. But Shichibukai's position was determined again. It is said to be a supernova called New World. Luo D didn't have the time to deal with that person, and at that time he also lost his original enthusiasm for the position of Shichibukai, so he let it go. He sometimes wonders if the position of Shichibukai is just waiting for Blackbeard. Haha, ridiculous. But Luo D also had a new goal. Luo D took Huang Quan back, and with a squeak sound, the door was slowly pushed open. Under the influence, he heard the conversation between the 2. The Devil Fruit is on the 2 people in front of them. "Oh, I actually want to take advantage of others." When he saw 2 men in black robes wearing black masks, Unta subconsciously mistook them for people from the auction house. "Who gave you the courage?" As a strong wind passed by, Unta's fist was covered with a layer of armed color and rushed straight to the door. Luo D seemed to have expected it. His fists were also covered with military colors, and he went forward. The 2 fists collided in midair, squeezing the air and crackling. Luo D took advantage of his strength and took a step back. After exchanging a look with Lafayette, he started fighting with Untu again. "You are armed with haki and possess 2 devil fruits. It seems you are not from West Blue." As he spoke, Luo D's feet were like wind, and he instantly came to the side of Untu and kicked out his right leg heavily with the blessing of Shinigami's power and armed color. How was that possible? Untu reacted immediately, but his body couldn't keep up with his brain, and his hands and feet couldn't keep up with the reaction. Before he could stop him, there was a sharp pain in his waist and abdomen, and at the same time, there was a slight sound of bones breaking, and the huge force directly lifted his whole body away. Bang! The wall made of special material made a dull sound, and then Untu's body hit the ground heavily along the wall. Behind Luo D, after the exchange of glances just now, Lafayette had already closed the door again. This is a completely enclosed room, and due to the special construction materials, the sound insulation effect of the room is excellent. The closing of the door caused the sound of the fight to barely spread. Even Untu was defeated. Who are they? Sham hid behind the sofa, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Unto is a cadre of the Black Sword Pirates, with a bounty of up to 7,000 Baileys. Even the Lieutenant General of the Marine Headquarters may not be able to defeat him, but now look, he was defeated by the guys from West Blue. It is simply unbelievable. Confidence. So what to do now? Escape? This damn room is sealed. The only door was also blocked by another man in black robe. Damn it. It seems we can only rely on Unto. If Unto can hold these two people back, he still has a chance to escape. Having an idea, Sham immediately came to Unto in 3 steps and 2 steps to help him up, his voice full of worry. Unto, are you okay? But his right hand pinched Unto's waist hard, as if he was afraid that he wouldn't wake up. Hiss! Unto twitched the corner of his mouth, glared at him fiercely, and then stood up with force. Several ribs are broken. Feeling his physical condition, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. How long has it been since you were so embarrassed? He couldn't even remember it. Speaking of which, he still couldn't cultivate enough. If his armed color could cover his whole body, he wouldn't be so miserable. And just when he was about to take action again, a strong wind blew in his face. It's Luo D. As a last resort, Unto could only raise his arms to try to block the attack. As soon as the armed color covered half of it, a huge force surged along the arms and to the whole body. Unto's body flew away again and hit the wall hard. Luo D used 80% of his force in this kick, almost shattering Unto's arm bones. How terrible! On the side, Sham saw that Unto was beaten so miserably, and when he saw that the situation was not good, he was ready to run away. But as soon as he took a step with his front foot, his back foot stopped. Don't move. At this time, there was a cane sword against Sham's neck, and his owner was Lafayette. Duh. If you all have something to say, please don't expose such a dangerous thing. Sham raised his hands above his head, apparently giving up resistance. But at this time, Lafayette stared closely into his eyes and silently muttered 3, 2, 1. When the last number fell, Shamu felt that his brain was dizzy, his consciousness gradually became blurred, and he lost control of his body. Take out the devil fruit. Under Lafayette's order, Sham showed no resistance and took out 2 dart boxes from behind like a robot. Captain, do you want to open it and take a look? When I took the box from Lafayette, I felt it was slightly cold and rough, but the texture of the box was very good. Need not. Luo D did not open it. He can tell whether it is a devil fruit, and he relies on the devil's power that remains in his soul. Under the black robe was a bag he had prepared in advance. He casually put 2 boxes into it, and then took out 2 other boxes from it. What's inside is, well, apples, but the apples have a little bit of seasoning added to them, and they look weird. At that time, just let them hand this over to the people at the auction. Lafayette took the box, nodded, and then walked towards Shamu, who had been affected by hypnosis, and Unto, who was in a coma. The only thing missing now is the Adam's tree. I wonder where it is. But even if he didn't know clearly, Luo D probably knew that the Adams wood was probably still in the hands of the holder. After all, isn't the devil fruit also in the holder? 5 minutes later, Luo D was sitting on the sofa, and there was a slight sound of footsteps in his ears. He raised his head and looked at Lafayette. Done. Lafayette pressed the brim of his hat and smiled. It's already hypnosis, but if the people at the auction find out there are apples inside, haha, even if we don't kill them, they won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. Luo D nodded. Let's go, we still need Adam's wood. Just after the 2 of them had walked forward, the door was pushed open again through a tiny gap. Both of them are alive. After understanding the situation inside, Robin closed the door again. Since the soundproofing effect of this room was so good, she didn't hear anything just now. However, one of them seemed to have had a fight with someone. His arm was somewhat deformed and his face was injured. It should have happened not long ago. Could it be that they did it? Robin knew so little information. If it was a case of killing and stealing, why did the 2 men in black robes spare their lives just now? Or are the men in black robes allies with them? What were they planning? Robin didn't know, but she knew that only by following up could she get the information she wanted. Are the men in black robes Shinigami Rodi? And what is their purpose? In fact, Robin has been following them for a long time, ever since they arrived at the port 2 days ago. Harper is a pirate. Generally speaking, pirates like to burn, kill, and loot, and most of them have strong limbs and simple minds, and act without thinking. But Haber is different. He has a very high IQ, is cunning, and is good at hiding and disguising himself. Therefore, even though he is a pirate, Marine has never issued a reward for him. However, just because there is no reward does not mean that he is not a pirate, because his identities with bounties on his head are already dead, just like the identity he had 2 days ago, a cadre of the Crow Pirates. Now he died under Marine gunfire, along with the lives of all the pirates in the Crow Pirates. Luo Di took Huang Quan back, and with a squeak sound, the door was slowly pushed open. Under the influence, he heard the conversation between the two. The devil fruit is on the 2 people in front of them. Oh, I actually want to take advantage of others. When he saw 2 men in black robes wearing black masks, Unta subconsciously mistook them for people from the auction house. Who gave you the courage? As a strong wind passed by, Unta's fist was covered with a layer of armed color and rushed straight to the door. Luo Di seemed to have expected it. His fists were also covered with military colors, and he went forward. The 2 fists collided in midair, squeezing the air and crackling. Luo Di took advantage of his strength and took a step back. After exchanging a look with Lafayette, he started fighting with Untu again. You are armed with hockey and possess 2 devil fruits. It seems you're not from West Blue. As he spoke, Luo Di's feet were like wind, and he instantly came to the side of Untu and kicked out his right leg heavily with the blessing of Shinigami's power and armed color. How was that possible? Untu reacted immediately, but his body couldn't keep up with his brain, and his hands and feet couldn't keep up with the reaction. Before he could stop him, there was a sharp pain in his waist and abdomen, and at the same time, there was a slight sound of bones breaking, and the huge force directly lifted his whole body away. Bang! The wall made of special material made a dull sound, and then Untu's body hit the ground heavily along the wall. Behind Luo Di, after the exchange of glances just now, Lafayette had already closed the door again. This is a completely enclosed room, and due to the special construction materials, the sound insulation effect of the room is excellent. The closing of the door caused the sound of the fight to barely spread. Even Untu was defeated. Who are they? Sham hid behind the sofa, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Untu is a cadre of the Black Sword Pirates, with a bounty of up to 7,000 Baileys. Even the Lieutenant General of the Marine Headquarters may not be able to defeat him, but now look, he was defeated by the guys from West Blue. It is simply unbelievable. Confidence. So what to do now? Escape? This damn room is sealed. The only door was also blocked by another man in black robe. Damn it. It seems we can only rely on Untu. If Untu can hold these 2 people back, he still has a chance to escape. Having an idea, Sham immediately came to Untu in 3 steps and 2 steps to help him up, his voice full of worry. Untu, are you okay? But his right hand pinched Untu's waist hard, as if he was afraid that he wouldn't wake up. Hiss! Untu twitched the corner of his mouth, glared at him fiercely, and then stood up with force. Several ribs are broken. Feeling his physical condition, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. How long has it been since you were so embarrassed? He couldn't even remember it. Speaking of which, he still couldn't cultivate enough. If his armed color could cover his whole body, he wouldn't be so miserable. And just when he was about to take action again, a strong wind blew in his face. It's Luo Di. As a last resort, Unta could only raise his arms to try to block the attack. As soon as the armed color covered half of it, a huge force surged along the arms and to the whole body. Unta's body flew away again and hit the wall hard. Luo Di used 80% of his force in this kick, almost shattering Untu's arm bones. How terrible! On the side, Sham saw that Untu was beaten so miserably, and when he saw that the situation was not good, he was ready to run away. But as soon as he took a step with his front foot, his back foot stopped. Don't move. At this time, there was a cane sword against Sham's neck, and his owner was Lafayette. Duh, if you all have something to say, please don't expose such a dangerous thing. Sham raised his hands above his head, apparently giving up resistance. But at this time, Lafayette stared closely into his eyes and silently muttered, 3, 2. When the last number fell, Shamu felt that his brain was dizzy, his consciousness gradually became blurred, and he lost control of his body. Take out the devil fruit. Under Lafayette's order, Sham showed no resistance and took out 2 dark boxes from behind like a robot. Captain, do you want to open it and take a look? When I took the box from Lafayette, I felt it was slightly cold and rough, but the texture of the box was very good. Need not. Luo D did not open it. He can tell whether it is a devil fruit, and he relies on the devil's power that remains in his soul. Under the black robe was a bag he had prepared in advance. He casually put 2 boxes into it, and then took out 2 other boxes from it. What's inside is, well, apples, but the apples have a little bit of seasoning added to them, and they look weird. At that time, just let them hand this over to the people at the auction. Lafayette took the box, nodded, and then walked towards Shamu, who had been affected by hypnosis, and Untu, who was in a coma. The only thing missing now is the Adam's tree. I wonder where it is. But even if he didn't know clearly, Luo D probably knew that the Adam's wood was probably still in the hands of the holder. After all, isn't the devil fruit also in the holder? 5 minutes later, Luo D was sitting on the sofa, and there was a slight sound of footsteps in his ears. He raised his head and looked at Lafayette. Done. Lafayette pressed the brim of his hat and smiled. It's already hypnosis, but if the people at the auction find out there are apples inside, haha, even if we don't kill them, they won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. Luo D nodded. Let's go, we still need Adam's wood. Just after the 2 of them had walked forward, the door was pushed open again through a tiny gap. Both of them are alive. After understanding the situation inside, Robin closed the door again. Since the soundproofing effect of this room was so good, she didn't hear anything just now. However, one of them seemed to have had a fight with someone. His arm was somewhat deformed and his face was injured. It should have happened not long ago. Could it be that they did it? Robin knew so little information. If it was a case of killing and stealing, why did the 2 men in black robes spare their lives just now? Or are the men in black robes allies with them? What were they planning? Robin didn't know, but she knew that only by following up could she get the information she wanted. Are the men in black robes Shinigami Rodi? And what is their purpose? In fact, Robin has been following them for a long time, ever since they arrived at the port 2 days ago. Harper is a pirate. Generally speaking, pirates like to burn, kill, and loot, and most of them have strong limbs and simple minds, and act without thinking. But Haber is different. He has a very high IQ, is cunning, and is good at hiding and disguising himself. Therefore, even though he is a pirate, Marine has never issued a reward for him. However, just because there is no reward does not mean that he is not a pirate, because his identities with bounties on his head are already dead, just like the identity he had 2 days ago, a cadre of the Crow Pirates. Now he died under Marine gunfire, along with the lives of all the pirates in the Crow Pirates. Sizzling. Port. Thunder light filled the sky, and electric arcs surged. The people who were shooting just a moment ago now fell to the ground one by one, twitching. The whole process happens in one breath. And among the restless crowd, a few plainclothes men were hidden here. What's going on? What happened? It's unbelievable that people from Blackwater were robbed. Don't those people know Joker? The group of people lying on the ground are Blackwater. That's right, they got off the ship with the flag of the Shinigami Pirates, plus the black box and the smiley face logo. There is no doubt that they are Blackwater. What should we do? Should we take action? Needless to say, if the people from Blackwater died at the trading point, what would Joker think of us? With his methods, it would be easy to deal with us. In fact, they were wrong about one thing. Doflamingo only values value. If the people under his command cannot do even small things well, they will be ruthlessly abandoned. Likewise, his character is cruel and unkind, and he will not let go of anyone who dares to provoke him. To put it bluntly, everyone must die. Walk. Having made a decision, a dozen plainclothes men were dispatched at the same time, and gunfire rang out again. It stands to reason that if the enemy is overt and covert, and they use a cold shot, They can seize the opportunity and catch the enemy by surprise. As everyone knows, Luo Di saw all this. Swish! I saw a flash of cold light, and the high-speed moving bullet was swallowed up by the black light. The huge slash carried a world-glamorous edge, and the black thunder and lightning played the music of hell. All the plainclothes men had only that dazzling black light in their eyes until their consciousness completely dissipated. Only one knife. Kakaka. In the dark, several reporters were taking photos very covertly, while some were recording relevant information. The real Shinigami pirates appear. This made them very excited. What worries them even more is, what will the Shinigami pirates do next? What kind of horrific storm will the sea stir up? Boss Morgans will definitely like this unexpected surprise. Wait a minute, look at that sign. Jokers. Things seem to be getting more complicated. Other side. Aiko reached out and touched the big dark box, and suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness, and immediately said in surprise, "Brother Luo Di, there's something wrong with this box." Luo Di took 3 steps and 2 steps together. After approaching, he also touched it, and then shook his head. It's just a thin layer of sea tower stone crossing. However, the things inside are all rubbish and have no value. I'm afraid only Kaido-sensei regards it as a treasure. Because Aiko didn't hear some of Heishui's conversation, she was still a little curious. What's in it? Luo Di pulled out the underworld, tilted the box up with one hand, and then slowly walked towards the Shinigami. Perhaps Frian can give you an explanation. Frian? What does this have to do with him? Aiko became more and more curious, and just as she was about to follow, she suddenly turned around and shot a thunder beam from her hand. The green snake on Remy's abdomen that had just opened its mouth and prepared for a sneak attack was shrouded in lightning and turned around and disappeared. The vitality is really tenacious. Aiko sighed slightly, and the next moment it turned into a white arc and disappeared in the port. After a long time, Remy slowly opened his eyes, and the fear in his eyes was clearly visible. It's so scary. What kind of monsters are those 2 people? Although he ate an artificial devil fruit, he still had the characteristics of an animal, sit-ups. However, despite this, facing those 2 people, he didn't even have the strength to resist at all, and could only be beaten passively. He almost went directly to accompany his subordinates. No, we can't stay in this place anymore. We have to leave quickly. With a decision made in his heart, he secretly observed his surroundings until he did not see Aiko and Luo Di. Then he endured the pain in his abdomen and ran with all his strength towards a dark alley. He needs to tell Joker about this. What? Artificial devil fruit. Can this thing really be created? After receiving the answer given by Frian, Aiko was shocked on the spot. In fact, it was not just her, but Smanton and Lafayette on the side had no expression on their faces, but they were shaken in their hearts. Frian observed the smile in his hand and revealed some even more shocking secret information. Well, this is an artificial devil fruit that has only appeared in the past 2 years. No one knows who made it specifically. However, the person who sold it is the Joker in the underground world, and his specific identity is actually the 7 warlords of Doflamingo, one of the sea. Doflamingo. Aiko, Lafayette, and Smanton looked at each other. Looks like I'm in big trouble. At this time, Frian picked up another smile, silently, and fell into memories. At first, Caesar joined the World Government Science class along with Vegapunk. Therefore, as Vegapunk's assistant, Frian has access to Caesar and is aware of some of his ideas. But Caesar had some affection for him, so even if he knew that the devil fruit was created by Caesar, he would not reveal it. However, he never expected that Caesar would join Doflamingo now. Things are really different. What has he missed in these 2 years? Yes, after 2 years on the empty island, earth-shaking changes have indeed taken place on the ground. Because of the Punk Has Sad incident, Caesar was put on a bounty. Frian, who is devoted to scientific research, did not know this. The Grand Line, a huge airship surrounded by newspaper gulls, sailed slowly in the sky. And this is the headquarters of World Economic News. To be honest, Morgans was quite disappointed, even though he had just obtained information about the Shinigami pirates. Shinigami Luo D. What on earth do you want to do? Can you stop disappearing and acting like an immature brat? Can make a big news. Looking at the photo on the table, it suddenly calmed down. The corners of its mouth were almost level with its eyes, and there was a hint of calculation hidden in the shadow. However, with these photos, the picture just shows a smiling face, which is the symbol of the Don Quixote family. At the same time, New World, Dressrosa. A burst of strange laughter suddenly broke out in the palace. On the side, Torbol, who was holding a plum blossom cane and with 2 dabs of viscous liquid hanging from his nose, turned his head and looked at him. I said, Dover, what happened? Torbol, who had been with Doflamingo for many years, could recognize the meaning of that laughter. There was a hint of suppressed anger in it. Dover controlled the 5-color wire and tore the phone bug in his hand to pieces. It's nothing, it's just a little mouse. When he arrives in New World, we can deal with him later, fu. Eastern Nitamber Island. Here is located the Gisward family, one of the 3 major forces on the island. At this time, the head of the family, Giswyride Routley, was in a very bad mood. His restlessness was written on his wrinkled face, and his legs kept moving back and forth. So much time has passed, and the horse boy he sent seemed to have disappeared and was completely unreachable. 600 million belly. He purchased 5 successes and 45 failures from Black Sailor. This Bailey amount is a large sum even for him. What's more, he planned this. In short, there is no room for error. Damn it, those bastards must have run away with Bailey. Although Ma Zai is usually quite loyal, but at the critical moment, Routley also fell into doubt. It only takes 2 hours to go back and forth from the headquarters to the port, but now half a day has passed. Fernan. In less than half a minute, a burly man more than 3 meters tall walked in. The most eye-catching thing is the half-finger-long knife edge on his chin and his dark golden eyes. A closer look reveals that he bears some resemblance to Routley. Gisward Fernan, the eldest of Routley's 3 sons. His methods are extremely cruel, and he is quite famous in Nitamber Island. Father, Routley glanced at him and then ordered, Fernan, take people to the port to have a look. Be sure to bring back that batch of goods and those guys. If you see them, no matter what the reason is, deal with them directly. Yes. Fernand's voice was low and cold, like a cold killer who only followed orders. Then, under Routley's gaze, he quickly walked out of the room with steady steps. Damn it, at this juncture, after a long time, there was a harsh sound of broken objects coming from the house. The next day, offshore of Nitamber Island, more than 24 warships were traveling quickly on the sea. On the bow deck, Cassie Morton put down the telescope in his hand, and a cold light flashed across the corner of his eyes. It is indeed the Shinigami pirates. Let me see how you escaped this time. Immediately afterwards, he handed the binoculars to the adjutant and took the phone. Hey, Brigadier ADK, how are you doing over there? At the same time, House Gisward, located in the eastern part of the island. Routley marched toward the port with thousands of people at the same time. Last night, Fernan brought back more than 30 corpses. Among them were not only the dozen cavalry sent out by Routley, but also the people from Blackwater, but the devil fruit and the 600 million Baileys he brought were missing. After investigation, all the fingers pointed to another pirate ship flying the flag of the Shinigami pirates at the port. A mere fake dared to pull out its teeth and provoke the Giswirides family. How could he endure this? But, having said that, it's not without its benefits. As long as he destroys the fake, aren't those artificial devil fruits equivalent to being given away for free? Who in their profession has not taken advantage of others, especially a nearly century-old family like theirs? Routley has a good idea, but he forgot one thing. What if the Shinigami pirates are real? Moreover, his purchase of artificial devil fruits was not completely unknowing, as chicken feet would always show up in everything. Someone has been watching them. The Chapas family in the west of the island is one of them. Chapas Galison and Routley were originally good partners or allies. But 10 years ago, due to Routley's backstabbing, although Garrison survived by chance, his body was seriously injured. As time went by, His lower body was now unable to move. All travel requires a wheelchair. However, because the power is comparable to that of the Jesuirides family, and there's a third-party island power sandwich between them. So although the two parties continue to argue, they have never been able to eliminate each other. Because of this, Garrison became more and more cautious, and at the same time, his hatred for Routley grew day by day. Haha, Routley, it's not like you didn't tell me that the time has not come yet. On one side, a slender and well-educated middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses made a cup of tea for the old man, then pushed up his glasses and said with a serious face, "Father, your health is very important. The doctor said that your mood swings should not be too intense." Garrison shook his head, but the wrinkles at the corners of his mouth did not diminish at all. "Idel, you won't understand if you haven't experienced it. You know, the pirate ship parked in the port is the real Shinigami pirates. If Routley dares to go to them, he is simply asking for death." After repeated investigations, the cautious Garrison relied on blurry photos obtained by his men from some reporters and compared them with the bounty order of the Shinigami pirates 2 years ago. The identities of Luo D and Aiko were finally determined. Compared with him, Routley, who has always been self-centered, is not so cautious and meticulous. The Shinigami pirates. As soon as this name was mentioned, a look of helplessness flashed across Idel's eyes. "Father, do you know that Ella and Pim talk about the Shinigami pirates every day and are addicted to those newspapers and bounties all day long? It's time for you to talk about them too." Haha. Old Garrison laughed louder and louder, and suddenly turned his head to look out the window, seeming to be looking at the harbor from a distance. "Idel, if the Shinigami pirates can eliminate Routley, it doesn't matter even if little Ella and little Pim regard them as heroes. Garrison, will ask the best sculptor to cast a few statues for them. The most exquisite stone statue. However, after so many years, it's time for us to take action. Idel, you lead people to attack Routley's base camp. They have dispatched nearly half of their troops. This is the best time." Idel nodded, then turned and walked out. A fight is inevitable. An hour later, aboard the Shinigami, Lafayette walked to Luo D and asked in a low voice, "Captain, the weather is good today. It's time to set sail, right?" Generally speaking, they would stay at most 1 day on an island, but this time it was a little unusual. They stayed for 2 full days. Today is already the 3rd day. Luo D closed his eyes slightly and said calmly, "Feel around, Marine. Some local forces on this island, and even some foreign forces, are coming here. This is an opportunity for us. Those who dare to impersonate our names, it's time to give them a warning. Hear this." Seeing, hearing, and color unfold, Lafayette silently felt the different atmospheres around him. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. Yes, the young people who dare to offend the power of the king should be given a little shock. Not to mention, my nickname is Devil Sheriff. I haven't seen any blood in the past 2 years. I don't know if I can get used to it. Coming. More than 24 warships are less than 200 meters away from the port. The leader, Lieutenant General Casey Morton, picked up the phone and stared straight ahead. Suddenly, a deep voice sounded decisive. "Brigadier General ADK, our side is preparing to attack, and you over there act as planned." Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the person on the other side responded with a sonorous yes. Cassie Morton hung up the phone, waved her hand, and shouted, "Attention! Drive another 50 meters and prepare to fire." The sound transmission equipment transmitted his words to the commanders of various warships. They didn't reply. They just ordered their Marines to aim the muzzles and fill the cannons with shells. That's the Shinigami pirates who once killed a Shichibukai. There can be no surprises at this time. What they don't know is that all calculations and conspiracies are nothing in the face of absolute strength. Aboard the Shinigami, Lafayette pressed his hat, his body filled with murderous aura. "They're about to take action. Captain, do you want me to do it?" A teasing smile appeared on Luo D's lips. "That's not necessary. Call 2G out. Those warships can only handle 2 or 3 cannonballs." Hearing this, Lafayette was a little disappointed. "Captain, can you leave it to me this time?" It had been too long since he had used a real weapon. Luo D pointed to the port. "There's a group of Marines hiding there. I'll leave it to you." The corners of Lafayette's mouth rose. "Clear." Then, according to Luo D's request, he first took Tuji and Leisu out of the room. Then, his white wings spread out and flew towards the port. Simonton looked at his back, swinging the dice unconsciously in his hand. "Tisk, I'm so restless." At the stern of the ship, Luo D separated a ray of demonic power and integrated it into Tuji's body. He knew Tuji was different 2 years ago, and when the devil fruit fully awakened, he finally understood the reason. Tuji's soul was born incomplete, which caused it to be unable to fully perceive the moonlight when the moon was full. The demonic power released by Luo D was tainted with a trace of soul because it had been entangled with the soul for a long time. A vacancy and an overflow, which resulted in the perfect integration of the devil's power in Tuji. And at this time, I saw that Tuji's body directly became 6 meters tall, his fur was dyed black and became longer, black thunder was wrapped around his body, and his whole body was filled with explosive power. Especially its eyes. In the center of those pitch-black eyes, the blood-colored scythe has a breathtaking brilliance, as if it can harvest souls. During the battle, anyone who looks at it will be more or less affected by it. Leave it to this rabbit. Feeling the surging power in his body, Tuji picked up Reizu, took aim, and patted its waist. Reizu, fire. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a softball cannonball soaked in the power of Shinigami, wrapped in armed domineering and bound by black thunder, was shot out. The space was distorted during the flight, and the corresponding sea water below was pushed to both sides by the terrifying force, presenting a perfect corridor. Other side, fire. Under Kathy Morton's command again, the commanders issued instructions, and more than 20 warships opened fire in unison. The shells were overwhelming, and the sound of regular gunfire resounded all over the sea. The sea trembled, and the air was filled with mournful sounds. However, what is that? Cassie Morton was shocked. I saw a black meteor passing through the cannonballs and slamming into the center of a warship. Immediately afterwards, the explosion was accompanied by the roar of thunder, and the warship was torn into 2 pieces by an unparalleled force. The strong impact airflow knocked back the surrounding warships several meters away. The Marines looked shocked as the scraps of the ship fell into the sea. Some Marines closer to the source of the explosion were covered in darkness and made no sound, while those further away were also trembling, which was the residual power of the thunder. What a terrifying power this is! Cassie Morton wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and turned his head slightly stiffly, only to see that the hundreds of shells that were supposed to hit the Shinigami were frozen in the air by a black energy. Damn it! Suddenly, Cassie Morton's pupils shrank sharply, and those cannonballs were bounced back with greater power and faster speed. What happened? Even after experiencing hundreds of wars, he had never seen such a weird scene before him. Inexplicably, he regretted it. There is even a premonition that all the warships he brought will be buried here today. Bang! On one side, another warship exploded, the sea water surged, and screams continued. The black meteor was like a Shinigami sickle. Every time it passed by, it would always take away countless lives. We can't go on like this. Get rid of those cannonballs first. Afterwards, Cassie Morton first gave the order to stop firing, then stepped on Moonwalk, pulled out his long knife, and slashed out quickly. Each slash blocks a projectile. But can he really clean up hundreds of artillery shells at once? Obviously impossible. Nearly half of the shells grazed his body. Some of the shells sank into the sea, hitting several unlucky Marines. There are also many short-term players. Even so, there were more than a dozen shells hitting the warship. Fortunately, they were all solid lead bullets, and no one was injured except for damage to the deck and collapse of the mast. Tret, Cassie Morton fell down again and breathed a sigh of relief. Fine. The warship was not seriously damaged, and the Marines were in good condition. No, we have to stop ADEK as soon as possible. These guys are no longer something we can handle. How high-spirited I was before, how embarrassed I am now. This is the true portrayal of Cassie Morton. Then he took out the phone again and tried to contact ADEK. Baloo Baloo. The other party got through quickly. Cassie Morton immediately spoke up. Brigadier General ADK, the plan is temporarily canceled. You should retreat quickly. There is unconcealable anxiety in his voice. Bang! At this time, he caught a glimpse of a black stream of light from the corner of his eye, and another warship was destroyed. Damn it, what kind of weapon is that? It can destroy a warship in an instant. The sheer fire suppression almost allowed Cassie Morton to break through the defense. 3 warships were gone, and his responsibility was extremely heavy. Helpless, he could only give the order again. Retreat to safe waters first. Those Marines can't sit still either. Hearing the screams of his companions, he saw warships being sunk one after another. Their hearts felt so cold. Fear suppressed anger, and they moved quickly, turning the steering wheel and sailing away almost instantly. Only then did Cassie Morton return his attention to the phone bug. Something seems wrong. The phone bug has changed. Moreover, there was no sound coming from the other side. Could it be? His snap. On the other end, Lafayette picked up the phone bug, and a slightly cold voice came from his mouth. Hello. The unfamiliar voice made Cassie Morton tremble. Even if the sun shone, it could not dispel the haze in his heart. There is no doubt that Edek is dead, along with the Marine he took with him. Lafayette also knew that the other party had guessed what was happening here. He slowly retracted his cane and sword and sneered. You guessed it, yes, I have solved them all. Don't worry, you can't run away either. I would like to remind you again, not everyone can touch the Shinigami pirates. It would be fine if you just pretended that nothing happened, but after all the trouble to catch us, I wonder if you are ready to be destroyed by the group. Marine. As soon as the words fell, the phone was hung up. Cassie Morton stared blankly at the phone bug, as if in a trance, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. It wasn't until the phone bug fell to the ground that he woke up from a dream. When he lowered his head, he found that his right hand was trembling unconsciously. Is it fear? Or do you regret your original decision? Sizzling. Cassie Morton's ears twitched slightly, and the sudden sound of arcs sliding made him turn his head subconsciously. That's thunder, no? Ji Yao Ji. Aiko, why are you here? After seeing who was coming, Cassie Morton subconsciously drew out the long knife with a look of surprise on his face. Call out. Aiko didn't reply. He flicked his right hand, and a beam of lightning flashed across and shot out. Damn it. The long knife in Cassie Morton's hand was wrapped with a layer of armed, domineering energy, and when he slashed out with the knife, the thunder beam dispersed instantly. Shave. The foot stepped hard, and the figure turned into an afterimage. Cassie Morton instantly pressed forward and slashed out with his long sword. However, Aiko didn't dodge at all. Until her body was split in two, she still stood there dumbly. The cross-section is filled with countless white arcs, which are intertwined with each other and quickly connected together. How is that possible? A user with devil fruit abilities? Cassie Morton was shocked, wrapped his left hand with armed domineering force, and grabbed Aiko's neck. At this time, a chill came from the neck. When he looked down, he saw a hint of dark red. It was a red knife, extremely sharp, and carrying a strong, murderous aura. Cassie Morton seemed to realize something. He took a closer look and saw that the Aiko true body he was holding in his left hand was more like a thunder clone. Sorry, Aiko sighed, and then saw a flash of red light, and Cassie Morton died instantly. Yaoi judgment. Aiko withdrew the blood color, then opened his right hand, and countless thunders surged out, condensing into a huge thunderball in the sky. The arcs surged, and the sound was terrifying. The Marines were attracted by it, and looked towards the sky almost at the same time. What the hell? Isn't that Vice Admiral Casey Morton's warship? It looks like a huge thunderball made up of a lot of lightning. Wait, no, that's... Lightning flashed across Aiko's eyes, and he waved his left hand heavily. Drop! Sizzling. More than 20 thunder beams were shot out at the same time, like thousands of horses galloping, with terrifying momentum, and the huge thunderball seemed to have exhausted its power, shriveled up and dissipated in an instant, and the huge power inside was suddenly transformed into the nutrients of the thunder beam. Boom! Under the dazzling light, faces full of fear were reflected. The Marines had nowhere to escape and could not escape. They could only be swallowed up by the thunder in the sky. More than 20 warships were penetrated and sunk instantly. After a long time, when the sea becomes calm again, only some broken wood residues were left on the sea. The edge of thunder should be so dazzling, and the kamui of thunder cannot be resisted by ordinary people. Kakaka, poor dark alley. The reporters who were observing in secret recorded the shocking scene. Is that the power of the Shinigami pirates? Sinking 20 warships in an instant. What a terrifying power. A reporter stiffly put down his binoculars. Lieutenant General Marine was instantly killed in one encounter. G. Aiko was cut in the waist. What happened to her in the past 2 years? In fact, this is like Kizaru kicking a supernova. The speed of Aiko thunder cannot be captured at all. What's more, Cassie Morton doesn't have the intelligence and knowledge to face Aiko, so he can only get beaten. By the way, do you think they will disappear again later? Embarrassed, the reporters looked at each other and wanted to know the answer to this question. Look over there. A reporter's sudden voice attracted the attention of other reporters. Here comes another person. They look like they are members of the Jaswairide family. They actually brought thousands of people, and all of them were armed with guns. What on earth did they want to do? Don't you know? The Shinigami pirates killed Blackwater and Jisward's men yesterday afternoon. They are obviously here to seek revenge. What is Blackwater? Tisk, as a reporter, I don't even know this. So let me tell you, Blackwater is actually a secret criminal organization under Joker, which is responsible for selling various contraband. What, it's him? Shoo, keep your voice down. Let's see what the Shinigami pirates will do next. I have a hunch that this will be big news that shocks the world. Routley was leaning on a cane, and his domineering aura, as that of the head of the family, made people afraid to look directly at him. Fernan, are you ready? Fernan nodded, then took off the huge rocket launcher hanging behind him and placed it in front of him, and then slowly took out a rocket launcher loaded with dark green liquid, and it was fully loaded in the blink of an eye. After taking aim, Fernan pulled the trigger. Gray-white smoke filled the air. The rocket launcher was pushed by the powerful impact and shot toward the Shinigami with a rotating airflow. The speed was very fast, and he could arrive almost in the blink of an eye, but he was still captured by Luo D. You're playing dirty. His extremely detailed eyesight allowed him to clearly see the strangeness of the rocket launcher. It's hard to imagine what would happen if this rocket launcher exploded. Immediately, Luo D waved his right hand, and a huge black hand appeared out of thin air and grabbed it tightly. Annihilation. Under the squeeze of various forces, the rocket launcher exploded directly, but the material inside was also completely destroyed, and not a single bit was leaked. Damn, what happened? Routley's cloudy eyes were filled with shock. What exactly is that giant palm? After a moment, he immediately came to his senses and knocked the ground hard with his gold-plated cane. Fire. He didn't believe that the Shinigami pirates could survive under such huge firepower. Click. Bang, bang, bang. The horseman suddenly woke up. The sniper had opened fire, and the one with the pistol was closing in quickly. After all, the pistol's firing range is only 50 meters, and even if it is modified, it is still less than 100 meters. After loading a rocket, Funan suddenly asked, Father, do you want me to go? His physical fitness is far beyond that of ordinary people, and even some pirates with 40 to 50 million are no match for him. Routley knew this, but he still shook his head. There should be people with abilities in that group of people. It's better not to get close to them unless necessary. After a slight pause, he continued to ask, By the way, do you have that armor on? Fernan nodded, then tore the clothes into pieces. Below is a set of black armor, which reflects a dazzling light under the sunlight. This armor is made of sea-floor stone. Very expensive. Looking at the dark crowd, Luo D jumped up and landed at the port. At this time, several bullets were fired from a distance. The sniper fired. The modified firearm has a range of nearly a kilometer, and its strong penetrating power can easily penetrate steel plates. Luodi's expression did not change. His body shifted slowly, and several bullets passed by him while strolling in the courtyard, but they did not cause any damage to him. And when the last bullet came, he stretched out his right hand, and the bullet seemed to be clamped by something, and it just hovered between Luodi's two unclosed fingers. Go! Then, as his fingers rubbed together, the bullet, enveloped by Shinigami's power and armed domineering force, popped out instantly. The irresistible linear attack penetrated the figures one after another, and finally killed the sniper, and he was the original owner of the bullet. Luodi's extremely terrifying sight completely locked him in. However, this change was captured by only a handful of people. Fernand and Routley were two of them. Catching the bullet fired by the modified sniper rifle with your bare hands, you can still fire back with greater power, and this is just a light bullet. Is that power that ordinary people can have? After seeing Luodi's power, Routley realized something was wrong, even though he had been dealing with pirates all year round. At this time, Fernand's slightly cold voice sounded from the side. Father, tell me, is it possible that they're the real Shinigami pirates? These words rippled through Routley's mind like thunder. Yes, what if? Is he an old fool? He didn't carefully investigate the identity of that group of people before traveling. Damn it, it can't really be them. Just in case, Fernand called several guards over. Father, you go back first. I will look after this place. Everything must be focused on Routley's safety. At this time, the anger in Routley's heart was reduced a lot, and he calmed down. And just when he was about to leave with the guards, a joking voice sounded. Old man, where are you going? As soon as he turned around, he saw that there was a black smoke cloud on the field that even sunlight could not penetrate. When the smoke cloud dispersed, a tall figure came into view. The most eye-catching thing is the long black knife hanging on his waist. The intimidating momentum and strong killing intent were not concealed at all. Fernand moved his feet slightly and stood in front of Routley, his sea tower stone armor shining brightly. Bang! Without any warning, someone fired. But Luodi raised his right hand, volleyed the empty bullet. Black air waves swept out. The bullet returned along the same path, and the shooter died instantly. This incident shocked everyone. Are you really a devil fruit user? But that's fine. My sea tower stone armor is specially prepared for people with abilities. Fernand stepped out with his front foot, and the ground cracked slightly due to the powerful force. Even though he was wearing heavy armor, his explosive speed was still very fast. He arrived in front of Luodi almost in the blink of an eye, and his right hand was clawed and went straight to his neck. Luodi just tilted his head slightly and dodged it very easily. He raised his hand and flicked his index finger, and the powerful air wave directly penetrated Fernand's exposed wrist. Immediately afterwards, Luodi kicked his left foot and his body flew into the air. The next moment, his armed right leg was placed directly on Fernand's neck. With a sudden force, half of his head was embedded into the stone slab. Luodi, sneered and glanced around. Is this all you have? Looking at the people around him who were trembling with their guns, he continued. If you dare to challenge our Shinigami pirates with this little strength, then let's stop here. Say it. Invisible pressure almost covered the entire port. The gun-wielding men and retainers of the Jiswairide family rolled their eyes and fell to the ground one after another. Luodi's conquerors is enough to shock their souls. When they wake up again, they will have more or less mental problems, and the memory of today will completely disappear. Are you really from the Shinigami pirates? Routley, the only owner of Jiswairide who was still awake, was completely dumbfounded at this time. Seeing his retainers fall to the ground one by one, his body couldn't stop shaking. His cloudy eyes were filled with fear. What if? Luodi shrugged and then slowly approached. Dove, oh no. Should it be Joker's contact information? I have something I want to talk to him about. Blackwater dares to do things under the banner of their Shinigami pirates, and Luodi will not let Doflamingo, who is the true master of this dark organization, go. Routley shook his head stiffly, and his old body kept retreating on crutches. No, no. Now we don't even have Heishui's contact information. Blackwater. Luo Di almost forgot that there must be those people in Blackwater. Unfortunately, he had them all solved, and the fake Shinigami was destroyed together. In this case, then you are of no use. With that said, Luo Di had pulled out the underworld and solved it under Routley's horrified eyes. Of course, he also took care of Fernan, who was still breathing. He leaves no trouble behind. As for the family's headquarters, Luo Di looked up into the distance. It seems that some guy with no martial ethics went to steal the house. But it has nothing to do with him. It's time for the Shinigami to set sail. This day, the Jesuirides were wiped out. The originally most stable, triangular structure was broken. The two forces are most likely to cause disputes. The idea of annexation and domination of one family will always arise. This is an irrepressible evil. People across Nitamber Island were plunged into endless chaos. Of course, the elimination of Jisward was only part of the reason. And more importantly, who was the culprit? For most civilians, they don't understand the reason, so they are eager to know what happened. Will that sudden force pose a threat to them? Life safety is always the first priority. The Grand Line, World Economic News Headquarters. Morgan's face was full of enthusiasm and excitement. Big news, big news. Destroyed more than 20 warships, first offending the 7 warlords of the sea, and now offending the Marines. Shinigami Luo Di, let me see how you can hide this time. He wants to report all of this. Shinigami Luo Di couldn't escape. How can we disappear? News is entertainment, but without the protagonist, the news will be meaningless. Shinigami Luo Di, will you be one of the protagonists of this new era? But the most important thing now is to quickly write the news content to be reported tomorrow. Immediately, Morgan slowly stood up and walked out. On the table, dozens of slightly blurry photos became increasingly blurry under the dazzling light. But at the corner of the table, the 2 photos placed in the shadows were clearly visible. Only the top. The vague figure waved with one hand, and more than 20 thick thunderbolts fell on the surrounding warships. The hull sunk downwards, showing a strange posture. It seemed that it would break in the next moment. As for the other picture, it shows Aiko releasing thunder to knock down Remy. With this set of photos, I'm afraid Aiko's codename will have to be changed. Thor seems more appropriate.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.